As we continue our journey through Groaning Words, Lü Kun's reflections deepen, extending beyond personal morality into the broader workings of the world, the forces of nature, and the cycles of history. In this second part, we explore themes of nourishing life, the balance of heaven and earth, and the fortunes of the world, how time and fate shape societies and individuals alike. Lü Kun offers insightful assessments of character, distinguishing between true virtue and false appearances, and examines the qualities of sages and worthies, those who strive for wisdom in an ever-changing world. The text also turns to governance, discussing the responsibilities of leadership and the nature of power. Lü Kun's observations on human nature, the principles governing all things, and the art of analogy and metaphor illustrate how wisdom is embedded in the fabric of daily life. The final section brings us to poetry and prose, where literature is both an art and a means of expressing deep truths. With this, we begin the second half of Lü Kun's meditations, a journey through the vast interplay of self-cultivation, nature, and society. Let us continue. Nourishing life. Water, when blocked, grows more abundant. When released, it runs dry. Only the benevolent can let it flow freely. Only the wise know how to let it flow. Of all harms in this world, nothing is worse than excess. And of all things that lead people to excess, nothing does so more than beauty. Delicious flavors make us overeat. Beautiful appearances stir too much desire. Pleasing sounds make us listen endlessly. Exquisite objects fuel our greed. High office leads us to crave more rank. Elegant houses make us want even larger dwellings. Fertile fields make us buy ever more land. Luxurious bedding draws us into too much leisure. Fine words seduce us. Attractive affairs keep us entangled. Lovely scenery makes us linger. Delightful amusements cause us to daydream. All these sow the seeds of calamity. If something is not beautiful, it does not entice us to excess. If we do not go to excess, we will not meet disaster. I have a small room with a sign that reads, "Retreat from beauty," and inside a plaque that says, "Simplicity." It is not that I do not love beauty, but I fear the misfortune it might bring. A fish sees the bait, but not the hook. A tiger sees the sheep, but not the pit. An ape sees the wine, but not the hunter. It is not that they cannot see, but they are so taken by what enchants them that they fail to notice anything else. When the heart is cold to these temptations, the bustle of the world cannot intrude. When the heart is calm, even dazzling sights cannot stir it. Those who truly understand hardship, frustration, poverty, and adversity are fit to speak of the way and providing rich foods to one's children without thinking of their health, or giving them whatever they want without considering the harm to their virtue, even if this leads them to sickness, death, or severe punishment without remorse. This is merely a mother's blind tenderness. Alas, among all who claim to love themselves, 9 in 10 end up harming their own lives. The 5 restraints are methods to cultivate virtue and preserve life. Someone asked, should we then not open our eyes, ears, mouths, limbs, and thoughts? I replied, keep them closed most of the time, but open them when appropriate, without letting yourself become lax. That is called the boundary between the uncivilized and the civilized. Today, Those who seek to preserve health often take medicines, practice breathing exercises, avoid danger, refuse difficult tasks, act at the right moment, and reduce desires. These are indeed important methods. Jikang was known for nurturing life, yet his death came from an unforeseen cause. Thus we learn that cultivating virtue is the most essential way to nurture life. If my virtue is sound, then even if I must meet my end on a blade, it does not truly harm my path of preserving life. I once loved discussing medicine, but after long conversations, I grew weary. So, if a guest brings it up, I tell them, let reducing desires be your 4 key ingredients. Let plain food be your 2 aged prescriptions. Let a clear mind and simple affairs be your 4 noble herbs. These priceless remedies have no names, and you yourself are the only physician. The benevolent enjoy long life, because their life force is whole. The silent enjoy long life, because their original energy is steady. The simple or clumsy enjoy long life, because their true spirit remains firm. Anything that runs contrary to these is a false way. If not, it goes against nature. A thief is an armed foe among men. Lust is a hidden foe among women. Everyone fears the robber's violence, yet forgets the destruction lust can bring. How tragic! Pristine simplicity is the lifeblood of heaven and earth. Once it is scattered, the world's longevity is doomed. When all beings multiply without bound, creation's primal energy is used up. A tree that bears too much fruit will injure its roots. Grass that grows too tall weakens its stalk. Spending lavishly leads to a poor household. Overdoing words and actions exhausts the spirit. All these are ways of downfall. Laozi's teachings can be fully grasped when one sees through such extremes. Hunger, cold, pain, and itch. Only I can feel them. Not even my parents can feel them for me. Aging, sickness, and death. Only I can face them. Not even my wife or children can bear them on my behalf. If I do not protect myself, on whom can I rely? Ki can act but does not know. Spirit can know but does not act. Essence neither knows nor acts, yet it is the mother of all that knows and acts. Essence is the oneness of heaven, aligned with water, and from water arises Qi. Qi is pure yang, aligned with fire, and from fire arises spirit. Spirit is the great void, belonging to the intangible, yet joined to the tangible. When essence is strong, Qi is strong. When essence is weak, Qi is weak. This is like an empty steamer that cannot produce steam. When Qi remains, spirit remains. When Qi vanishes, spirit vanishes, like a candle that goes out once its wick is spent. Keep your Qi just enough to breathe, and your voice just enough to be heard. Do not extend it even slightly beyond that, lest you drain the true form that is without sound or scent. An old saying says, indulge desire and forget oneself. That word, forget, deserves careful thought. Falling into a stupor is called forgetting. Being lost in desire without awakening. Letting emotion prevail without restraint. During the stillness of night, all seems clear. Yet in the depths of fascination, one cannot reflect. Those who are sinking can still be jolted into turning back. Scent held in a chest will still fade. Set on a table, it weakens. In a burner, it becomes ashes. Written in the study is this couplet. On the morning pillow, I wake from vivid dreams. At dawn's window, I leisurely unfold my books, the heaven and earth. Moist warmth brings forth life. Moist heat helps it grow. Dry heat completes it. Somber chill kills it. Harsh cold nurtures it. Moist warmth is a harmonizing breath. Moist heat is a steaming vapor. Dry heat is a scorching force. Somber chill is a killing force, where yin becomes strong and yang becomes weak. Harsh cold is a contracting force, where yin operates on the outside and yang is cultivated within. Of the 5 breaths, only harsh cold is the most benevolent, vast, and profound. This is heaven's way. Hence it dwells among all things without speaking, yet cannot do without the sun, moon, and stars to light the world. In this way, clarity abides within the depths of formlessness. When essence endures, it gives birth to spirit. When essence scatters, it gives rise to form. The supreme oneness is the spirit of heaven and earth. All living things are the form of heaven and earth. As long as the supreme oneness does not fade, heaven and earth endure. When all living things cease, heaven and earth are destroyed. This is also true for humankind. Heaven and earth are but a single radiance, so they remain, silent and yet are trusted by all. Though heaven and earth cannot be fully known, I know what they produce. By observing what is born from them, we glimpse their nature, their feelings, their forms. Thus, by looking at the child, we understand the parents. By observing the vessel, we know the mould. Heaven and earth are the parents of all things and the model for creation. In the transformations of heaven and earth, birth arises from diversity, while death arises from uniformity. Therefore, the myriad things are uneven, and the myriad affairs mingle together. This is how it must be, beyond even heaven and earth to direct. Some observe the 72 seasonal changes, and say that living things know their proper times. This is not so. Rather, it is time that changes living things. Heaven and earth expand and contract in cycles. The waxing and waning of all creation follows a single imprint. The sky is formed of accumulated breath, so everything above my head is heaven. The sun, moon, and stars are 84,000 li above the earth, all within this mass of breath. There is not the slightest obstruction in that vast clarity that shines through to the ground. Thus it is called the grand clarity. Otherwise, even a light mist or fine smoke at a mere distance of 1 li would block our view. The way of earth treasures life above all else. Whatever has a root or seed, the earth will foster its growth, giving each thing what it measures to be enough, exhausting its own strength until the cold hardens or the plant withers. Thus, the earth is called Mother. Only winter truly reveals the nature of heaven and earth. Spring, summer, and autumn reveal their feelings. Thus, in giving birth to all things, there is more movement than stillness. All living things draw life from the breath of heaven and earth. Some thrive in warmth, some need mild warmth, others require strong warmth. Some need warmth with wind, or warmth with moisture, or warmth with dryness. Others need warmth that alternates between wind and moisture. Whatever breath brought them into being, is the breath they need to flourish. If they receive it, they thrive. If they lose it, they suffer or perish. Should there be even the slightest disruption in the breath, the living things that depend on yin suffer by that same fraction. And so it is for what needs coolness, cold or heat. None are exempt, whether they move or stay still, fly or swim, be as tiny as midges or mosquitoes, all are the same. Therefore, when heaven and earth hold their proper places, all creatures flourish. When the kingly way is balanced, all people prosper. Everything that flies, crawls, grows, or moves within the 6 directions is cast and forged from heavens, breath and earth substance, and all must eventually be ground away to nothing. Thus, even metal or stone must in time return to emptiness. For if something is born from nothingness, it must return to nothingness. It is like a basin of water. When stirred, it forms countless bubbles large and small. Once the water is still, again they all vanish back into the basin. The place of destiny before heaven is something all beings carry within themselves. Heaven and earth merely give them rest and nourishment. If grass and trees had no innate capacity to grow, even with the earth's generous nature, nothing could be done. All the myriad things between heaven and earth are formed by the union of yin and yang. Those that rely solely on yin flee when they meet yang, like snails or mould on walls. Those that rely solely on yang wither in the presence of yin, like plants that wither in summer's end. When yin and yang unite, they do so thoroughly, until their union is complete, and only then do they separate. When they separate, they do so thoroughly, until separation reaches its limit, and then they unite again. If they do not reach the extreme, they neither fully unite nor fully separate. At the extreme, separation or union surely follows. When perfectly still, water is water. When it dries out, it becomes fire. In our hearts we contain both water and fire. At rest, we are cold. In motion, we are hot. Within ourselves we hold both ice and burning coal. Who then creates the ice and fire in heaven and earth? It is movement and stillness that do so. Once a single yin arises, the universe grows still, and by the 10th month, everything is sealed in cold. Once a single yang arises, the universe is set in motion. And by the 5th month, the heat of steaming vapours forms the summer. Some say, but by the 5th month, yin is already being born. So why does the 6th month bring such great heat? And by the 11th month, yang is being born. So why does the 12th month bring the coldest frost? The answer: yang can only give rise to yin when it is at its extreme, and yin can only give rise to yang when it is at its extreme. When the force is pushed to its limit, it reverses direction. A faint stir of yin provokes yang. Yang, unwilling to yield, blazes even hotter. A faint stir of yang provokes yin. Yin, unwilling to give way, becomes even colder. When the breath is pressed, it intensifies. By the 7th month and the 1st month, yin and yang do battle, but the visiting force cannot defeat the host. The waning one cannot overcome the waxing one, and what is departing cannot overcome what is arriving. So in the 7th month, the great fire recedes westward, and metal gradually nurtures water. In the 1st month, Wood takes effect and water gradually fuels fire. Indeed, the cycle of yin and yang proceeds in stages, not all at once. If it happened instantly, it would be cut short. Just as a parent must pass away before a child can be born, can both exist at once? The process must unfold gradually, not abruptly. If crops were planted and instantly ripened, would that make sense? The two breaths of yin and yang endure eternally, and through the 4 seasons, all living things are accomplished. They proceed by continuity and gradual change. Only continuity can ensure unceasing movement. Only gradual change leaves no trace. Once yin exists, it must gather and condense, forming the moon. Once yang exists, it must radiate its essence, forming the sun. The moon's body is shadow, naturally pure yin without its own light. Its brightness is borrowed from the sun, an external light, not its own. Heaven and earth themselves have no day or night. When the sun rises, it becomes day. When the sun sets, it becomes night. The stars are always in the sky, but when the sun is out, their light is obscured. When the sun sets, they become visible. The ancients said that stars come from the sun. Yet if we examine more closely, stars do not rely on the sun's light to shine. In the year rendition of the Jiajing era, there was a total solar eclipse, and the sky was filled with stars. At that time, the sun itself had no light. How could it possibly give birth to the star's light? Water, when still, is gentle, yet when it moves, it grows forceful. Metal, when in motion, becomes soft, yet when it lies still, it is firm. Wood is pliant when it is alive, but becomes rigid in death. Fire is fierce when it is born, but gentle when it dies. Earth contains both fierceness and gentleness. It is neither purely one nor the other, so metal, wood, water and fire all draw upon it, each finding its centre. This is the total breath of heaven and earth. Exhaling pushes breath out from within, while inhaling draws breath in from outside. In the beginning, heaven exhales, the spring, and exhales to the limit, summer, so all things grow by that outflowing breath. Then heaven begins to inhale, the autumn, and completes that inhalation in winter, so all things return within by that inward drawing. Exhaling ascends with yang, which initiates growth. Inhaling descends with yin, which finalizes completion. The breath released is warm, giving spring and summer. The breath drawn in is cold, giving autumn and winter. One exhale and one inhale, since the dawn of creation to the time after chaos. If that single thread of breath is severed by a hair's breadth, all living things vanish, and heaven and earth perish. The myriad things arise from heaven and earth's excess, and if that breath ends, none can survive. The wind knows only how to blow. The rain knows only how to pour. The snow knows only how to freeze. The water knows only how to flow. The fire knows only how to burn. When there is not enough, they are stilled and hide their power. When there is too much, they run rampant, indulging their nature. Sudden collisions of these forces, like two armies clashing, end only when one side yields. That is why prolonged gloom places power in the rain, making it hard for sun or moon to shine. Prolonged drought places power in the wind, and clouds and rain cannot come. The same is true of water, fire, frost, and snow. Who controls these things? It is bright Yang that does so. And who governs yin and yang? We call it nature, or the self-so. The interplay of yin and yang has been forced into many far-fetched correspondences since the Han Confucians. They claimed certain disasters reflect certain political misdeeds, which is highly simplistic. Broadly speaking, harmonious energy brings good fortune, and violent energy brings calamity. Do good and blessings follow. Do evil and misfortune arrives. That is the way of things. Thus, the sage addresses only human affairs and follows the way to its limits. Whether heaven responds or not is not up to us. If one seeks a sign for every event, as with drum and echo, then even Yao and Shun would be troubled. Largely, the patterns of fate are sometimes fixed, sometimes incidental. Even heaven and earth cannot resist them, but comply instead. In drought, people pray for rain. In floods, they pray for relief. When comets appear, they offer sacrifices. In fire, they perform rites of cleansing. During eclipses, they practice rescue rituals. A person of virtue fears heaven's might and heeds heaven's warnings. Should prayers be answered at every turn, would the waxing and waning of sun and moon depend on whether we save them? In essence, whenever yin or yang grows too strong, it must run its course. When it reaches the limit, it will reverse. When yin and yang are at odds and break apart, then a lone yang soars high, and drought ensues with no end, until that extreme moment when yang begets yin, leading finally to rain. When yin and yang merge in a lingering embrace, the surging yin won't depart from yang, bringing endless rain, until that extreme moment when yin gives rise to yang, bringing clear skies. A single withered season does not swiftly become lush. A single lush season does not swiftly wither. When a couple or friends become estranged, they do not instantly reconcile. Once reconciled, they do not instantly break again. The natural way of heaven and earth, of all living things, and of human feelings follows this steady pattern. Events like stars falling, earthquakes, mountains collapsing, rains of blood, fires appearing, or rivers turning clear. These are but rare occurrences. Omens of good and ill may sometimes appear before they actually unfold, which is outside ordinary law. Therefore, when ministers ask the ruler to cultivate virtue, they should do so without threatening with omens. If one is frightened only by calamity, such fear might spur good deeds. But if a sign of good fortune appears, does that mean we have enough virtue and can abandon further efforts? Yet at times great virtue can indeed move heaven, and signs of calamity or blessing come swiftly. The mulberry and grain might wither one moment, and a comet vanish the next. Innocent prisoners might be released as rain falls in torrents, or a loyal heart be vindicated as the wind suddenly changes direction. Such events are recorded, though we cannot guarantee they always happen. The vital transformation of breath never stops for an instant. It is always advancing or receding. The breath that moves and animates all living things also never stops. It is always heading toward life or toward death. There is no standing still. Form arises from breath. If breath is never extinguished, neither heaven nor earth can perish. If heaven and earth do not perish, how can any of the myriad things perish? When the breath of creation is dense and rich, it feels heavy or turbid. When the breath of destruction appears, it feels clear and crisp. Creative breath is hesitant and lingering. Destructive breath is decisive and abrupt. Creative breath is broad and mild. Destructive breath is austere and chilling. Thus, in spring, there is the damp warmth that causes all to sprout. In summer, the steaming heat that fosters growth. In autumn, the stern chill that ushers life inward. In winter, the sealed cold that brings all to an end. With every inhale and exhale, there can be no surplus or deficiency. One cannot exhale twice in a row, nor inhale twice in a row, nor exhale without inhaling, nor inhale without exhaling. This is the natural balance of fullness and emptiness. Water has substance. It makes use of all things. Fire is purely breath. It takes all things as its form. Yet when both transform, they leave no trace. Water's nature is slow, but when it meets fire, it speeds up. Water's breath is fixed. Fire's breath is unfixed. Fire becomes firm if it meets something firm, and soft if it meets something soft, while water flows easily through the soft, but not through the hard. Yang cannot hide. Yin cannot reveal. The moment there is concealment, it is the yin within yang. The moment there is revelation, it is the yang within yin. Water fills what is empty. Fire can empty what is full. If heaven and earth were truly destroyed, then after their opening there must be chaos once more. So what would govern them? Yet, if heaven and earth can never be destroyed, chaos simply reverts to the open state. What governs them is the primordial breath. This primordial breath spans countless eons without being consumed. It is the ancestor of all transformations, of form and breath. Heaven and earth do not insist on ruling, but leave it to yin and yang. Yin and yang do not scheme, but leave it to the natural course. People of the world try to evade or beseech these forces and only weary themselves. The one means by which one might override the natural course is utter sincerity. Heaven and earth send out the breath of all things until there is nowhere it does not reach. Then gather it back until there is no place it does not return. When it should stop yet does not. It is either because its original breath is not enough, or because some external breath has intervened. From stillness, movement is born. When movement is exhausted, stillness returns. Altogether, stillness leads to birth. Birth leads to growth. Growth leads to decline. Decline leads back to rest. All living things are born of yin and yang, yet they also perish through yin and yang. Yin and yang themselves care nothing for the myriad things, but merely follow their own nature. The rain does not intend to water. Drought does not intend to scorch. The wind does not intend to topple. Thunder does not intend to strike. Yin and yang simply manifest their nature, and living things live or die by that. The Book of Changes says they are stirred by thunder and moistened by wind and rain, which expresses another principle. It speaks as though heaven has a mind that brings about creation. If heaven truly had a mind to create, then cold, heat, calamity, and blessings would be perfectly just, clearly revealing heaven's intentions. Heaven proceeds at a measured pace, so one full cycle of exhaling and inhaling spans 360 days. It follows a proper order, so warmth, heat, coolness and cold do not arrive abruptly all at once. It is supremely clear, so daylight is filled with brilliant radiance, and night with the moon and stars. It is supremely constant, cold or hot, morning or night. The cycle of birth, growth, harvest and storage endures through all ages, never striving for novelty. It is supremely inclusive, holding all things without feeling crowded. It is supremely silent, making all manifest without a single word. It is supremely subtle, distinguishing every shape and form without weariness. It is supremely thorough, leaving nothing out. It is supremely resolute, unmoved by storms of thunder or cries of sorrow below, never loathing their disturbances. It is supremely adaptable, nurturing each being according to its nature, never bound to a single pattern. It is supremely natural, following the final reach of yin, yang, destiny, and circumstance, without personal involvement. It is supremely enduring, never changing across the ages, desiring neither haste nor fearing where. It is supremely diligent, never pausing for a single moment. It is supremely perceptive. Through all time, no person or event can deceive it. It is supremely mature. Nothing is hidden once there is deficiency. It is supremely content. What is full must diminish, and what is excessive must settle. It is supremely compassionate. Rain, dew, frost, and snow all serve to bring about life. It is supremely upright. Throughout all cycles, it never fosters evil or tolerates wickedness. It is supremely fair, suppressing what is high and lifting what is low, viewing wealth and poverty, nobility and meanness with the same eye. It is supremely simple, untroubled by petty complications that make things difficult. It is supremely elegant and calm, ever azure without gaudy adornment. It is supremely quick and aware. Wherever sincere intent reaches, it responds. It is supremely humble, always allowing the 4 seasons' breaths to flow downward and meet. It is supremely grand, wielding authority over the 6 directions, yet claiming nothing for itself. It is supremely genuine, no trace of deceit or falsehood, no pretense. It is supremely faithful. Countless living things rely on it without doubt. Therefore, humans should take heaven as their model. People are born of heaven. Those who follow it thrive. Those who turn away perish. They lose it by turning from their own innate breath. Looking at the abundance of all things in late spring and summer, how much extravagance and display is found in creation. How much is expanded and expressed. How could the primordial breath not be diminished by such flourishing, or the hidden engine not be worn out? In time it becomes depleted to the point of blockage, reverting to chaos. Form is like the pouch of breath, and breath is like the thread that moves form. Without form, breath has nothing to anchor it for life. Without breath, form has no power to animate it. Form cannot go a moment without breath, yet without form, breath remains everlastingly in the universe. One must realize that thunder and lightning, frost and snow are all part of the grand harmony. Thick breath is turbid, thin breath is clear. Turbid breath is rich, clear breath is sparse. Turbid breath unifies, clear breath disperses. Turbid breath is warm, Clear breath is cold. Turbid breath is gentle. Clear breath is rigid. Turbid breath is yin. Clear breath is yang. Turbid breath is bountiful. Clear breath is frugal. Turbid breath is sweet. Clear breath is bitter. Turbid breath delights. Clear breath loathes. Turbid breath thrives. Clear breath withers. Turbid breath merges. Clear breath isolates. Turbid breath fosters life. Clear breath brings death. One yin and one yang is called the way. Two yins or two yangs is considered discordant. An excess of yin over yang, or yang over yin, is called imbalance. Having yin without yang, or yang without yin, is called solitary. One yin and one yang, these are the heaven and earth trigrams, neither mixed nor doubled, purely refined. This is the balanced breath of heaven and earth, the highest good. This is the way on which the Lord on high bestows his spirit, and the noble person receives it in the heart. To continue along, it is goodness. To achieve it is true nature. It admits no partiality or confusion, requiring no extraneous cultivation. This one yin and one yang belong in the person of the noble mind. Therefore, it is said, the noble way is seen as benevolence by the benevolent and as wisdom by the wise. But these are partial views. Many employ it daily without understanding, which is confusion. As for solitary breath, it deviates from common law. Solitary yin, if good, is as compassionate as a mother. If evil, it is as venomous as a viper. Solitary yang, if good, hates evil like an enemy. If evil, it is fierce and cruel like a tiger. The Master's discourse in this text is about the pure goodness of human nature, that which is close to the source. This differs slightly from the common saying that all natures are near alike. All things under heaven grow by degrees, thus they can form and endure. Long development is the sign of gradual progress, and long endurance is the fruit of that progress. Heaven and earth and all creatures cannot be instantaneous in their making. How much less so with humankind? Hence, realization can be sudden, but accomplishment cannot be sudden. No virtue surpasses that of earth. All things dwell on earth, and no wicked way can surpass what earth tolerates. She allows everything to be as it is without resentment, carrying all burdens of birth and life without weariness. Thus, the noble person follows earth in humility and finds the greatest happiness. When the sun stands at noon, or the moon is at its fullest, it lasts only the space of a single breath. Before that breath, noon and fullness have not arrived. After that breath, noon has passed, and fullness is gone. Those who look for the moment of perfect balance can see it even here. The balanced, harmonious breath upholds the fate of all living things. Thus, it fits them all. Partial excess breath brings prosperity or decline. Thus it suits some, but not others. Positions, ranks, reputations, long life, health, peace, contentment, ease, virtuous airs. These are the great measures by which heaven grants fortune to people. Often heaven bestows them lightly. Yet the one thing heaven withholds and does not give lightly is a renowned name. Those who do good receive blessings, and those who do evil suffer misfortune. One sees it fully proven in the granting of a name. The supreme sage receives a great name. Others who are worthy also gain a name that exactly matches their virtue, leaving not the slightest gap. The same holds true for evildoers. One may possess every other blessing, yet still bear an evil name. Or one may suffer every hardship, yet preserve a good name. Ji, Zhou, Yu, and Li, no matter how many filial or benevolent descendants they had, they could not alter the infamous names of these kings. This is how heaven subtly balances retribution. Heaven may give a person countless blessings, counting on that final measure, reputation, to confirm all. The world's adoration and reverence, or contempt and scorn, is itself a profound kind of fortune or disaster. By principle, heaven means what should naturally be so, punishing the guilty and supporting the virtuous, wielding an impartial sword. By fate, heaven means the natural course. It arises unbidden, comes uncalled, set at the time of one's birth. By numbers, heaven means what arrives by chance. All things coincide with their proper moments. There are 10 types of creative breath: central breath, pure breath, mixed breath, violent breath, imitative breath, grand breath, subtle breath, accumulated breath, changing breath, and constant breath. None is outside the 5 elements. Central breath balances and refines the 5 elements. When people receive it, they become sages like Yao, Shun, Yu, King Wen, King Zhou, or Confucius. When creatures receive it, they become phoenixes and the like. Pure breath arises from each element in its unsullied form. People who receive this become men like Bo Yi, Yi Yin, or Liu Xiaowei. Creatures that receive it become dragons or tigers. Mixed breath is the tangled interplay of the 5 elements. Violent breath is the coarsest and most malicious. Imitative breath borrows from the 5 elements. Grand breath is vast and formless. Subtle breath is delicate and drifting. Accumulated breath arises after long gathering and overflow. Changing breath appears through sudden encounters. Constant breath moves in a fixed flow. The myriad creatures each receive one kind of breath for their birth and follow that kind to form their own species. None can act freely. Only through learning can we transform the other 9 breaths to return to the central breath. Fire by nature rises upward. Water by nature flows downward. Wood by nature spreads forth. Metal by nature is firm and unyielding, and earth by nature is heavy and generous. In bringing life to all things, it is likewise so. If the grand harmony resides in me, then heaven and earth reside in me. In that case, wherever I act, all is well, and wherever I go, all is attainable. All 6 directions are set in motion by active breath, while somewhere in the depths of 9 layers below, a single seed of still breath lies dormant. Thus, what moves is on the path toward death, and what remains still opens the gate to life. Without stillness there is no birth, and without movement there is no death. Stillness constantly bestows, while movement does not return what it takes. It is movement that unleashes creation's life-giving power. And it is also movement that depletes that power. The sage keeps to stillness to preserve the original principle. The Taoist keeps to stillness to safeguard the original breath. All living things come forth as an overflow after fullness. They fold inward again, having spent themselves to the utmost. Heaven and earth exhale and inhale once each year, and all things follow along. At last, all creatures of heaven and earth return to the mother. Thus water, fire, metal, and wood all have their limits, but earth does not. Water, fire, metal, and wood all reach exhaustion of their breath in heaven, and their substance in earth. But earth cannot be exhausted, so the true breath has nowhere to return, and the true form has nowhere to hide. Through all ages it cannot be destroyed. If it could be destroyed, there would be no time for a new world to open. What we call chaos is simply the true breath and true form remaining undivided. When these forms and breaths blend, they create heaven and earth. When they separate, they produce the myriad things. If heaven intends to let a petty man's evil swell, it will grant all his desires. He, being such a man, fears only that his wickedness might not flourish, so he greedily accepts heaven's trap until he is ruined. Nature means letting things be. Should be means what is right. Must be means there is no choice. When yang rages unchecked, drought is inevitable. When drought persists too long, yin arises and rain follows. When yin shrouds the world too long, it must eventually give way to sunshine. This is what we call natural. Parents sit while children stand. Husbands lead while wives follow. Older brothers guide while younger brothers comply. This is what is right. The weak serve the strong. The poor serve the rich. The lowly serve the exalted. This is what must be. The heart is heaven. To deceive one's heart is to deceive heaven. To serve one's heart is to serve heaven. There is no need to look beyond the blue sky above. Heaven is undetermined destiny. Destiny is the determined heaven. Heaven is the fate of all things. Destiny is the heaven within each creature. Once destiny is set, fortune or disaster will follow it. Heaven cannot revoke it, nor does heaven intervene again. Heaven and earth and the myriad things are nothing but a single breath in gathering or scattering. There is no second entity. Form is what breath clings to and condenses into. Breath is what spurs form to move. Without breath, form cannot exist. Without form, breath cannot abide. Once heaven and earth generate living beings, each being holds its own heaven and earth. The heaven and earth of the world belong to the universe at large. The heaven and earth of the creature belong to that individual alone. Each person relies on their inborn breath to expand endlessly, often depleting their heaven-bestowed essence until it is nearly gone. Even then, heaven and earth do nothing. Each person's fortune or misfortune follows what they themselves create. Why blame heaven? We ourselves are a small heaven. Thus, in our daily actions, rising and resting, eating and drinking, at every moment we must regard ourselves as heaven. Zhu Xi said, "Heaven is principle." I say, principle is heaven. There is a heaven that exists in heaven itself, and there is a heaven that exists in humanity. The heaven that precedes heaven is the great ultimate. The heaven that comes after heaven is the duality of yin and yang, 5 elements. The heaven that precedes humanity is the original breath, with neither form nor reasoning. The heaven that comes after humanity is the blood and vital energy, with heart and mind. Someone asked, what was it like at the very beginning when heaven and earth were opened? I answered, it's not easy to describe. Then I pointed to a basin in my study courtyard, filled with water and sand, with a few broken shards of pottery and a scoop of various grains thrown in. I said, this is how it looks before chaos is divided. After 3 days, come see the creation of heaven and earth. After 3 days, the water had cleared, with the lighter particles floating. That is heaven opening in the hour of Zui. The heavier mud remained at the bottom. That is earth forming in the hour of Chou. Bits of pottery protruded in the middle. Those are the mountains. At this time, the grains began to sprout, and after a month or so, small insects swam about in the water. That is humankind, and all living things born in the hour of Yin. Observe how the bottom remains filled with water, like heaven encompassing earth. The shape of earth spreads from top to bottom, so mountains are sharp on top and broad below, like a heap of grain. As breath transforms more and more, the world grows more and more lavish. In time, it also grows more depleted, until all living things vanish and the vital engine lies dormant. Heaven and earth remain unbroken, yet at the end of the hour of high, we revert again to a chaotic state. Snow is not merely steam. If heaven's breath only ascended and earth's breath only descended, our world would dry out entirely. But yin and yang must intermingle to avoid destruction. So, in the chill of winter, leftover yin and nascent yang travel back and forth and coil together. Over a long time, with nowhere else to go, they freeze in the harsh cold into snow or hail. Its whiteness is the faint colour of clarity, the mother of water. If it is strong, it becomes snow. If it is weak, it becomes frost. Look at winter's damp ground beneath half a shingle or a broken brick. It often shows frost. This is where the yin breath gathers. If the soil is dry, frost will not form. Between heaven and earth, all is one grand steamer, heaven and earth. Regard the myriad things impartially, adding not a single hair of involvement. Though the world is vast, it can accommodate thousands upon thousands of people who practice forbearance, but not a single one who chooses to run amok. Heaven and earth truly operate as a single continuum. Light, pure breath becomes dew and frost. Dense, turbid breath becomes clouds and rain. In spring, rainfall is light because the steaming force is not yet strong. If spring rain is abundant, then it diminishes the heat of summer, and summer rain will be less. If summer rain is abundant, that means the steaming force was more than enough. In that case, there will be less rain in autumn. Such is the ordinary cycle. As for years with relentless flooding, they will often be followed by years of intense dryness, like settling an account over several years. In Sichuan, where the sky leaks, there is rain through all seasons. In Yunnan's highlands, drought persists most of the year. In the watery regions of Wu, the plum rains are especially heavy. Thus, across all directions, balances shift. Altogether, it remains a single yin-yang cycle. Its distributions are measured. If one region has a surplus, another will lack, while if each region has enough, that is the grand harmony. In such a year of grand harmony, all 9 provinces will prosper. Winter is like the night of all living things. It allows them to rest from their labours and restore their vitality. Once spring, summer, and autumn have each done their part. Without the nourishing rest of winter, all things would soon perish. Hence, the deeper the cold, the greater its compassion for living things. The more thorough the freeze, the deeper the withdrawal. The deeper the withdrawal, the stronger the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the more vigorous the renewal. It is like a person who sleeps well at night and wakes refreshed the next day. Therefore it is said, winter is where all living things return to life, the fortune of the world. Wherever the tide of power lies, not even heaven, earth, or the sages can defy it. When the tide arrives and someone tries to crush it, it may not necessarily break at once. When the tide fades and someone tries to retrieve it, it may not be regained. Yet sages often go against the tide and refuse to yield, for this is the nature of human affairs. The common people despise the old, yet enlightened rulers honour them. The world discards the foolish, yet the virtuous embrace them. The world is ashamed of poverty, yet lofty souls remain pure in it. The world dislikes a bland life, yet the wise savour its quietness. The world hates cold, yet reclusive people cherish it. The world belittles plainness, yet those who follow the way esteem it. Alas, it is difficult to speak with the people of this world. What ruins the world's teachings does not come from eunuchs in the palace, nor from farmers, artisans, or merchants. It does not come from officials or the marketplace, nor from unnamed figures. In ancient prosperous times, people had no demands beyond enough food and warmth. They had no strange desires beyond what was useful to them. They tended to their households without indulging the cravings of eyes and ears. Families kept no exotic goods. Individuals had no idle curiosities. Gems and jade lay unclaimed in the hills and fields, unrecognized for their value. Extra silk cocoons filled their boxes, yet they never thought of embroidery. When they happened to travel, they knew the difference between rich and poor by simple observation. When they first sat together, they understood the reasons for rise and decline. Farmers heard nothing beyond their mulberry groves and hemp fields. Scholars spoke of nothing beyond rights and justice. The duties of high officials involved earnest guidance rather than tedious paperwork. They knew the prestige of office, but not how hard it is to live as an ordinary person. They understood the worries of poverty, but not that wealth also breeds envy. They travelled at night without guards and journeyed far without provisions. When one did a favour for others, it was not to demonstrate one's virtue. And when one received a favour, there was no suspicion that the giver sought personal credit. Pleas and disputes were muddled but faint, like the breath of early spring. Perhaps it was the seed of all things in their budding stage. Oh, how we can imagine it! Before the time of Fuxi was one era of the world where governance was simply letting things take their course with no human meddling. The age of the 5 emperors was another era, where governance brought stability without disturbing the people. The 3 kings governed a different era, by making things upright and not allowing them to run rampant. After the Qin dynasty began, it was yet another era, where rule relied on force and ignorance, not on virtue. The world of today is essentially the same world as in the days of Yao and Shun. The common people of today are essentially the same common people as in the time of Yao and Shun. If our governance does not match that of ancient days, it is not the fault of nature's transformations. The end connects back to the beginning, and the greatest hardship links to new prosperity. The three sovereigns lived in a world of the way and virtue. The 5 emperors lived in a world of benevolence and righteousness. The 3 kings lived in a world of rights and propriety. The spring and autumn period was a world of power and might. The Warring States era was a world of cunning and skill. From the Han Dynasty onward, it became a world of profit and advantage. When scholars are clothed in finery and dine on delicacies, they drift into empty talk and strange theories, wasting their days while calling farmers and artisans crude and vulgar. When women apply heavy makeup and flowers in their hair, practicing seductive manners with idle hands and a taste for amusement, they scorn diligence and thrift as shameful. When officials delight in grand retinues and lavish ceremonies, bustling for worldly display, they label genuine teaching and nurturance as old-fashioned. The ways of the world have truly reached a heartbreaking state. The joy that kills people is also a kind of excess, and the sorrow that kills people is likewise an excess. When times are prosperous, people become muddled, lazy, extravagant, and unrestrained. Affairs are neglected, rules are loosened, customs grow showy, prideful, and arrogant. Before prosperity, it is like poling a boat upstream. During prosperity, it is like standing on top of a tall pole. After prosperity, it is like a cart rolling downhill. Thus, hardship can bring about prosperity, but prosperity inevitably leads back to hardship. That is why sages worry in good times, not in bad ones. It is easier to recover from hardship. It is hard to maintain prosperity. When the world declines, the lowly, the young, and those of humble status grow proud in spirit and recognize no authority. Children do not heed their parents. Wives do not heed their in-laws. The younger generation does not respect those who came before. Scholars and commoners do not acknowledge the authority of officials and teachers, and minor bureaucrats do not respect high ministers. Their eyes see no one above them, and their ambition rages. They are ashamed of following duty, yet dare to trample on others. Alas, when the world reaches such a state, chaos and destruction are inevitable. Standards and measures are what sages use to curb excess. False rights are not as good as genuine love and respect, yet true simplicity can be worse than false politeness. At least false politeness keeps things in order, while unrestrained simplicity often crosses the bounds. False politeness can turn into an insincere show of courtesy that floods everything, while unchecked simplicity can sweep away all laws and rights. The 7 sages and 8 nobles were the ultimate in disregard for formalities, and their entire generation acted like cattle and horses, so Jin fell to ruin because of it. In more recent times, scholars have revered this casual abandon, leaving everything loose and ungoverned. Alas, I do not know where it will lead. Worldly power that arrives all at once can be wielded suddenly, yet lacks a solid root. Power that grows gradually may be deep and hard to shake. Sudden power demands effort at its end, while gradual power demands effort from the start. The power of creation has limits, but human desires do not. Trying to satisfy limitless desires with limited resources leads inevitably to conflict. Thus, if everyone felt content, the world would have more than enough. The gifts of creation are fixed, but the human heart is unfixed. Using what is unfixed to shake what is fixed leads inevitably to ruin. So, if everyone kept to their proper place, the world would be at peace. Heaven and earth hold both true essences and superficial imitations. Just as there are phoenixes and bright omens, there are also weeds and chaff. There are false cresses that resemble true ones, wild oats that mimic real grain, wild beans that look like cultivated ones, and dye plants that resemble locust trees. People are no different, for many are born under a semblance of virtue rather than its true form. Within the 6 directions is a world bound by emotion, where all creatures are born and perish through feeling. The perfected have no emotion, the sages moderate emotion, gentlemen restrain emotion, and petty people indulge emotion. It is easy to change the customs of the common folk, but hard to change the ways of scholars. It is easy to change the ways of scholars, but hard to change the ways of officials. Once officials change their ways, the world is governed. In ancient times, when officials served, they worked on behalf of the people below. Nowadays, when officials serve, they work to please those above. In ancient times, being an official required uprightness. Today, it demands flattery and favoritism. Chivalrous natures are all fine qualities. If people were guided by sage teachings, they could become brilliant and admirable. Because the moral teachings of our time are muddled, and the laws and regulations have fallen away, such people end up with these flawed behaviors. Whose fault is that? In the end, this world belongs to the Confucian tradition. Even though the teachings of the 2 other schools are mixed in, the foundation of law, order, education, and custom still stems from the line of the 2 emperors and 3 kings. Even if 100 schools arise, as long as the hierarchy between lord and subject is clearly kept, the primordial energy is strong. It is like a chill that pierces the skin or a sore on the body. Troublesome, but not a fatal, illness. If not a single seed sprouted, then the 6 senses would not form their bonds. Why would we need to save all people and turn them into 3,000 arhats? If the 9 borders had no barbarians and the 4 seas had no tyrants, we would simply melt down all 5 types of weapons to cast 12 golden statues, sages and worthies. Confucius was formed by the 5 elements, and his nature was shaped by the 2 principles. Other sages gain more of one element than the others. Those who receive more metal become resolute and decisive. Those who receive more wood become simple and straightforward. Those who receive more fire become expansive and energetic. Those who receive more water become clear-sighted and adaptable. Those who receive more earth become calm and generous. Those who receive more yang become bright and open. And those who receive more yin become quiet and meticulous. Because each sage's temperament is limited by one element, even if they reach the highest perfection, they remain a sage with a particular bent. When these 7 individuals worked together, they often failed to agree in their tasks and rarely shared the same words. What they held in common were only the most fundamental principles and the crucial points. When Confucius and Yan Hui lived in poverty, it did not prevent them from extending benevolence over all beneath heaven. Why? Because the capacity to care for all the world was already within them, and they never forgot, even for a single day, their wish to give that benevolence to everyone. A sage does not fall prey to fixed temperament. A worthy person, if not deeply honest or forthright, will inevitably reveal traces of temperament. A sage does not carry local habits. A worthy person born in the land of Yan or Zhao grows ardent and bold, while one born in Wu or Yue becomes gentle and mild, thus absorbing the customs of that region. The nature of a true sage is simply to merge with principle, to embody the way. Such a person has no need to ponder. They go straight ahead, colliding with nothing, and by chance it perfectly matches the mean. By contrast, a sage in name often acts with great caution, following each rule, looking ahead and behind, trying to hold to the mean. Yet, if they relax slightly, they easily slip into excess or deficiency. Therefore, the aspiring sage never once lets their feelings run wild. A sage who is singular has reached the peak of one path. A sage who is complete has reached the wonders of all paths. How rare and sad that is! There are those of supreme attainment who possess a sage's achievement, but not a sage's wholeness, because their view remains restricted. What is most highly valued in the quality of firmness is the ability to overcome oneself, not to overpower others. Zilu could not overcome his own love of valor. In the end, he was subdued by that same trait and never became truly firm. Among Confucius's disciples, who was praised for genuine firmness? I believe it was the gentle and respectful Yan Hui. Second to him was the slow and earnest Zhengzi. As for the rest, we hear little of them in this regard. There is one great road that runs through the world, ancient and modern alike. It is called the Grand and Perfect Mean, naturally established by heaven and earth. Very few have ever travelled it. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, the Duke of Zhou, Confucius, Yanzheng, Zizi and Mencius. Others who recognized it, such as Zhou, Cheng, Zhang and Zhu, though they did not reach the end, nonetheless walked upon this same road. Measured against it, even Bo Yi, Yi Yin and Liu Hui are considered deviants, let alone the Buddhists, Taoists, Yang, Mo and the schools of Yin-Yang or numerology. If we are precise, Bo Yi, Yi Yin and Liu Hui walk alongside the road, while Buddhists and Taoists go on a slanting path, and the arts of yin-yang and numerology diverge into side trails. The root of all of them comes from the true road, but, with one wrong turn of thought, they left the proper way and strayed farther and farther. This is why people say that although their origins are not different, their first steps diverged. Why so? The Buddhist idea of emptiness differs from our tradition's tranquility that remains unmoved. The Taoist idea of non-action differs from our tradition's principle of practicing restraint while offering generosity. The Yangist idea of serving the self differs from our tradition's principle of upright quietude. Mosey's doctrine of universal love differs from our tradition's view that all things form one body. The yin-yang school diverges from our tradition's respectful observation of times and seasons, and the numerology school diverges from our tradition's belief that perfect sincerity leads to foresight. Thus, those who walk on the Great Road become, at times, like a Buddhist, a Taoist, a Yangist, a Moist, or a practitioner of yin-yang or numerology, absorbing the strong points of each. But those who take the side paths remain confined to their single school, losing the original intent of the sages. It is like using any one of the 5 flavors exclusively, which is unpalatable, or insisting on one season alone, which is impossible. There is nothing strange in the way of the sage. Once it becomes strange or extraordinary, we are dealing with a worthy person rather than a sage. In the Warring States period, cruelty was widespread and trickery abounded. Rulers cared only for methods to enrich and strengthen themselves. Ministers practiced only those policies that yielded power and profit. Amid those times, the purest and most upright spirit was concentrated in Mencius, so he viewed the age with fierce indignation and worried for the people with passionate concern. The posthumous name Qing Ren He Shi, by which Mencius was honoured, was decided in council with the 4 sages. The line, "He carried on the ways of Yao and Shun," modelling himself after King Wen and King Wu, following heaven's seasons above and earth's nature below, is Zixi's commendation of Confucius taught sages and worthies preserve in fullness the principle endowed by heaven. Immortals preserve in fullness the vital energy endowed by heaven. Yet even if they shed their mortal shell and ascend to the realm of immortals, they eventually die. Only their energy lingers. If one's nature and the way are perfected, sages and worthies also die, yet the principle they embody endures. Whether life is long or short, and whether one continues or passes away, depends on the thickness or thinness of one's disposition. Sages do not concern themselves with that. When a worthy person's words are compared with those of a sage, flaws inevitably appear. This is generally so. It is strange that narrow-minded scholars, upon hearing that some saying is attributed to a sage, rush to defend any of its shortcomings, stretching its meaning to justify it. But if they hear that something is said by a worthy person, they hasten to uncover its flaws and use severe interpretations to find fault. If someone then forges a passage, others blindly accept it, and so Yang Hu or Yu Meng lose their true selves, condemned as men who chase empty reputations. Therefore, a true scholar must recognize principle. Wherever it is found, even in the words of a madman, it is not different from the sages, and is a sage never subject to a momentary feeling, so that not everything he says becomes an unchanging rule. That cannot be. Yao and Shun achieved great works and possessed complete virtue, and Confucius praised them without limit. In the hearts of Yao and Shun, there must still have been some sense of lacking or dissatisfaction. The way is vast and cannot be fully contained, and the heart ever pursues what it cannot completely grasp. Circumstances cannot be forced, and even a sage's strength has its limits. How could they simply be at ease? So, although a sage is bound by circumstance and limited power, his heart extends beyond those constraints. The moment he feels content, he is no longer Yao or Shun. Yi Yin looked upon all people and saw none who were not pitiful. Bo Yi looked upon everyone and saw no one who was not deplorable. Luxia Hui saw that all people were worthy of fellowship. Confucius certainly possessed an expansive, heroic energy. The difference lies in how he used it. Mencius relied on these two words, vast energy, for his entire life. I once said, Mencius had an unbounded, soaring energy. Confucius possessed a deep, all-pervading energy. This all-pervading quality is the resting place for that vastness. That vastness is the expression of that all-pervading quality. It is regrettable that Mencius did not attain Confucius's deeper unity. The learning of the sage focuses on human affairs and talks about solid truths. There is a story that Yao tested Shun by giving him his two daughters, but that is not entirely believable. Let us set aside for now the legend that Shun's virtue was already famous and that the four peaks together recommended him. If a sage meets another sage, then the moment they meet, they can see the person's character clearly, and with a single conversation, they can know each other's heart. Why would a trial be necessary? Even if Yao, in his difficulty reading people, wished to test Shun, what if Shun had not been able to get along with Yao's two daughters? What then? Would Yao lightly treat his own flesh and blood and turn them into mere items of exchange? Impossible. Of all the accomplishments since ancient times, none are greater or more enduring than those of Confucius and Mencius. Though the age of harmony has not come, and the people of today do not yet benefit, we still rely on Confucius and Mencius to bring forth the spirit of Yao and Shun's legacy. Thus, the work of Yao and Shun lives on even now. The way of Yao, Shun, the Zhou kings, and Confucius is like a thoroughfare with 9 major routes, open in all directions. It is like the shining sun and moon that illuminate everywhere. Others who bring light inevitably bring some darkness too. Bo Yi, Yi Yin, and Luxia He grew dim in matters of purity and generosity. The Buddhists grow dim in stillness. The Taoists grow dim in their distant withdrawal. The Yangists grow dim in righteousness. The Mohists grow dim in benevolence. Guan and Shang grow dim in law. Their hearts cling to some single goal, like certain birds that always fly south, or a rooster that hates the night and loves the dawn. Such devotion can mould them into figures of their own school, yet they all remain partial. Yao, Shun, Yu, King Wen, the Duke of Zhou, and Confucius. These ancient sages had no trace of partiality. Still, each was endowed by the 5 elements in a different balance, so each had a distinct temperament. Yao received more magnanimous energy. Shun received more keen and brilliant energy. Yu had more disciplined and restrained energy. King Wen had gentler, more gracious energy. The Duke of Zhou had an energy inclined toward literary refinement. And Confucius had an energy of solemn dignity. Reading the classics and histories carefully will reveal these traits. If heaven had granted them such complete and harmonious primordial energy that none of the 4 seasons nor the 5 elements stained them, then all 6 sages would have shown exactly the same demeanour, differing not a hair's breadth. When reading, seek the mind and bearing of the sage, his temperament and feelings. Observe Confucius's manner in the Shangdang chapter, on his daily life, and note his 7 emotions. For instance, when Yan Hui refused to help Confucius carve a cow with a small blade, we see the joy in their exchange. Zilu playing, the zither, or acting as the master's emissary to his followers, and the matter of Zilu's encounter with Zhe and Ni reveal Confucius's anger, his deep mourning over the loss of Yan Hui, and his tears on finding the unicorn show his sorrow. When he responded to the question about his aspirations while his disciples attended him, or when he sang in harmony with others, we see his happiness. In his lament at the sight of the hen pheasant on the mountain bridge, we see his compassion. In his criticism of Zilu's glibness, or his reply to Zigong about what the noble man hates, we see his aversions. In his dreams of the Duke of Zhou, and his longing to move the capital to the east, we see his desires. In all these emotional outpourings, he always remained in perfect accord with the proper measure. When he refused the appointment to be chief of Fei County or was stopped from administering Changfu, we can observe how Minzi discussed those events entirely from a single standpoint, revealing a spirit of harmony and candour. His way of dealing with people and affairs shows how gentle yet firm he was. This is an excellent model for engaging with others. The sage's genius lies in subtly guiding people without their noticing. Those below the level of a sage reveal themselves with edges and corners, using voice and expression forcefully, so their efforts seem panicked and conspicuous. Someone asked, Confucius and Mencius travelled everywhere, trying to put their way into practice. Was it because they felt an itch to display their talents? The answer: the sages knew their measure well. Born into this world, they carried the way of the kings of 100 generations, and they had the power to transform heaven and earth. Yet to remain idle in their own homes felt too self-satisfied, so they journeyed across the land, seeking a ruler who might welcome their teachings. Finding no success in any state, they still thought of the 9 Yi tribes or the distant seas, even considered going to Gongshan Fuji. It is not that Confucius truly wanted to roam so far. Rather, he saw that the way he upheld had the power to resurrect a dying world, and people were on the brink of ruin, longing to live. He could not stand idly by as a child fell into a well while he was standing near it, knowing exactly how to save them. When Cheng Mingdao answered Wang Anxi, he managed to make Wang feel regret. When Cheng Yichuan answered Su Ziyu, it sparked the 3 factions' dispute. From this, we can see what each brother attained. Never assume you are a special kind of person existing apart from society, and never show off the flaws of the world. Even a sage is simply like the rest of us. If he makes people feel otherwise, he is not a sage. A true man never behaves spinelessly. That is the mark of a real hero. But someone who can be gentle without losing the spirit of courage is the greatest hero of all. This is the difference between a worthy person and a sage. A sage has no fixed identity in handling all things, no fixed method, no fixed view, no fixed code. That is why we say he acts freely according to his heart's desire. A worthy person, however, stands by a set of rules. He shapes his life and conducts himself with definite standards. A sage's private letters could be read by the whole world. His secrets could be revealed to everyone. His casual words could be overheard by all. In a darkened chamber, he could allow himself to be observed by anyone. He has nothing to hide. When a sage loves to inquire and investigate, he does not include a single shred of his own ego. That is called the ability to forget. When weighing both sides of an issue, he does not bring personal bias. That is called the ability to be steadfast. When he wants to share what he has discovered, he does so without regard for self or others. That is called the ability to transform. Beyond having no faults, there is no separate realm for being a sage. Beyond having no flaws, there is no separate realm for being a good person. Yet those with some measure of wisdom often seek novelty beyond mere faultlessness, and that becomes the enemy of the way. When love accumulates to a certain point, not even the worst provocation can make one angry. This is because one is already accustomed to love. When hatred accumulates, not even the deepest appeal can turn one back, because that heart has grown numb to malice. Only the sage's emotions never grow rigid. A sage's contribution to heaven and earth lies in human affairs alone. In exhausting human effort, they never speak of destiny, not because they fail to realize they cannot overpower heaven, but because this is the natural course. Success or failure is not their concern. Someone asked, "Those who call themselves mad often mention the ancient sages, yet their deeds do not match their words. Is this not like guiding action by words alone? Why did Confucius admire them?" The reply: their character is worlds apart from those who merely pay lip service. Compare it to archery. Placing a target at 100 paces, then releasing 9 arrows in succession that all meet the mark, is the skill of a master archer like Yang Yuji. A weak man still tries to aim at that mark when he first draws the bow, but upon releasing the arrow, it travels less than 10 paces. Though it fails, at least he had the aspiration. Who can say that day after day, drawing the bow at sunrise and loosing arrows by moonlight, he might not reach the skill of Yang Yuji in old age? That is why students treasure their will. The sage treasures that will. As for the person who is merely cautious, who says 1 foot and walks 1 foot, or sees an inch and clings to that inch, Confucius considered him second best, for he stands firmly by what he can manage, but lacks broader aspiration. Yet nowadays many are content with the ordinary and dislike those who strive fervently. They use the excuse of deeds not matching words to discourage them. Or worse, they claim that words are right while deeds are wrong, condemning them. They do not realize that no one becomes a sage overnight, and those who aspire to sagehood cannot do so in a single day. Without the will, how can one take even half a step? If someone says nothing and just acts, that is the highest wisdom. But for anyone below that level, we need to discuss matters, learn broadly, question thoroughly, reason clearly, and spur each other onward. That inevitably requires words. If a person's speech and behavior go in opposite directions, with words that praise ancient times, but a heart that belongs to a declining age, how can he be compared to the mad ones who truly aim for the heights? A noble man shapes himself by a certain code of conduct. That is how the way is upheld. Yet from Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, the Duke of Zhou, and Confucius until now, there is only one true code, like a single set of laws binding all ages. If each house makes its own laws, or each person sets his own rules, we get the codes of Bo Yi, Yi Yin, or Luxia Hui. Fine for them, but only partial. Thus, those who abide by the way are sages of the golden mean, while those who abide by their personal temperament are sages of a single bias. Both sage and commoner adapt to circumstances, but a sage's adaptation comes from a vast, open heart, so what he says matches what is right, the way an echo resonates perfectly. What he does likewise fits what should be done, as naturally as going to the palace when summoned. The ordinary person adapts from a place of impulse, so words and deeds seldom align with principle. A noble man, on the other hand, often cannot respond immediately as a sage does, and dares not simply follow impulse. He thinks before he speaks, and even then he fears blame. He plans before he acts, and even then he fears regret. So some say, look how people nowadays move so freely in each situation. Could they be sages? How sad indeed! A sage is just like anyone else, only he fulfills the full measure of human truth. The difference is that ordinary people separate themselves from the sage. Heaven's way is to treat what is not fixed as constant, to do what is done by not doing. The sage's way is to use no mind as his mind, to treat no affair as his affair. All things seek to thrive in their own way. Only a sage's heart seeks to help all things thrive, and in so doing finds his own fulfillment. It is very difficult to become a fully realized person of the universe. From the moment one is born until the end of life, it is even more difficult never to reveal a flaw. Likely through all time there have been very few. Most sages were half finished at first, with flaws they then worked to mend. Only in the later years did they become truly whole. This is what it means to restore one's original face bestowed by heaven. Thus, it is said that Tang and Wu returned to it. If they had to return, then before returning they had many deficiencies. If people today commit a wrong and then give up on themselves, believing they can never re-enter the realm of sages, they misunderstand. Even thieves can turn from evil to good. Why should having made a mistake bar someone from improvement? We must see what a person becomes in the end. Everything before that can be forgiven. When a sage adjusts and balances the world, it is like moderating qi and blood in the body. He reduces what is excessive without overly strengthening it, and supports what is weak without encouraging it to extremes, always seeking equilibrium. If there is imbalance, there is partiality, and partiality leads to sickness. Serious partiality leads to great sickness. Mild partiality leads to mild sickness. The sage cannot endure any imbalance, even if he wanted to. A sage is entirely free of the four obstacles, so not even the slightest dust can find a place to cling. Nor can the myriad principles find an opening to exert themselves. As it is said, he flows with all things without being entangled. Within a sage's breast, all principles merge into a single wholeness. In stillness, it is like a scale hanging in perfect balance. Once touched, it flows like a rushing river. There is no moment when a sudden kind thought appears of its own accord. Such sudden kindness arises only if the heart is not purely good. Hence, for ordinary people, there is talk of quiet hours at dawn. But for a sage, the mind is always clear and bright like the quiet dawn, so not a single burst of unprompted thought appears. With laws and decrees, you can make clay statues run at your command. With benevolence and grace, you can make dead wood sprout new buds. With moral influence, you can make birds and beasts submit. With spiritual power, you can stir ghosts and gods. I would think such a person must be a sage. A sage does not force people toward what is too difficult. He merely awakens a spark of natural willingness. A sage who participates in creation and nurtures life is like a living embodiment of heaven, though dwelling among humankind. I often call such a one a human heaven. Confucius is simply a man who attained total coherence. Beyond that coherence, there is no additional Confucius. A sage does not bend to the times. He does not follow the customs. He does not follow his own disposition. When a sage brings peace to the world, he does not level mountains or fill the seas. He gives back each inch of height if it is too high, and restores each inch of depth if it is too low. The sage is called spiritual because he cannot be fully known. Yet that unknowable aspect is the source of all that can be known. Without the unknowable, the knowable cannot appear. But if there is nothing knowable, then what could the unknowable attach to? It is because of conscious awareness that people generate so many entanglements and suffer so many troubles. Blossoms and flying, willow fluff also face life and death, yet they simply drift and let things be. Some might ask, should the sage's learning be like that? The answer, wealth or poverty, long life or early death, favour or disgrace, the sage experiences them just like falling petals or drifting seeds. Though he has awareness, his heart does not suffer because of it. There is not a speck of unease in a sage's heart. If he examines himself and finds no fault, then he feels neither worry nor fear. Even if external troubles arise, he does not complain or blame. The only thing that ever weighs on his mind is reverence for heavens, mandate and sorrow for those in hardship. A sage is always in a state of settled calm and thoughtful composure, never leaving it for a single instant. Someone asked, what if joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness arise? The reply, whether I feel joy or anger or sorrow or happiness, I remain in a state of calm reflection. Nothing in my heart gains or loses the slightest bit. Someone once told me that my facial features indicated great fortune, pointing out every place on my face. I said, this is not what concerns me. If you read my face, you should see that my heart wishes to contain all the principles of the world. My shoulders wish to bear all the tasks of the world. My feet wish to tread firmly on every matter under heaven. Even if that brings no fortune, why worry? Otherwise, I would feel ashamed of my own face. Things that go into other things may stain them. Things that allow the outside in can be stained by them. Only the sage neither enters nor is entered. Because the sage cannot be entered, he can penetrate everywhere. Because he does not enter into things, nothing can break from him either. People never say, I must or must not, when it comes to eating and dressing, and they simply do it. Yet with the 5 constant virtues and the 100 right actions, they say it must be done, and cannot be neglected, and then fail to do it at all. Confucius did not dare to follow his own feelings freely until he was 70. Yet most people spend their whole lives doing nothing but following their feelings. How can that be good? The study of sagehood is about being ever vigilant, restraining that impulse to follow one's whims. If not by careful mindfulness and caution, then by anxiety and diligence. One must guard against that tendency to give free rein to oneself. Do the sages never find joy? Yes, but their joy lies in heaven's will. The common person's joy differs from that. If letting oneself go never departed from the way, then the sage's nature would be no different from anyone else's. Why, then be so wary? It is because once you let yourself go, it may not align with the way, like the sun shining on every form, a mirror reflecting every shape, or the wind blowing across every pipe, or how measures gauge weight and length. So does the sage respond to the myriad things. He lets them be as they are, not adding or subtracting a fraction. Hence, every reaction is balanced, every response free. If he rejoices, it is the joy of heaven. If he grows angry, it is the anger of heaven. Yet his mind remains heaven itself, unchanged by shifting sentiments. Even in the swirl of countless changes, his mind remains heaven as ever. There is no greater happiness than having nothing in one's life to conceal. Although Yao and Shun were born knowing and found ease in practice, Yao and Shun still had their own diligence. One's learning may be incredibly keen, so that hundreds cannot match it, making it seem like no effort is needed. Zhu Wengong said that the sage is born knowing and acts with ease, without gradual accumulation. But even a sage must have his own form of accumulated practice, which is beyond what we scholars can fully fathom. A sage does not feign. A sage has nothing hidden in darkness. Mencius said if King Wen had taken the state of Yan and the people were unhappy, then he should not take it. This might not perfectly capture King Wen's own mind, but it clearly recognizes the situation of the time. King Wen did not seek to profit the world by conquering it, nor did he avoid wealth and status out of fear. He simply obeyed heaven's decree of giving or taking, listened to the people's hearts, and did not impose himself. In that era, if he controlled only 2/3 of the land, then even King Wu could not act. If he controlled all 3/3, then even King Wen could not remain passive. The Zhuo poem says, "Nurture it in the hidden times. When the time is bright, great tasks are done." The will of heaven and the hearts of men cannot be forced. The roots of the Shang were deep and solid, so only when they had completely lost heaven's favour and the people's support could they be overthrown. Meanwhile, Zhou had to accumulate benevolence and build merit, gathering heaven's favour and the people's support to its fullest. Only then were victory or defeat cleanly decided, like a melon that falls when fully ripe, or a chestnut that drops from its husk, requiring no strength to pick. If we imagine King Wen acting while the Shang still had some support, that would have tarnished his pure virtue. And if King Wen accepted the rebellious territory, while Shang's King Zhou demanded its return, even if King Wen's cause was just, he would lack an excuse. King Wen's brilliance and humanity were such that they reached profound refinement, which is why he is called grand and wise. Even when the time arrived for King Wu to make his move, he still endured further years of Shang's decline, gaining more of the people's support. The oath at Mu and the victory over Shang required huge efforts, while appeasing the various groups demanded much anxious care. In fact, by that time, it was like peeling off a hard shell or plucking unripe fruit. But if King Wen had still been present, he might not have acted as King Wu did. Perhaps he would have yielded the territory or taken refuge in the south, calmly observing whether the people's hearts turned to him or not. If they turned to him, he would not refuse their trust. If not, he would not compel them. He would accept all outcomes with a peaceful mind. That is the highest virtue of King Wen. If he had simply received those 2 parts of the land, his perfection would have diminished. Worse, if King Zhou had attacked him for harbouring rebels, and King Wen could not defeat him, how would he respond? Even a person vastly beneath King Wen would not carelessly accept territory that defected from another. This shows that King Wen's benevolence was fully matured and his wisdom perfectly refined, granting him the title of luminous in virtue. There is a legend that Tang offered himself in sacrifice at the mulberry grove to end the drought. But this must be the invention of some historian. According to the records, in Tang's 18th year there was a drought, and only in the 23rd year did he pray in the mulberry grove and reflect on 6 faults, after which heaven sent rain. That implies the drought lasted 7 years. In reality, if farmland faces winter drought, it cannot endure even 3 months. In summer, it cannot endure 10 days. If Tang had waited 7 years to pray, the people would have been wiped out long before. Furthermore, if Tang truly tried to sacrifice himself, yet the rain did not fall, would he then kill himself, thereby abandoning his people? Or not kill himself, thereby trying to coerce heaven? His single life could only be offered once. It is clear that each year of drought he must have prayed. Sometimes the prayers worked, sometimes not. The 6 faults were Tang's admission of responsibility in one instance, and the historian only recorded that particular episode. Offering a human sacrifice is wholly impossible. Bo Yi, seeing a man's cap worn crookedly, simply walked away in disapproval instead of urging him to set it straight. Liu Xiahui, seeing a person bare-chested and half-naked, stayed at his side without telling him to cover up. Hence the saying, do not be as extreme as Bo Yi, or as permissive as Liu Xiahui. This is the treasure a noble man retains for later generations. The undispersed essence of the 5 emperors and 3 kings was all poured into Confucius, and what remained produced Yan Hui, Zhengzi, and others down to Zisi and Mencius. After that, it is as though heaven and earth's purest energy was used up. Thus, in the spring and autumn and warring states eras, those rulers and ministers were indeed unworthy. And after these eras, no new sage emerged. Yet we still possess some fraction of Confucius, Mencius, and their followers' essence that was never fully released. Juzi said, "Can one learn to be a sage? Yes, by having no desires." I say a sage cannot be entirely free of desire, for among the 7 emotions is a place for desire. Confucius said, "If I wish to stand, I help others stand. If I wish to succeed, I help others succeed." Mencius said, "The noble man desires expansive lands and a thriving population. Heavenly desires cannot be absent, but human desires cannot remain. Heavenly desires are selfless. Human desires are selfish." Juzi's phrase, "a sage has no desire," might be better phrased as, "a sage has no selfish desire." This is how the three teachings differ. A sage has no opinions of his own. To forget emotions while facing circumstances still divides self from the world. A sage may enter the dust without being stained, for in that state the world and self become one. Utterly untainted, entering water without drowning, entering fire without burning, belongs only to the highest sage. If the dust is subjugated to serve me, transforming into one with me, that leads to true oneness with heaven. The sage's learning is ultimately a matter of people mastering fate. A sage's private interest is in fact public. The public interest of the ordinary person is in fact private. A sage does not need the morning's pure energy. Wearing brocade and adding a plain cloth over it is something students do to show restraint. A sage has no need for such affectation. A true king need not rely on heaven, but relies on himself. Once I am aligned with heaven, heaven will naturally follow. A sage who is born knowing does not need to improve. Only when learning reaches the level of Confucius can one be called fully realized. Beyond such realization, there is no further learning. A sage continually measures himself as not up to others, so that in the whole world there is no one greater. This is not false modesty. Under the wide sky, among countless people, surely there are some who outstrip the sage in a single talent or skill. The sage cannot do everything perfectly. He may still have a small gap. Others may have a unique excellence. The sage welcomes that excellence to fill what he lacks, constantly feeling a slight insufficiency and tirelessly seeking to learn from others. Because of this, no one in all the world ever equals him. A sage does not show difficult practices to others. He only performs what can be understood and followed by all people across all ages. It is not that the sage belittles himself to accommodate others. He simply cannot do what is impossible for the human heart to grasp, nor speak of what cannot be known. The way itself is like this, easy to know and easy to follow. Character assessment. When someone cannot remain clear-headed while alone, nor when suddenly confronted with unexpected events, nor when tired and weary, nor in moments of haste, nor in sudden alarm or worry, nor when facing a grave responsibility on their own, then if one can still see everything without confusion in all these circumstances, I would regard them as a sage. All that a sage accomplishes arises from virtue. All that a worthy person accomplishes arises from character. All that most people accomplish arises from convention. All that a petty person accomplishes arises from selfish desire. Han scholars blended Confucianism with Taoist ideas, while Song scholars narrowed the way. The Song scholars had their particular scope. If students wish to enter the way, it is best not to let the Song school's framework dominate one's mind. Simply read the 6 classics and 4 books, savor them over time, and your inner world will naturally become different. If you must study the Song scholars, begin with Zhou Liangxi and Cheng Ming Dao. There is one kind of person who is difficult both to please and to serve, simply because they are narrow-minded. Yet such a person may still be a gentleman. Another kind of person is easy to please and easy to serve merely because they are greedy and weak. This kind is but a petty person. To be recommended by a petty person is a disgrace. To be cast aside by a gentleman is a shame. When a petty person harbours a twisted mind, They then develop twisted insights. With these twisted insights, they then produce twisted arguments. With these twisted arguments, they draw in twisted friends, and altogether they commit twisted deeds. In their arguments, they selectively quote and patch things together until they can claim an entire doctrine of their own. If opposed, they shuffle and dodge in a slippery way that can indeed be dismantled, yet proves hard to pin down. In their actions, they attack goodness by borrowing the guise of goodness, and support evil by hiding its faults. They excel at fence-sitting tactics. If you strike at them, their pretenses entangle everything, making it impossible to cut them off. This is the most extreme kind of petty person, one who borrows a gentleman's reputation. These people borrow the name of gentlemen to fulfill their private aims. They are the ones who bring down nations and ruin families. Blatant petty people, or rough, unruly petty people, are not so hateful. It is far more dangerous when one appears gentle on the surface, yet harbours hidden malice, showing unpredictable transformations, weaving together all sorts of deceptions. In broad daylight, black and white are distinct, for everyone can see them clearly. But in a dark room on a moonless night, all manner of ambush can hide, and myriad shapes can be confused for one another. Hence, the difference between the open and the hidden, or the bright and the dark. The ancient principle of promoting the worthy and dismissing the unworthy in Emperor Yu's court might come from understanding this very distinction. Someone rich in moral virtue does not boast of their achievements. If one still boasts of achievements, one's virtue is insufficient. One who has profound inward realization does not boast of what they have seen and heard. If one still takes pride in knowledge, that realization is incomplete. Showing off literary or artistic skill arises mostly from a superficial mind. Flaunting one's wealth is a mark of a shallow outlook. Both types are pitiable, yet the one who revels in wealth and power is even further from deserving the title of a true man. They put on an exaggerated show like a dim-witted oaf brandishing pomp, which makes any true gentleman feel nauseated. Yet they themselves remain smugly satisfied. What could be more contemptible? A true gentleman living in worldly dust frees themselves from its restraints, never becoming shackled. They remain untarnished by worldly defilement. This is known as a heaven-sent hero among humans. Those who conceal their name and distance themselves from profit, but work tirelessly day and night in genuine practice, are sages. Those who cultivate themselves for reputation or spur themselves on for gain, yet still strive day and night in genuine practice, are worthy people. Those who neither seek reputation nor chase profit, but in their heart are muddled, in their will are lethargic, letting their virtue decay and their pursuits drift away, are the multitude. Those who flaunt a false name and fish for real profit, while harbouring cunning in their hearts and secretly living like birds or beasts are thieves. There is a distinction between conventional decorum and ritual propriety, and between being worldly wise and being freely open. A gentleman is worldly wise within the boundaries of ritual, while a poetic or eccentric soul lives freely beyond conventional rules. It is laughable that people with no discernment so often measure a person's worth solely by small details in conduct. People of outstanding ability act but do not boast. Those of middling ability always show their actions. Those of lesser ability do nothing at all. if one's mind is fair and peaceful, one's conduct sincere and upright, one's words unburdened and forthright, and one's writing clear and direct, that person must be a gentleman. If one's mind is murky and cunning, one's behaviour secretive, one's words elusive, and one's writing obscure, that person is likewise easily recognized. Having faults does not prevent someone from being a gentleman. Having no faults that can be pointed out, if real, then they are sages. If fake, they are great villains. Otherwise, they are either those who flatter the world or petty people who deceive it. When indulging in desires tastes like sweet fat, yet finding the way tastes like wax, that is the extreme of folly. Some people have such cultivated hearts that their thoughts remain exquisitely careful. So even if they must respond quickly, they keep an unhurried composure, never acting rashly. A mind prone to coarseness shows where one's study falls short. Men of action are often dismissed by those who pride themselves on purity and emptiness. They do not realize that Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Gao Yao, Kui, Ji, and Xie were also men of deeds. Were they merely vacant or airy? People who enjoy a comfortable life, dabble in refined verse, and talk about abstruse theories often label those who work diligently at governing as common functionaries, and those who labour in farming and weaving as vulgar folk. They are decadent citizens of a decaying age. There were none such in the days of Yao and Shun. When judging others, we can summarize by 5 ranks: high, upright, mixed, mediocre, and low. Those who act alone with unique insight are high. They are in the ranks of the wise and worthy. Those who maintain the mean and hold firmly to it are upright, in the tradition of sages and worthies. Those who have both strengths and faults are mixed, and can be encouraged or corrected. Those who lack any particular virtues or flaws are mediocre and useless to the world. Those who are crooked or deceitful are low, and must be treated with utmost caution. A patty person's sudden surge of bravery may let him do a gentlemanly deed at times, or a single moment's rash impulse may let him steal a gentleman's reputation. Some begin with sincere determination, but gradually yield their moral fortitude, able to stand tall in danger, yet undone by comfort, losing all they once lived for. This all comes from a failure to nurture themselves continually. But those who pursue the sage's learning keep it consistent until death, never leaving any gap for contradiction. A sense of righteousness with no real foundation is like a drunk, man brawling, fierce in his cups but listless when sober. Knowledge lacking solid learning is like a cook who only tends the fire. Though it looks bright in front, there is nothing illuminating behind or around. Yet the ignorant may praise such a fleeting display and partial excellence, beating their chests in admiration, believing it wholeheartedly for life. Alas, how hard it is to explain the truth. The benevolent person inevitably tries to investigate all wrongdoing. The unbenevolent rejoice upon hearing of others' wrongdoing, taking pleasure in discussing it. Shallow people accept rumors of wrongdoing with utter conviction. Only a mature person knows how easily someone's reputation can be smeared, and how those who do evil often love to frame the innocent. Therefore, they examine not only the person accused, but also the accuser's motives, as well as the circumstances leading to the accusation. They patiently observe and discern the truth. If that person is in office, they trust them without suspicion. If that person is not in office, they recommend them without a second thought. And if they are truly guilty as charged, then one strives to redeem or rescue them with all one's strength. Alas, this way has been unclear for so long. The partisans, who were persecuted in the ancient disasters of the party prohibitions, were merely narrow-minded and shallow. Living in a corrupt era while keeping themselves pure was like the muddy way meeting the clear Jing. They are different without needing to proclaim it. A better course would be to stand by the seashore and wait for the world to become pure, instead of flaunting one's own purity, exalting one's righteousness, full of self-satisfaction, looking down on the world and trampling upon it, mocking and reviling those in power by likening them to dogs or pigs. This made those in power all the more fearful, so they flattered and appeased the partisans, who grew even more arrogant. Thus, wrath was provoked, the venom of power was unleashed, and one morning brought ruin and slaughter. Their deaths were hardly regrettable. The book of poetry speaks of clear wisdom preserving oneself, and Confucius spoke of silent tolerance and breadth, thus avoiding criminal punishment. It is not about displaying upright pride and treating the cauldrons boiling, oil as sweet syrup. Shen and Chen, both wrongly executed, were slightly better than those who defiled our tradition. Yet they, along with the proud Zhu Jun, were traitors to our cause, only marginally better than those who wallowed in filth. As for Zhang Jian, he only made Li Ying and Fan Pang's errors worse, and he deserved to be punished. Asked, "What do you think of Yan Ziling?" I reply, in a time of abundant wealth and success, we cannot do without such lofty figures. Yet we should not raise friendship above the relationship of ruler and subject. The 5 ministers who served Shun were first colleagues and friends with him. Today they might stand as equals, yet tomorrow they might bow as his ministers. What harm is there in that to the sage's virtue? If one truly possesses talents to serve the age and cherishes aspirations to save the world, then to practice the way fully and bring about prosperity is precisely what one hopes for. There would be no question who was sovereign or subject, for the entire realm would belong to all. But if one wishes to distance oneself and live in seclusion, one can hide anywhere. Even if one does not see Emperor Guangwu at all, that would work. But once having seen him, continuing to treat the emperor as an equal friend, even going so far as to rest one's feet on his abdomen, seems at odds with reason. Though Emperor Guangwu is undoubtedly magnanimous, is such behavior truly proper? When encountering the worthy, some people intentionally shield them from blame. So even if the worthy do err, they will try to interpret everything favorably. When they encounter an unworthy person, they deliberately search out faults so that even any minor merit is ignored. Scholars since the Song Dynasty have usually gone astray in this manner, seeing only the good in what they already love, and seeing only the bad in what they already hate. They do not realize that a person might also have virtues they have missed, or flaws they do not recognize. Only the sage, whose heart is impartial and calm, avoids such bias. A reserved scholar is deep and steady. A scholar who can bear heavy responsibilities is broad and weighty. A scholar who can adeptly turn situations around is versatile and resourceful. A scholar who can save the world is sharp and perceptive. Anyone else, even clever or erudite, is still an ordinary talent and cannot compare. A gentleman's relationship should not become too heated. A petty person's relationship should not become too close. Both extremes lead to misfortune, and their harm is equal. A sage can grasp principle, yet cannot guarantee power. Right and wrong lie in principle. Success and failure lie in circumstance. When circumstances make something impossible, yet one does it anyway, it must be because of principle alone. Understanding this, we can compare the three Worthies to the 5 ministers in terms of their accomplishments, and Confucius can be measured alongside Yao and Shun in terms of governance. Those who have never been tested by fire may all seem like pure gold, and those who have never been tested by circumstances may all seem perfect. Only the sage can meet any test without fail. Everyone below the sage has some shortcoming that testing can reveal. From the 3 dynasties onward, did people differ so greatly? If the test does not happen to strike one's weak point, one's reputation will remain intact until the coffin is sealed. But if one is tested at the wrong place, one cannot avoid stumbling. Hence, whether tested or not, one cannot simply determine someone's character by success or failure alone. Yet a true gentleman sees people without relying on tests and can correctly appraise their ultimate worth in life, not off by a hair. That is because their mind is illuminated by a vision beyond worldly eyes. When the world descends into a downward current, though one knows it must change, one is still shackled by the fact that everyone else does the same and dares not act. When a righteous deed must be done, yet one sees that no one else is doing it, one dares not act alone. That is the behavior of the common man. It is like a child holding a treat who dares not eat it until the mother has tasted it first, not knowing if it is edible. Even if they do know, they still behave as common folk, following the crowd. It is shameful indeed. Only a hero or a champion dares to break with custom and follow the way, known as the man who stands alone in returning to truth. To the mediocre or the cleverly self-serving, that person seems to be making trouble or seeking novelty. We must have a bit of earthiness, but we must not be haughty. The spirit of a true scholar lies in recognizing the boundaries between oneself and others and holding fast to the righteous path without bending. Arrogance is the sign of someone who is ignorant of ranks, always aiming too high and refusing to remain in their proper station. Observers often mistake a gentleman's uprightness for pride, just as one's self-awareness may mistake arrogance for a virtuous spirit. This is pitiable indeed. Only those who truly possess a scholar's spirit can humble themselves. Those who care only about winning favor in the darkness may not even be noticed. To take on great undertakings, one must be deeply wise and steadfast in courage, with a calm spirit and measured energy, keeping some things unsaid until the right moment. One must speak only when words will be correct, and act only when actions will succeed. One should not carelessly display talents or attempt success rashly. This is true ability, though few recognize it. Nowadays, we mostly see 2 kinds of people: those who are loud and restless, and those who sneer at them. The discerning observer merely laughs at both. No matter what kind of group it may be, there will always be gentlemen among them, and in any group there will be petty people as well. Today, people tend to rank one's character primarily by official position, putting moral uprightness second. Yet consider a servant or a beggar who accomplishes an act of loyalty, filial piety, integrity, or righteousness, establishing a model for heaven and earth. I should bow and take that person as my teacher, even if they are the lowliest in status. Meanwhile, we might see many officials of high rank who should bow before that humble man. In such cases, how do wealth and power compare to loyalty, filial piety, integrity, or righteousness? They are as Mount Tai is to a feather. Hence, we cannot look down upon any common man or woman. Likewise, a poor scholar should not belittle themselves. From the standpoint of worldly rank, even a gatekeeper might have authority over someone. But from the standpoint of innate humanity, Yao and Shun could share the same hall with a common passer-by. In speaking of the heart and the way, who is high and who is low? Therefore, in all heaven and earth, only the way is exalted, and among people, only the one who embodies the way is noble. A recluse in the mountains and forests often nurses a habit of looking down on others, harbouring constant indignation. This is a serious flaw indeed. A fame-seeker, if consumed by that desire, will even ignore parents, brothers, and family. Why is that? Because fame cannot be earned by all at once. One must overshadow others to stand out. See how Ye Shi testified against his own father for stealing a sheep, or how Chen Zhongzi condemned his elder brother for accepting a goose, or how Jose exposed his wife for breaking precepts. All were driven by an eagerness for fame. There are people who yield all good deeds to others while willingly remaining ineffectual themselves, and yet they still want to grab a good reputation and label others as incompetent. Alas, how this only amplifies their own shortcomings. To guide a sage is easy, to guide the masses is hard. Yet those who are truly enlightened are easy for the masses, while the masses are hard for a sage. Not only contemporary condemnation or praise, but also the judgments of 1,000 ages, that is how the great heroes, men of principle or people of virtue, are attacked by the pen of critics. Some praise them, others denounce them. Each brandishes bias, rewriting facts as they please. It is like corrupt officials manipulating the law to convict people at will. We have little hope of universal fairness. Even if a supremely impartial judge could bring the dead back to life, how many would believe in them? So the living abuse their speech while the dead suffer injustice. How lamentable! Moreover, if the one rendering verdicts is an obscure person, the ancients might yet escape severe condemnation. But if that person is famed for their writings and acclaimed as a genius of the age, and they speak carelessly, it is as if a judgment is passed by the highest court. The dead have no way to defend themselves. That is the greatest cruelty. Therefore, the gentleman in judging others would rather err on the side of lenience than severity. Someone strictly upright often lacks warm compassion, and someone kind and generous may lack firm uprightness. The upright person upholds moral order and lifts the world, but the kind person cultivates harmony at its roots. Yet in stirring upheaval for the world, it is often the upright who provoke it, and in allowing that upheaval to grow unchecked, it is often the fault of the overly kind. Only the one who possesses both uprightness and kindness in perfect balance attains the supreme middle way, a sage. Displaying one's talents is a great flaw for a gentleman, worse even than embellishing them. To flaunt is to expose what one truly possesses, while to embellish is to fake what one does not have. There are 3 situations where a scholar does not hesitate. The man of the way, who would sacrifice himself to help the times, cannot cherish his own life. The man who pursues wealth and honour cannot cherish his moral integrity. And the man who wishes only to keep himself safe, far from harm, cannot cherish the world at large. In the face of complicated matters which we cannot explain, but which leave our conscience clear, it is better to hide any sign that might be interpreted. Thus, the gentleman will sometimes bear the blame for a wrong he did not commit, like Prince Tybo. When personal feelings conflict with righteousness, such that one cannot avoid it, the gentleman will endure grave infamy to fulfill his obligations, as Duke Joe did. If there is a situation that warrants sympathy, but the law must be enforced, the gentleman steels himself for severity to uphold the law, as did the martial lord, Zhuge Liang. If all around you commit an act, and you alone refuse, you may conceal your name to share in their censure. Thus does the gentleman endure reproach for the public good, like Song Zihan. If you do not want to be a petty person, yet cannot become a gentleman, what will you be then? One might ask. Answer, only an ordinary person. But if you are merely an ordinary person, is it right to rank yourself among the gentry and officials? An ordinary person who behaves like a true gentleman is honourable. A member of the gentry who behaves like the common rabble is shameful. Heaven gives each person a mind of their own. Even the dullest have some little spark of understanding to direct themselves. And if they push it to the utmost, there is often something admirable in them. True talent is simply that which can be used by others or adapted for any situation, shifting between firmness and flexibility, brightness and shadow, without focusing solely on oneself. Whoever focuses solely on themselves is one-sided. One's mind should remain calm and peaceful, yet unwavering in determination. One should be righteous and fair, yet capable of broad adaptability. One should say little, yet speak what is fitting. Do little, yet do what must be done. Such qualities define true human worth. To remain unhurried without delaying matters, to act swiftly without losing composure, to be simple but not careless, to be tranquil but not chilly, to be genuine yet not crude, to be gentle yet not overly sleek, to be bright without being shallow, to be deep without being sinister, to be stern and resolute without being harsh, to be thorough without being trifling, to be flexible without being deceitful, to be keen without being suspicious. This is to be a complete person. A person of abundant virtue can overlook others' faults. One of supreme virtue prevents others from having faults in the first place. By understanding their struggles, or seeing where things must inevitably lead, they resolve issues before wrongs occur. The fierce warrior dies for ambition. The loyal guard dies for his post. The committed man dies for resentment. The enraged man dies in a fight. The greedy man dies for wealth. The restless man dies by his own words. To recognize that something is impossible, yet to rest content with that, is the perspective of the enlightened and the wise. To recognize it is impossible, yet to persevere with all one's might is the heart of loyal ministers and filial children. There are 3 things that ignorant people find shameful: to be poor, to be lowly, and to be old. Might a gentleman have no sense of shame? A gentleman does. A gentleman is ashamed to be poor while one's parents are still alive. A gentleman is ashamed to be of low rank in a time when worthy men are employed. A gentleman is ashamed to grow old without any known virtue or accomplishment. If someone begins speaking as though they are already concluding, or starts acting as though they are at the very end, such a person has no subtlety or restraint in them. They cannot accomplish much. Learners must take heed. One common worldly thought, a pair of worldly eyes, and a mouthful of worldly talk. No matter how clever they seem, their whole life is wasted. Someone asked, is it most difficult to distinguish between a true gentleman and a petty person? I replied, it can be truly hard when a gentleman's ways resemble a petty person's, and when a petty person mimics a gentleman's bearing. If we look at the general differences, they are as black and white, impossible to hide. A gentleman's appearance is steady and mature. A petty person's bearing is flighty and trivial. A gentleman is straightforward. A petty person is sly. A gentleman is honest. A petty person is deceitful. A gentleman often yields. A petty person is quick to fight. A gentleman is plain in manner. A petty person is full of contrivances. A gentleman's heart is upright and shining. A petty person's heart is crooked and crafty. A gentleman's speech is measured, direct, and aims only to express truth. A petty person's speech is flashy, smooth, and aims to charm. A gentleman is close to others, but does not become too familiar, kindly tolerating their faults without condoning them. A petty person gets overly intimate, flatters, and helps cover up wrongdoing. A gentleman's conduct can stand scrutiny by heaven and earth, never bending even for relatives. A petty person panders to worldly ways, ignoring right and wrong. A gentleman sees a just cause and acts decisively, thinking only of the nation, the people, and the greater good, unmindful of personal risk or public praise. A petty person sees a just cause, but hesitates and frets over possible impacts on rank, salary, and family, neglecting the realm. When serving superiors, a gentleman shows reverence without losing his own principles. A petty person forgets himself entirely, aligning with the leader's whims. When commanding subordinates, a gentleman restrains evil and considers their inevitable needs. A petty person pushes his own desires, forgetting others are also human. A gentleman lives simply and calmly. A petty person indulges in extravagance. A gentleman cherishes and welcomes virtuous people, and delights in praising others' strengths. A petty person envies the worthy, resenting their abilities, and delights in discussing their faults. In all such ways, they are completely different. Confucius said he feared not recognizing people, but in practice, their ways can be distinguished in a single day. Even if one is adept at concealing their nature, it cannot be hidden forever. In judging whether someone should accept or refuse, many do not consider principle. They only see the superficial correctness in refusing. Thus, they prefer a show of lofty self-denial in order to avoid accusations of greed. In giving or withholding, they do not consider principle, only the appearance of generosity. Thus, They prefer to seem lavish and avoid the taint of stinginess. In grievances and anger, they do not consider principle, only the appearance of forbearance, so they neglect rightful claims out of fear of being called unmeasured. Where courtesy is required, they fear seeming fawning, and instead become arrogant, mistaking pride for integrity. Where formality is due, they fear seeming haughty, and overcompensate with obsequious politeness, taking this for virtue. Where frugality is prized, they forget some occasions demand richness. Where silence is respected, they overlook times when "un" must speak. All of this reflects incomplete comprehension of principle. Both those who withhold what should be given and those who overextend themselves commit equal harm to the way. People who cling to shallow understanding, limited experience, biased opinions, and rigid formulae may be harmless if they remain ordinary folk in some village, but if they ascend to high office and earn renown, they cause real harm by lowering public morality. To read a subtle, heartfelt passage in the ancients with a coarse, casual mind. To read a quiet, deep passage with an agitated mind. To read a profound, mystical passage with a superficial mind. Or to read a wide-ranging, erudite passage with a narrow mind, then jump to rank them. This is presumptuous. It is truly appalling that Wen Jiang, after abetting the murder of Duke Huan, could still be buried with him and included in the ancestral rites, and Empress Wu, who destroyed the Tang heirs, even changed the kingdom's name and temple titles, could still be interred with them and venerated in the ancestral temple. Where was propriety in these? This is a colossal injustice spanning the ages. Some argue the son cannot set aside the mother. But that is the reasoning of common villagers. In terms of ritual, the three cardinal bonds carry the weight of heaven and earth. They concern everyone. A son's body is inherited from the ancestral line and belongs not solely to him. So how can he alone decide such matters? The mother's. Crime is a crime against the ancestor's temple and the sovereign. How can one child alone shield her? If she murdered me personally, then indeed I could choose not to exact vengeance. But she has committed crimes against the line of ancestors, which I do not solely represent. Yet they forcibly place that mother in the same grave, the same sacrificial rites as the father. Do the spirits of our forefathers rejoice in that, or rage at it? From the father's perspective, the mother is but a concubine. From the vantage of ancestry, we share the father's bloodline, not the mother's. I might not be able to punish her because she gave birth to me. But how can I, by my private will, annul her capital offence against the state? Even if I cannot carry out the sentence personally, must I thwart others who act for the nation? If in the end she is not punished, she remains the prime culprit who escaped retribution. And to bury her there, spending my own labour and wealth, to see her entombed beside the father, how can that not be a grievous offence against them both? The lords of the state who allowed it were truly muddled, dragging their rulers into grave error. Perhaps some would say, I entomb my small consort Wen Jiang, as the spring and autumn annals put it. Yet Confucius recorded that account precisely to condemn it. By calling her my consort and small consort, he underscored that she was actually unfit for that title. Otherwise, would the sage, who criticized every instance of impropriety, affirm such a monstrous burial? He noted her misdeeds every time she visited the Qi ruler. If this was so offensive, how could he then condone calling her my lady at her funeral? Others suggest that the Duke was compelled by the mother-child bond or forced by imperial, the command. But compare it to Lady Huan of Song, who was only expelled from the state, and how Duke Xiang did not dare to bring her back. Confucius did not fault him for lacking filial piety. Indeed, he praised Lady Huan's compliance with ritual. Meanwhile, Wenjiang and Empress Wu inflicted cosmic crimes. By ignoring the father's revenge for a monstrous sin, a son expands his private filial piety to overshadow public justice, subverting the universal moral order. That is the height of unfilial behavior. Are we to let this go unmentioned because it happened long ago? I cannot. If in one's whole life no one ever speaks well of them, we can guess what that person is like. Likewise, if no one ever speaks ill of them, we can guess what they must be. The sky is vast, and even Confucius could not satisfy everyone. If someone pleases both gentlemen and petty people, if all types admire him equally, it is unclear whether he stands above sages or beneath them. I myself cannot say. Reading a few lines and citing them is the mindset of a mere hat and scarf scholar. Walking with cautious, measured steps is the mindset of a hairpin and skirt court lady. Wielding a great blade freely is the mindset of a true man. Shaping oneself to all circumstances, able to be both large and small, is the mindset of a sage. The people of the spring and autumn period cared about moral propriety, anxious about honor and shame. The people of the warring states only cared about profit and loss, resorting to cunning and deceit. As long as their schemes succeeded, they did not care about appearances or shame. When supreme harmony arises within, even metal and stone can be penetrated. How much more will it transform the people? Since ancient times, sages and worthies have dedicated themselves earnestly, worrying and striving with vigilance, all to bring peace and prosperity to the world, and to regulate their own conduct first. Even with a lifetime's effort, their inherent duty remains unfinished, their true work not yet done. This holds not just for Confucius and Mencius, but for the Buddha, Laozi, Mozi, Shen Buhai, and Han Fei as well. Each possessed a resolve that would only die with them, never ceasing in life. Thus, they did not become idle parasites in the world, nor drifting ghosts in the underworld. Then emerged men of Western Jin like Wang Yan, who lived as idle drones, taking nothing to heart, wantonly ignoring propriety and law, fearing nothing. They touted their discussions of metaphysical purity as true sage-like clarity, and regarded eradicating moral principles and discarding teachings as the essence of attaining the Tao. They considered roaming mountains and rivers as a lofty pursuit and carousing among wine jars as a mark of an enlightened man. Consequently, people abandoned their responsibilities. Households extolled nothingness. This contributed not only to the downfall of Jin, but also opened the way for centuries of superficial, poetic tours, fostering widespread laziness and indulgence that lingers even now. Tracing the roots of chaos, one finds them starting with Zhuangzi and Laozi, but truly blossoming with men like Chao and Yu. Those who care about the state of the world must beware. When Prince Wei Zi, carried the sacrificial vessels to Zhou, He did so for the sake of preserving the ancestral rites. Whether or not he received the fief of song, his concern was that the king's spirits had a place to dwell. If it was Weizi or Jizi, or any one of their clan continuing the Shang line, as long as the ancestral sacrifices continued, then generations of ancestral spirits had a refuge. This was enough. If one flees to serve another clan just for personal wealth and rank, anxious to avoid bad reputation, then one's vision is shallow. Yet Jizi could have followed Bo Yi and Shu Qi in refusal. But then how could we have the great plan and the state of Joseon? However, Kizi was a prisoner freed in quest of the Tao, not treated as a mere vassal. That was King Wu's graciousness, a magnanimity which Jizi could not bear to reject. This too was an act of refined principle, but it must not be taken by future ministers as a blanket excuse. To act without bias is called fairness. To act without the notion of self is called clarity. Thus, a gentleman involved in some matter is sometimes less perceptive than an uninvolved onlooker, because he still clings to personal agendas. Heroes and gentlemen, forever cautious, show their determined boldness in true crises. Petty men, who happen to be bold run wild in reckless abandon, gambling their lives and crashing ahead. When Laozi was likened to a dragon, it was not an exalted compliment, but rather recognition of his unpredictable transformations and bottomless depths. One must understand that true joy has an inner and an outer dimension. The sage's joy lies within the heart, so they feel at ease in both adversity and success. Ordinary people's joy lies in external things, so they only feel delight upon seeing mountains and streams, flowers and birds. How lamentable to read the writings of ancient sages, but live by the ways of ordinary folk. Speech is mostly offered by the unworthy, because those truly wise require few words. One might harness the whole world, yet fail to harness oneself. A gentleman pities such a person. Those who can govern themselves well can also govern the world well. The boisterous, rough man has his own straightforward energy, but if he remains that way all the time, one cannot truly speak deeply with him. Students who cannot change their behavior to match what they know do not lack understanding. They have just grown too complacent and lazy, helpless to control themselves. If one truly investigates and grasps truth, one cannot help but act accordingly. One cannot stop, even if one tries. People before Confucius and Mencius had grand vision. Once you see the grand design, you will not be confined by trivialities. Others may measure out lines, but you might cross those lines if needed, for it only proves you have something greater in mind. One may talk all day long without rest, yet never utter a word worth considering. Being silent might be 100 times better. The more intelligent a person is, the harder they are to guide. To practice extending forgiveness requires first that one actually possesses the capacity for empathy. If one sees others' hunger or suffering and remains utterly unmoved, then the seed of forgiveness does not even exist. How can one extend it? One must cultivate compassion, and only then speak of strengthening it. There is no theft greater than deceiving oneself and hiding one's true motives. Physical robbery comes second to that. Mingdao found hidden value in Buddhist and Taoist teachings, and Kangjie secretly borrowed from Zhuangzi and Laozi. Yet their application remained fully within Confucianism. This was because they could subordinate the four schools and not be ruled by them. I would not normally mention this, but those deeply versed in Buddhist and Taoist thought, or in Zhuangzi and Laozi, will silently understand. The so-called village worthy is someone who merely seems righteous. Mencius used that specific term, seems. People nowadays treat seems as if it meant fake. Not only is that inaccurate, but it also downplays their wrongdoing. Until you have taken on a position of responsibility, you do not realize your own insufficiencies. Talents quickly praised by onlookers can fail when tested in reality. A mere armchair thinker can talk theory, but is that enough? When someone is deeply sunk in delusion, it is as though possessed by spirits. Clear vision or true knowledge makes no difference. They will plunge right into a known abyss. To break, free in a single moment, leaving no trace behind, requires the greatest courage on earth. Students must understand this. Men like Chao Fu and Xu Yu, what use are they to the world? Men like He Kui the gatekeeper, or Changzhu and Jie Ni, also withdrew from the world because they believed it irredeemable, following the principle, when the way does not prevail, withdraw. But Chao and Shu scorned even Yao and Shun, spitting out the names of Gao Yao and Kui, proclaiming themselves the noblest figures in history, not realizing that if one refuses all office, that may uphold personal purity, but does harm to the rest of the world. They became enemies of our tradition. If there were no Chao and Shu, Yao and Shun's era would still be glorious. But without Yao, Shun, Gao Yao and Kui, where would Chao and Shu find refuge for their high-minded retreat? Look at the scholars. Today when they gather and ask, are we busy and anxious for the sake of the realm and its people, or for the sake of our own position and wealth? The fate of the world, the lives of the people, the security of the nation, these all depend on whether we harbour public-minded or self-serving aims. Indeed, when our numbers as officials increase, life grows ever harder for the people. When we become more prominent, the common folk sink deeper into poverty. Is the world truly better off for having us? When one's spirit is forceful but expressions are superficial, it shows the shallowness of one's attainment. Those who have cultivated depth remain calm and steady. Of course, there are times they display passionate resolve or fierce determination, but they will not do so lightly. Some mistake impulsiveness for uprightness and shallowness for sincerity. These are failings even among those who mean well. When evaluating ancient figures, one needs a standard of truth in one's heart, like holding a balanced scale. If you cling to narrow opinions, fail to see the circumstances of their time, criticize their failings without understanding their intentions, never having stood in their place or strategized their situation, then you repeatedly cry, "This one erred, that one was wrong." This is like a blind man pointing at the stars, or a deaf man judging music. It is laughable, and a gentleman shuns such behaviour. Lesser courage flares up in noisy anger. Cunning courage flashes in sly laughter. True courage is calm and steady. The highest courage has no outward display of force. To do good and avoid evil is right, but to chase fortune and dodge misfortune is foolish. Superstitious talk of yin and yang leads people to worship the wrong spirits, resort to white charms to avert calamity, and beg for blessings they have not earned. They cling to worthless rituals, performing them in hopes of benefits. such ignorance leads them astray until death, yet they never awaken. Even those who see through it keep silent, for the entire world does it. And so it continues. We even see prominent officials who fervently believe these superstitions. Alas, how can we expect them to uphold the classics and drive away evil? All things in creation. The more cleverness they have, the less genuine their nature, and the more they lose it. The dull are often closer to true nature, and thus cannot easily be corrupted. This is why, in seeking the way, we should look among those who seem simple. If seeking a minister who will not betray us, we should also look among those who seem simple. Yet, is the simple man truly without intelligence? No, his intelligence is pure and unspoiled. A person whose face is calm and whose gaze is steady must have a composed spirit within. One cannot attain such composure without long discipline. The Book of Rites says, "Solemn as though in deep thought, calm in speech, this truly captures the presence of one who possesses the way." If someone is constantly devoted to the way of heaven, they must be indifferent towards self-interest. If someone is constantly fixated on personal affairs, they are sure to be negligent in official matters. If they are dazzled by hollow formalities, they will neglect what is fundamental. The sages hold fast to righteousness, untainted by even the smallest trace of profit. Ordinary people, when they attempt a righteous act, cannot help letting profit intrude. If they cannot gain that profit, they lose their motivation to act righteously. From Confucius and Mencius onward, no one has fully grasped the face of times before the three dynasties. Han scholars had no deep insight, while Song scholars lacked breadth. One with genuine concern for the world feels tears welling up easily. If one also possesses the genuine talent to bring salvation, one will always apply it effectively. Such a person, I would gladly become their servant. But if someone only gathers in groups to talk, using airy speech that does nothing for the state, or rushes along in life without caring about the life and death of the common people, then, though their character might be pure or muddy, it makes no difference to the universe. A calm, serious, deep nature is the finest quality. Such a person can resolve the greatest crises under heaven and discern the greatest affairs under heaven. Next in rank is one who is firm, bright, and decisive. Those who are frivolous, impulsive, and self-satisfied lack genuine substance. Even if they take action, they often fail and cause chaos. Such people belong only in idle discussions. To assign responsibilities requires 7 considerations. A complicated role demands someone who can grasp the main threads. Requiring comprehensive talent, a heavy responsibility demands careful planning and independent judgment. Requiring a cool, steady nature. An urgent situation demands swift analysis, requiring quick perception. A confidential assignment demands secrecy and harmony, requiring thorough caution. A solitary mission requires someone unwavering, requiring resolute courage. A dual role demands including able people, requiring broad capacity. A puzzling task demands inner clarity and outward discernment, requiring leadership skill. Heaven endows each person with a specific strength. In government, we must employ all types of talent, but if we assign them incorrectly or deploy them at cross purposes, how can they succeed? Those in charge of promotions and demotions must grasp the overall picture. If they cling solely to small indicators, they end up overlooking men of grand strength and remarkable vision. For instance, those who uphold the greatest virtues may not pay attention to small rules, or those with far-reaching plans might lack everyday skills. Those suited to heavy responsibilities might lack quick-wittedness. Meanwhile, the clever, articulate, nimble, worldly, well-read types who are thoroughly trained in procedure might not be able to offer real help in urgent crises. Alas, so difficult. Whether someone rises or falls in officialdom depends on what those in power love or hate. In office, there are 3 possible attitudes. One may devote every thought to the ruler and the people. This is the gentleman. One may devote every thought to official protocol. This is the mediocre functionary. One may devote every thought to personal gain. This is the treacherous minister. A narrow-minded official, pedantically proper and scrupulous only in small points, may excel at orderly governance in peaceful times. But when it comes to resolving crises, maneuvering swiftly through peril, it is often better to use someone with obvious flaws than an ordinary conformist. Indeed, even a swaggering tough or a heroic free spirit can, if well guided, achieve great success. Those entrenched in small caution cannot do it. Sages lament an era's decline and pity its customs. Worthy men feel the world's pain and detest its corruptions. Ordinary folk go along with the world. Petty people overturn normal rules and create chaos. Alas, when petty people ruin things, ordinary folk follow them, while the lament of the worthy does little good. Only if a wise ruler presides can the wind of custom be changed. When assessing people, we should try to understand their motives. If we see a subordinate's gifts to their superior are meagre, it may be due to no ill will. Why take offence? If we see lavish generosity, it may be to curry favour. Why be flattered? In today's official and local discourse, people hold everyone to tiny standards of conduct. A single slip in minor behaviour means one is unworthy of pure reputation. Meanwhile, truly momentous virtues or failings are scarcely mentioned. How lamentable is the confusion of the way today! In general, insight may come from 4 sources. The highest is derived from the true principles of the way. Next is derived from one's natural temperament. Next is shaped by worldly customs. And the lowest is born of private self-interest. Insight rooted in principle can shape heaven and earth, convince spirits, embrace the whole world, and extend through all ages, perfectly upright, radiant, and simple. That is the legacy passed from Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, and the Duke of Zhou down to Confucius. Insight rooted in temperament might make the benevolent see things as benevolent, and the wise see them as wise. A strong-natured person is admired as upright and brilliant. A gentle-natured person is deemed calm and humble. Thus we have Yi Yin, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Shen Buhai, and Han Fei, all expressing something of their innate traits. Insight shaped by worldly custom clings blindly to what is handed down, never questioning right or wrong, feeling content with what the eyes and ears find normal, using it as a standard. If you try to teach them differently, they scoff. If you challenge them, they resist. They are shallow and complacent, lacking any interest in the grand way. From Qin, Han, Tang, Song onward, many founders or restorers of dynasties were hindered by such mindsets. Hence, their rights and laws settled for minimal modifications, their institutions shaped by momentary expedients. The grand aims of the 2 emperors and 3 kings were never truly attempted, not even in dreams. That is cause for tears, for it is the fault of such people. Finally, insight born of selfishness sets profit, honour and disgrace at the centre of the heart. Right and wrong become confused, but one can still craft an entire plausible doctrine. Deception expands into a tapestry that beguiles many. Emperor Qin's tours were mere pleasure trips justified as imperial inspections of the 4 peaks. Emperor Wu of Han waged reckless wars under the pretense of wielding the 6 armies in splendour. The way can be twisted in 2 directions, and skillful talkers cannot refute them. The ignorant are easily deceived. If such a person gains authority, they often lead the nation to disaster for the sake of their own designs. Sages and worthies risk their lives to keep themselves in peril, yet remove themselves from considerations of self, only to ensure fairness in planning. Though they might still be short-sighted at times, they preserve the heart of absolute public spirit. In every instance of being conquered by external forces, it is because we lack inner strength. Whenever evil prevails, it is because righteousness is lacking. These 2 are like the scales. If one side goes down even a little, the other side rises exactly that much. Those who excel at seeking a name often hide their true intentions. Those who do not seek a name might, through no fault of their own, end up with a bad one. Therefore, one must discern carefully between someone's true heart and outer deeds. This is easily overlooked. Because we no longer uphold the middle way, people tear each other down without end. The rigid, uncompromising man condemns the accommodating man as weak. The accommodating man condemns the rigid man as hostile. The straightforward man condemns the discreet man as sly. The discreet man condemns the straightforward man as crude. The keen-sighted man condemns the simple man as muddled. The simple man condemns the keen-sighted man as severe. If each appealed to Confucius, surely he would give them a balanced resolution. But Confucius embodies all virtues as one, applying them freely as needed. He cannot simply explain it fully to everyone, for it defies easy transmission, and he cannot simply watch them practice incorrectly, for it is hard to correct them all at once. Observe someone's willpower at times of personal gain or loss. Observe someone's resilience when hungry or exhausted. Observe someone's generosity in moments of joy or anger. Observe someone's composure amid wealth and splendour. Observe someone's steadiness in shock or fear. 19 out of 20 statements people share are untrue. 19 out of 20 who hear them believe them easily, and 19 out of 20 who hear them pass them on just as easily. With a mind so quick to believe and a tongue so quick to spread, how can we tell right from wrong? Yet these rumours spread all under heaven, some even into official histories. Thus, the wronged remain wronged, and the fortunate remain fortunate. How difficult it is to speak of these matters. In the Confucian school, only Yan Hui truly grasped the essence of the master's teaching. Zhengzi was a second tier. A towering reputation is not always a blessing for a minister. Yet if one's conduct is faultless, slander has no hold. who are overly shrewd are as good as fools. Those who seem the most tongue-tied often possess the greatest wisdom. Only by understanding the essence of all creatures can one discuss human nature. We must not treat monks, Taoists, eunuchs, or beggars as inherently incapable of sagehood. Too many of our own scholars merely wear Confucian garb and do not practice its essence, so how dare they mock others as outcasts? One may have mountains of jade and seas of pearls, all left unguarded, free for anyone to pick up at will. Yet people shrink back, shy and fearful, unwilling to enjoy their riches. Is that not true ignorance? Gaozi spoke admirably of his own strength. Whether his view was correct or not, his notion of an unshakable mind was certainly a sign of backbone. Unfortunately, he had no deep learning. Thus, he reached the limit of his strength and no further. For thousands of years, there has been only one great road, that taken by Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, Confucius, and Mencius. That road is open to all, from beggars to thieves. Even if each person is free to follow or not, the road itself remains. Some say we must keep to the footsteps of those few sages. But in truth, each person travels by their own feet, and if they walk sincerely, their footsteps will coincide with the sages, whether they know it or not. Men who build great deeds do so without thought for future fame. Men who chase fame sometimes build deeds afterwards. From the 3 dynasties onward, few have achieved genuine achievements or reputation. For the sage, virtue is their achievement and their renown. For the worthy, actual deeds are their achievement and renown. For most, wealth and position are seen as achievement and renown. To accomplish grand works under heaven, one's vision must be broad. With great vision comes discerning insight. In talking about governance, we have had only Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, each acting in a uniquely incomparable way. From the decline of the Zhou to this day, the best times might be called small prosperity. The worst times are crude. As for the flourishing days of Yao and Shun, people can hardly imagine them even in dreams. Anyone founding a new dynasty must learn from the 2 emperors and 3 kings. If they use the eyes of a later age to set the foundations of their rule, how could that be good? If anyone does evil, it might still be tolerated, but not the scholar. A scholar who does evil leaves no one left to guide the people. If anyone breaks the law, it might still be born, but not the official. An official who breaks the law leaves no one left to enforce it. Since the invention of writing, there has been endless distortion and contrivance, with people showing off their cleverness and confounding the genuine. The ignorant who wrap themselves in the name of faith in antiquity can mislead many future generations. Unless a person with profound insight into the nature of heaven and earth comes forward to correct it, there is no end to the confusion. A truly humble gentleman would rather leave some matters as uncertain than grasp at false certainties. When a gentleman is in power, even petty people behave as gentlemen. If in such a time one still refuses to act as a gentleman, he must be truly vile. When a petty person is in power, even average people act as petty people. If in such a time one still refuses to act as a petty person, he must be a true gentleman indeed. Petty people can do good deeds, but if someone dislikes them, They condemn everything about them. Gentlemen, too, may commit errors, but if one admires them, one excuses even their faults. Both are forms of bias. Being without desire is easy. Being without self-interest is hard. The two other teachings, Buddhism and Taoism, manage to empty desires, but they cannot truly empty the self. True selflessness and freedom from desire is precisely the point where the three teachings diverge. One should reflect on this carefully, beyond the usual approach of reading and rote memorization. To live according to universal principle, people of all times and places act similarly. To live according to individual temperament, we get infinite differences. In striving to realize the way, none can leap from mere scholar to sage, or from sage to a state akin to heaven. Yet in their aspirations there is no difference. Scholar, sage, or worthy alike should aim for a heavenly state of being. Zhengzi was deep yet transparent. Zhizi was meticulous. Mencius was magnanimous and spirited. Extensive learning and remembering what one has seen suits those below the middle rank. Confucius himself said, "Hear much, select what is good, follow it, see much, keep it in mind." He taught Zhejiang to hear extensively but remove doubts, observe broadly but avoid hazards. He taught us to broaden ourselves with culture. He urged Yan Hui to broaden himself with culture too. But until one attains that unifying principle, it is not the ultimate path, and hence sudden awakening and gradual progress both have their place, depending on one's aptitude. Some treat that unifying principle as though one must start with it, requiring the highest inborn ability. That misleads many learners. Statement that contains no sense at all cannot deceive the world, but if spoken with skill and plausibility, it can seem quite delightful, and the ignorant will gladly accept it, causing great harm to the way. There are many such statements in the world, repeated over ages. Only those who truly understand the way can refute them. Between the smallest spaces, there can be no room even for a hair to slip by. This is where the wise find advantage, and the overthinker gets lost. Mingdao, Chengmingdao, stands somewhere between Zhu Xi and Lu Juyuan. Mingdao did not sink into the dust of worldly affairs because he absorbed too much from Buddhism and Taoism. Cheng Yichuan remained too rigid because he absorbed too little from Zhuangzi and Laozi. The confused can be easily awakened, but when the enlightened become confused, they are hardest to save. If a confused person is suddenly enlightened, they can break free. But if an already enlightened person falls into delusion, they sink despite knowing better. A truly enlightened person must protect themselves. If a once confused person becomes enlightened, they can secretly take the reins. A person who is enlightened in clarity and in confusion can lead us to peaceful times. One enlightened yet confused can share our hardships, for at least they still know worry. Chao Fu and Shu, you absorbed the messages of the Buddha, Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Liezi only in terms of I. They saw the cosmos as existing for themselves, alone. Meanwhile, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, Confucius, and Mencius recognized the full meaning of humanity, dedicating their minds and lives to the world. On hearing slander, do not hastily believe. Observe both the accuser and the accused. If the accuser is worthy, the accused may lose credibility. If the accuser is unworthy, the accused may gain credibility. In year-end evaluations, receiving a bad word can ruin someone. People rarely question who said it. Many are thus wrongly condemned. If dealing with ordinary folk, we only need take their partial strengths. If dealing with a worthy person, we should expect them to follow the middle way. A gentleman's broad, lofty discussions might be useless if they are not actually applicable. What matters is whether words meet real needs. So, we have an old saying that calls someone foolish or dull if they are not up to the task, and someone incompetent if they cannot get things done. Though it is just common parlance, I often feel ashamed before my fellow scholars. Should we not also strive to be truly useful? A person refined in manner, graceful in expression, humble in appearance, and formal in ritual suits the grand shrines and luminous courts. But to tread through fire and water, to wade into battles, devour an ox in one bite, fill seas and move mountains, or to die for filial piety or loyalty under the harshest trials, one cannot expect such from those who merely excel in gentility. A true Confucian does not seek cheap advantages. That is the mark of authenticity. A lone hero facing 10,000 men. How it puts Laozi's teaching of self-preservation to shame. Laozi's approach is about saving oneself. When friends gather, they should ask, are we toiling and struggling for the nation and the people, or for ourselves and our families? The fate of order or chaos, life or death, safety or peril, rests upon these two attitudes. Alas, the more of us there are, the more the world suffers. The more we prosper, the poorer the people become. How is this worth celebrating? When one's spirit is strong, but one's face is excited and flashy, it shows shallow attainments. Those who have cultivated themselves deeply remain calm and collected. Naturally, they can be stirred to righteous indignation or fierce resolve, but never lightly. Mistaking aggression for uprightness and shallowness for sincerity are failings of otherwise decent people. In evaluating ancient figures, one must hold a principle in one's heart like a level scale. Without understanding the times or the person's struggles, ignorant of their inner thoughts, never having walked in their place, it is laughable to proclaim them wrong. A gentleman is ashamed of such talk. Lesser courage shouts rashly. Clever. Courage smiles cunningly. Great courage is determined and calm. Supreme courage has no outward trace. To do good and reject evil is correct. To chase luck and flee misfortune is delusion. The talk of yin-yang heresies leads to worshipping the wrong spirits, performing rituals to avert calamities, and praying for blessings not rightfully earned, all the while ignoring that which truly helps or harms. This is folly. The ignorant cling to it, even to death. Even if they realize it, they see that everyone else persists in it, so they dare not change. High officials and dignitaries champion it. So how can we hope to restore the classics and banish such dark superstitions? In all things, the truly artless is the most genuine, and the cunning is the most false. The more contrived, the more one's original nature is lost. This is not limited to humans, birds that feed their parents, the pheasant that stands proudly, the dove that coos gently, the goose that remains steadfast, the zuyu that is benevolent, the xieji that upholds justice. None of these rely on contrivance. They hold to their true nature. So it is with people. Once they cultivate too much sly intelligence, the heavenly essence wears thin, and that essence becomes vulnerable. Only the dull remain unassailable. Therefore, if one seeks the way wholeheartedly, look to those who appear simple. If one seeks a minister who cannot be swayed, also look to the simple. The so-called simple are not truly without understanding. Rather, their understanding is direct, sincere, and undivided. Tranquil solemnity is the first and best quality. Such a person can solve the greatest troubles, discern the gravest issues. Next best is one who is firm, bright, and decisive. Those who are shallow, rash, or self-satisfied accomplish little. Worse still, they may cause mischief. They might talk eloquently, but in action they lack skill and disrupt matters. Such people belong in the realm of idle debate, not real leadership. Official responsibility comes in 7 difficulties. Complicated tasks demand an eye for core principles. Heavy tasks demand careful foresight and independent judgment. Urgent tasks require quick-witted discernment. Confidential tasks require secrecy and cautious thoroughness. Solitary tasks demand stout-hearted resolve. Combined tasks demand the ability to incorporate skilled people, and doubtful tasks demand inward clarity and outward radiance. Heaven endows each with unique strengths. A nation that can employ each person properly will flourish. But if we put them in the wrong place, it will fail. The one who holds the power over assignments must grasp the big picture. If you only judge by small details, you will lose the extraordinary men. Those who uphold the greatest virtues may not be meticulous in small things. Those with vast strategy may lack small aptitudes. Those able to shoulder great responsibilities may not be quick at trifles. Meanwhile, the bright, articulate, widely, read, well-informed, or scrupulously orderly often cannot save a desperate situation. Oh, how hard it is! A scholar's fate depends on what those above him favour or detest. In holding office, there are 3 possible approaches. If one devotes each thought to the sovereign and the people, that person is good. If one devotes each thought to rigid procedure, that person is an average official. If one devotes each thought to personal gain, that person is a traitor. If someone's complexion is not restless, if their gaze is not wavering, we can guess their mind is still. One cannot achieve such poise without long practice. The Book of Rites says, solemn as if in deep thought, calm in speech. This is indeed the demeanour of one who holds the way. If you chase heaven's principle with ardour, you will be indifferent to human desires. If you immerse yourself in private concerns, you will neglect public duties. If you indulge in hollow display, you will weaken your solid foundation. The sage stands unwavering on righteousness. Not a single speck of profit can intrude. When ordinary people attempt a righteous action, thoughts of profit inevitably arise. If the profit is unattainable, they give up the righteousness. From Confucius and Mencius onward, few have glimpsed what lay before the 3 dynasties. Han scholars lacked profundity. Song scholars lacked breadth. When a person truly worries for the world, they may be moved to tears. If they also have the genuine ability to bring peace, then wherever they serve, they do good. Such a person, indeed, I would willingly carry their shoes or hold their whip. But if someone's talk remains on paper, never touching the real fate of the state, or if they rush amidst the crowd, unheeding of the people's life or death, then whether they are upright or not, they serve no purpose under heaven. Tranquil solemnity is the first and best quality. Such a person can solve the greatest troubles, discern the gravest issues. Next best is one who is firm, bright, and decisive. Those who are shallow, rash, or self-satisfied accomplish little. Worse still, they may cause mischief. They might talk eloquently, but in action they lack skill and disrupt matters. Such people belong in the realm of idle debate, not real leadership. Official responsibility comes in 7 difficulties. Complicated tasks demand an eye for core principles. Heavy tasks demand careful foresight and independent judgment. Urgent tasks require quick-witted discernment. Confidential tasks require secrecy and cautious thoroughness. Solitary tasks demand stout-hearted resolve. Combined tasks demand the ability to incorporate skilled people. And doubtful tasks demand inward clarity and outward radiance. Heaven endows each with unique strengths. A nation that can employ each person properly will flourish. But if we put them in the wrong place, it will fail. The one who holds the power over assignments must grasp the big picture. If you only judge by small details, you will lose the extraordinary men. Those who uphold the greatest virtues may not be meticulous in small things. Those with vast strategy may lack small aptitudes. Those able to shoulder great responsibilities may not be quick at trifles. Meanwhile, the bright, articulate widely, read well-informed or scrupulously orderly often cannot save a desperate situation. Oh, how hard it is! A scholar's fate depends on what those above him favour or detest. In holding office, there are 3 possible approaches. If one devotes each thought to the sovereign and the people, that person is good. If one devotes each thought to rigid procedure, that person is an average official. If one devotes each thought to personal gain, that person is a traitor. The small, meticulous official, or the one who follows well-worn ways, can handle affairs calmly in peaceful times. But for crises, wars, or sudden turmoil, we might prefer a flawed individual with the boldness to triumph. Even a wild fighter or chivalrous rogue can be guided effectively to accomplish extraordinary feats. So, how can we reason with those who cling narrowly to convention? The sage grieves for a troubled age and pities its customs. The worthy feel anguish for the world's corruption. The ordinary follow along. The petty defy all norms and tear them down. Ah, if petty people destroy it, and the multitude joins them, then we can weep all we want, but it changes nothing, unless a clear-sighted ruler ascends to shift the wind of custom. Judging others requires understanding their motives. If a subordinate's hospitality seems lacking, do not hastily assume disrespect. Likely they had no such intent. Even a fool knows it is foolish to slight a superior. Why be angry? Conversely, if the offerings are abundant, it may well be flattery. Why feel grateful? In our world, official or local reviews often zero in on petty details of one's daily life, as if any small fault disqualifies one from moral respect. Meanwhile, grand virtues and grave errors go unmentioned. How lamentable that the way has fallen into such confusion. Alas indeed! Broadly speaking, there are 4 degrees of insight. The best is rooted in the way, the second in personal character, the third in worldly norms, and the lowest in private interest. Only the way-based insight can uphold the highest standard for all times. Clear, fair, and luminous. Personal character-based insight shows either benevolence or wisdom, or reveals inherent dispositions like those of Yi Yin, Laozi, or Han Fei. Worldly norm insight clings to conventional mores, resisting the higher path. Since Qin, Han, Tang, and Song, so many have perpetuated their shallow ways. They pick and choose from the rites, laws, and texts, following the times without ever glimpsing the ideals of Yao and Shun, never even dreaming of it. That is cause for tears. Selfish insight places one's personal gain above everything, forcibly, justifying it with cunning rhetoric. Emperor Qin's tours were but pleasure disguised as imperial duty. Emperor Wu's wars were but overreach clothed as righteous expansion. The way can always be spun multiple ways, and skillful debaters cannot always triumph over them. The ignorant accept it, pushing the realm toward chaos. Thus, sages and worthies risk themselves, setting aside their own concerns to safeguard public welfare. Although they cannot see all ends, their hearts remain pure of self-interest. When external forces prevail, it is because internal strength is lacking. When evil takes hold, it is because righteousness was too weak. Like balancing scales, if justice dips by a hair, injustice rises by a hair. Those who cleverly pursue fame hide their true ambitions behind a mask. Those who do not pursue fame may, without intending it, acquire a bad name. We must distinguish heart from deed. Observers often neglect this. Because the doctrine of the mean is not widely practiced, people endlessly criticize one another. The straight-laced call the accommodating ones too soft. The accommodating call the straight-laced too harsh. The spontaneous call the careful sinister. The careful call the spontaneous reckless. The refined call the plain thick-headed. The plain call the refined standoffish. If they could only ask Confucius for a judgment. But Confucius embodied the entire moral universe in himself, responding as needed in any situation, his spirit ever adaptable, his transformations endless. He cannot fully teach it to everyone, because it defies easy explanation. Likewise, he cannot simply allow them to remain ignorant, because it is hard to change them quickly. To judge character, watch how one handles advantage or disadvantage. See how they cope with hunger and exhaustion. Observe how they handle joy or anger. Note how they remain mindful amid pomp, and see if they can stay calm when startled or frightened. 19 out of 20 statements are untrue. 19 out of 20 listeners believe them. 19 out of 20 repeat them. People believe words easily, accept falsehoods eagerly, and spread them enthusiastically. How can we distinguish a good man from a scoundrel? Yet stories travel the land, entering official records, leaving the wronged forever wronged. Alas, how difficult it is to remedy. In the Confucian school, only Yan Hui truly grasped Confucius's mind. Zhengzi was second best. A grand reputation is not necessarily good fortune for a high minister. Yet, if one's conduct is spotless, who can slander them? The extremes of cleverness and cunning equate to foolishness. The extremes of slow speech and simple manner often lead to true wisdom. One must perceive thoroughly the nature of heaven and earth before speaking of human nature. There can be a monk or nun, a eunuch or a beggar, who might yet be a sage. Meanwhile, there are so-called Confucians who wear the robe but do not live the teachings, giving those monks and beggars ample reason to laugh at them. How could we look down on them? If the mountains were filled with gems and the seas with pearls, free for all, yet people feared to gather them, how foolish indeed! Gaozi claimed tremendous strength of will, right or wrong. At least that single concept of an unmoving mind shows backbone. Sadly, he lacked deep learning, so he reached only the limit of his own power. For 1,000 ages, there has been but one grand road, travelled by Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, Confucius, and Mencius. It is the official road of old. Beggars and thieves walk it. Anyone might traverse it, or they might choose not to. Some say we must literally walk behind those few sages, but each must walk their own path. If you sincerely walk it, your footprints naturally align with theirs. There are those who accomplish deeds first and earn fame afterwards. There are those who chase fame and attempt deeds to match. Since the 3 dynasties, those who truly achieved both are very few. A sage uses virtue as both achievement and renown. A worthy uses actual deeds as both. The common crowd treats wealth and position as achievement and renown. To build great works under heaven, one must have a broad outlook. If one's outlook is broad, one's discernment is naturally different. In discussing the way of governance, for thousands of years, we have only had Tang Yao, Yu Shun, Great Yu, King Tang, King Wen, King Wu. Their methods cannot be equalled. After the decline of the Zhou, down to today, the best eras are small prosperity, and the worst are crude degeneracy. Even in the best, the people still cannot imagine the glory of Yao and Shun. To establish a dynasty anew, the ruler and ministers must learn from the 2 emperors and the 3 kings. If they use only later perspectives to form a regime, what hope is there? If anyone commits wrongdoing, one can still reason with them, except the scholar. If a scholar commits wrongdoing, then no one remains to teach the people. If any person breaks the law, one can still punish them, except the official. If an official breaks the law, then no one remains to enforce it. From the time writing was created, countless have tried to twist meanings and flaunt cunning, bringing chaos to truth. The ignorant exploit the name of faith and reverence for antiquity, leading future generations astray. Unless someone with a penetrating grasp of the nature of all things appears to correct them, the confusion goes on forever. A wise man would rather leave certain questions unanswered than force a false conclusion. When a gentleman is in authority, petty people also appear gentlemanly. If even then one refuses to act as a gentleman, that person is truly base. When a petty person is in authority, even average folks appear petty. If even then one refuses to follow the petty way, that is a true gentleman indeed. Even petty people sometimes do good deeds, but if we detest them, we throw out both person and deeds. Even gentlemen sometimes err, but if we favour them, we excuse their mistakes altogether. Both extremes are partial. Having no desires is one thing. Having no self is another. The Buddhists and Taoists can empty desires, but they cannot empty the self. True emptiness of both self and desires is the point where the three teachings diverge. One must carefully reflect here, for it is not something that can be understood through mere text. Those who act from the way see all ages as alike. Those who act from temperament produce 1,000 variations. In talking about the stages of realization, no ordinary scholar can skip the rank of worthiness and become a sage, nor skip the sage's level and become heaven-like. Yet, when pursuing learning, do not discriminate between scholar, sage, or worthy. Everyone should aim to be heavenly. Zhengzi was lofty and transparent. Zisi was careful and thorough. Mencius was grand and unrestrained. Learning widely and remembering many things is the standard approach for those below the middle rank. Even Confucius talked of hearing widely and selecting the good. He told Zizang to hear much and remove doubts, see much and avoid danger, and to learn broadly from culture. He told Yan Hui likewise. But until one reaches that unifying thread, it remains incomplete. That is why we speak of sudden enlightenment and gradual cultivation, each matching one's temperament. Yet now some treat the unifying thread as the basic entrance, requiring supreme innate wisdom. This misleads later students badly. Words devoid of reason cannot deceive the world. But if they are pieced together cleverly, full of seeming logic, they mislead the ignorant. This does great harm to the way. Such statements fill the world, repeated over generations. Only a true knower of the way can refute them thoroughly. Between the smallest intervals, the wise find a stepping stone, while the overthinkers are lost. Ming Dao stands between Zhu Xi and Lu Juyuan. Ming Dao rarely sank into worldly triviality, hinting he derived something from Buddhism and Taoism. Yichuan was somewhat constrained, suggesting he lacked enough of Zhuangzi and Laozi's freer spirit. The muddled can be awakened easily, but the enlightened who become muddled are the hardest to rescue. The muddled who come to enlightenment transcend it in one leap, but the once enlightened who slip can remain trapped even while aware. Their clarity does not guarantee saving themselves. Meanwhile, the muddled who find a hidden path can still seize the reins. One who stays clear in both realms can share in peace. One who is enlightened yet muddled can share in troubled times. Chao Fu and Shu. You looked into the texts of Buddhism, Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Liezi, seeing only the I, thinking the cosmos, existed for them alone. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, Confucius, and Mencius recognized the fullness of humanity, dedicating their own minds and lives entirely to the people. Hearing a condemnation of someone, do not rashly accept it. Look at both the speaker and the target. If the speaker is worthy, the target may be at fault. If the speaker is unworthy, the target may be good. During official audits, people treat any accusation as if it were jade or gold, ignoring its origin. How many does that wrongly condemn? If someone is just an ordinary person, we can accept their particular skill. If they are a worthy person, we hope for them to follow the middle way. A scholar or gentleman may hold long debates, exploring subtle mysteries, but all that is useless if it does not solve real problems. Indeed, people say of the incompetent, "He's no help," or "He's not good for anything." This daily saying resonates. I'm ashamed we do not focus on real effect. A refined, cultured, meticulously respectful person befits the bright temple and ancestral hall. But if we talk about crossing flames or wading through spears, swallowing an ox in one bite, moving seas and mountains, giving up one's life for filial piety or loyalty through 1,000 trials, we cannot rely on such refined, gentle souls alone. Only if one does not engage in studying for personal gain can one call themselves a true Confucian. When facing countless adversaries, you charge forth unstoppable. How that shames Laozi's talk of preserving one's life. When scholars gather, let them ask, do we scurry about for the sake of the realm and the people, or for ourselves and our households? The direction of order or chaos depends on that, alas. The more we scholars multiply, the more the world suffers. The more we prosper, the poorer the people become. Is there any advantage in our existence? When one's energy is high, but one's face is proud and shallow, you see how little they have truly gained. Those who are deeply cultivated remain composed and quiet. Of course, they can become impassioned or resolute, but they will not be rash. Mistaking impulsiveness for uprightness or shallowness for sincerity, these are errors even among the well-intentioned. When judging ancient figures, one must have a guiding principle in one's heart, like a perfectly balanced scale. Otherwise, if you cling to biases, ignore the historical context, blame them without knowing their motives, never having stood in their place or reckoned their plans. What? A joke? A gentleman is ashamed of such behaviour. Small courage erupts in angry outbursts. Cunning courage appears in wily smiles. Great courage is resolute and calm. Supreme courage shows no trace. To do right and reject evil is correct, but to pursue fortune and flee calamity is foolish. Heretical talk about yin and yang has people worshipping unconnected spirits, performing rituals to stave off disasters, begging for blessings they have not earned, hoping to prevent real calamities with worthless rites, never awakening from ignorance. The people remain trapped in it. Even if they do awaken, they see that all around them follow the same path, so they dare not deviate. Even famous high officials deeply trust in this. Alas, upon whom can we rely to rectify these errors by returning to the classics? All things are simpler and truer in their unpretentious state. The cunning becomes false. Among birds, some feed their parents and remain unsullied by trickery. Among beasts, some preserve justice or loyalty. People too are like this. Pure simplicity is closest to heaven. Once cunning arises, the heavenly essence dissipates. Thus, if you want genuine truth, seek it in simplicity. If you seek unwavering loyalty for great affairs, find someone who is simple at heart. Simplicity does not mean stupidity. It means direct, unspoiled intelligence. If someone's expression is not restless, and their eyes are not shifty, it shows an inner composure. One cannot achieve such composure without long self-cultivation. The rites say, to appear solemn as if pondering at ease when speaking. That is indeed the presence of a person of the way. One who constantly strives for heaven's principle must be indifferent to personal desires. One who clings to private matters must be negligent in public affairs. One who becomes obsessed with formalities and flourishes will be neglectful of what is fundamental. The sages cling to righteousness without a trace of profit-seeking. Ordinary folk, in any righteous undertaking, cannot help mixing in a little profit. If profit is not gained, the righteous act fails to proceed. After Confucius and Mencius, no one truly glimpsed how things were before the 3 dynasties. Han scholars lacked depth. Song scholars lacked breadth. Those who sincerely worry over the world feel tears well in their eyes. Those who have the ability to save the world will apply it effectively wherever they go. Such a person I would gladly serve. But if someone only likes to gather in small circles or speak fancy words about intangible matters that do nothing for the state, or if they rush along in the noise of the world, failing to notice the people's life and death, then whether they are pure or impure in personal character, they are of no help to the universe. A measured, solemn, and deep person is best. Such a one can settle great chaos and resolve great debates. Next best is someone firm, clear, and decisive. All else is shallow and conceited. If you see them talk big, yet fail at actual deeds, they may sabotage matters. Such individuals can talk, but they cannot govern. Carrying out a mission involves 7 difficulties. First, complicated tasks demand capturing main points, a skill in synthesis. Heavy tasks demand refined strategy and solitary judgment, a steady heart. Urgent tasks require the ability to adapt quickly, a nimble mind. Confidential tasks require concealment and shared understanding, a careful nature. Independent tasks require bearing burdens alone, a brave soul. Combined tasks require employing the best people, a broad capacity. Ambiguous tasks require clarity within and transparency without, the gift of leadership. Heaven gives each person a different strength. The state must employ them accordingly. Yet if we assign them amiss, how can things not fail? He who decides appointments and dismissals must see the broader vision. If he uses trivial measures, he discards the extraordinary. One with great moral fortitude will not fuss over details. One who sees far may lack small cunning. One who shoulders heavy burdens may not be quick at trifles. Meanwhile, those who are bright, articulate, well-read, and scrupulous in minor matters may not handle emergencies well. Alas, so difficult! Whether an official flourishes or fails depends on what the ruler loves or hates. In office, there are 3 ways to think. Thinking always of the ruler and the people is that of a worthy minister. Thinking always of bureaucratic forms is that of a common functionary. Thinking always of personal gain is that of a treacherous minister. Small-minded, overly careful people can indeed handle their own district or tasks in peaceful times. But for uncertain crises or dangerous turning points, one would rather use someone rough yet capable than a conventional caretaker. Even bold, outlaws or valiant rogues, if properly guided, can achieve great wonders. How can we reason with those who remain cramped and rigid? Sages grieve the times and pity the people. Worthy men lament the evils of the age. The common crowd goes along with it, and petty men destroy norms. Once the petty men undermine morality, the common folk follow them, leaving the lament of the worthy no recourse. Only an enlightened ruler can reform the customs. Look at a man's intent. If he fails to provide elaborate hospitality, does that truly mean he wishes to slight his superior? Being rude in that way would be foolish. Who would be so foolish? Why be angry? Conversely, if he goes out of his way to be lavish, is it necessarily respect? He might just be trying to please you for personal gain. Why feel flattered? In modern public opinion, people judge each other by trivial details, acting as though a minor lapse makes someone unworthy of respect, while the major virtues are all overlooked. Indeed, how pitiful that we have lost the way. Alas, indeed, generally, insight arises in 4 ways: from principle, from temperament, from custom, and from selfishness. Principle-based insight can command heaven and earth, move ghosts and spirits, and reach across ages. Temperament-based insight inclines to personal strengths. Some become quietly deep, some cunning or forceful, some humble or subtle, from Yi, Yin and Laozi, to Zhuangzi, or Shen and Han. Custom-based insight is shaped by the acceptance of the present era's norms, never questioning them. The best-known founders who overcame old systems might themselves have been hindered by such limiting views. They never tested the intentions of Yao, Shun, or the 3 dynasties. Finally, self-interest-based insight sees everything in terms of personal profit or face, twisting right and wrong at will, citing references to create illusions, fooling the masses. Emperor Qin's tours were disguised as official inspections. Emperor Wu's wars were disguised as righteous expansions. The way has 2 sides. A skillful orator cannot easily set them straight. The ignorant simply follow, often leading to disastrous chaos. Yet sages risk themselves, stepping into danger to correct these illusions, removing themselves from the equation so that fairness might prevail. Although they might not foresee every detail, their hearts are free of selfishness. Whenever one is defeated by external allure, it shows an inner lack. Whenever evil takes root, it shows the deficiency of the good. They balance each other like scales. When one side drops, the other side rises in equal measure. Those who excel at claiming virtue are covering selfish motives with borrowed slogans. Those who do not claim virtue sometimes end up unfairly accused. It is vital not to confuse inner motive with outward appearance. Many who observe others ignore this distinction. Because the middle way is not followed, people harm each other endlessly. The rigid condemn the flexible condemn the rigid. The frank condemn the careful condemn the frank. The discerning condemn the simple condemn the discerning. Had they the chance to consult Confucius, each would be placed in context. Confucius embodied the oneness of myriad virtues, deploying them with supreme freedom beyond any fixed rule, guiding each person according to what they need. He cannot simply detail it all in words, nor can he simply watch them remain misguided. Change is slow and subtle. Observe how someone behaves under advantage or distress, how they handle hunger or fatigue, how they bear joy or anger, how they remain mindful amid luxury, how they keep calm in shock or danger. 19 out of 20 things people say are false, believed by 19 out of 20 people, and repeated by 19 out of 20 again. Easily believed illusions and readily repeated rumours spread across the land, entering the annals. Those who are wronged remain forever wronged, while some who are unworthy remain unscathed. How tragic! Only Yan Hui truly inherited the heart of Confucius. Zhengzi was a level lower. A towering reputation does not guarantee good fortune for a grand minister. Still, if one's conduct is consistently correct, there is little to fear from slander. Those extremely clever are like the extremely foolish. Those extremely silent often hold the greatest wisdom. You must grasp how heaven and earth truly work before you can speak of human nature. Monks and Taoists, eunuchs or beggars, any might be a sage. Meanwhile, some wearing Confucian robes hardly resemble Confucians at all, giving ample reason for the others to sneer. How can we treat them with contempt? If the mountains overflowed with jade and the seas with pearls, entirely open for the taking, yet people dared not collect them, that is indeed foolishness. Gaozi prized his own strength. Right or wrong, that unwavering resolve at least showed backbone. Sadly lacking true learning, he could not go beyond that. For 1,000 ages there has been one wide path. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, Confucius, and Mencius walked it. That is the ancient official road. Beggars and bandits may walk it too. Everyone is free to take it or not. Someone might say, we should follow precisely in those sages' footprints. But in truth, each of us walks on our own feet. If it is done in sincerity, our steps will match those sages. Heroes pursue merit for the world, their name following after. Those who chase fame try to gather merit afterwards. Beyond the 3 dynasties, true combinations of merit and reputation are rare. Sages treat moral virtue as their greatest legacy. Worthy people treat accomplishments as their greatest legacy. Ordinary people treat wealth and rank as theirs. To forge grand undertakings, one must see the bigger world. With great vision, one's judgment naturally excels. If we speak of ideal governance only in the times of Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, and King Wu, was it truly realized, each unique in approach. After the Zhou waned, up to now, even the best eras are but small prosperity, and the worst are crass. Yao and Shun's era seems beyond mortal reach. Any new founder or restorer must acquire the learning of the 2 emperors and 5 ministers. If they rely on later, lesser perspectives to shape a dynasty, what good can come of it? If anyone commits evil, we might endure it, but not the scholar. If a scholar does evil, who remains to teach the people? If anyone offends the law, we might forgive them, but not the official. If an official commits such offence, who remains to enforce the law? Since the beginning of writing, there has been endless contrivance and forced interpretation, with people taking pride in their cleverness and bringing confusion to truth. The ignorant rely on the claim of venerating antiquity to lead future generations astray. Unless someone with profound insight arises, the world remains deluded. A truly modest gentleman would rather leave a question unresolved than fabricate a false answer. When a gentleman is in office, even petty folk imitate him. If they still refuse, they are the worst. When a petty person holds power, even the average become petty. If one still refuses to become petty, that is a true gentleman indeed. Petty folk may do kind deeds, but if we dislike them, we disparage their every deed. Gentlemen can make mistakes, but if we admire them, we excuse all faults. Both are biased. Being free of desires is not so hard. Being free of ego is hardest. The other 2 schools, Buddhist and Taoist, can erase desires, but not the self. True freedom from both self and desire is precisely where the three schools diverge. One must carefully ponder this, beyond the scope of second-hand knowledge or textual recitation. When a person acts by universal principle, the world's times and places are identical. When a person acts by their own temperament, countless variations arise. In describing the levels of realization, a mere scholar cannot jump straight to being a sage, nor from sage to the level of heaven. But in aspiration, none is prevented from aiming as high as heaven, whether scholar, sage, or worthy. Zhengzi's mind was deep and direct, Zisi's was careful and detailed, Mencius's was grand and bold. Studying widely and remembering thoroughly is especially for those below the midpoint. Thus, Confucius said, "Hear much and follow what is good, see much and remember it." He taught Zhejiang likewise, "Hear broadly, but remove your doubts. Observe widely, but avoid dangers." He told students to broaden themselves with learning in the arts. He told Yan Hui, "Broaden yourself with the arts." But if one never grasps the unifying essence, it remains incomplete. That is why immediate awakening and gradual practice exist according to one's ability. Yet some say that immediate understanding is the entry point, suitable only for the highest inborn talent, which misleads later learners severely. If a statement is utterly senseless, it cannot deceive people. But if it's cleverly written, patching pieces together to form a seemingly coherent argument, it can sound delightful, and the ignorant accept it eagerly, causing great harm to the way. The world abounds with such talk. Only those who truly know can refute it. Between the smallest cracks, the wise slip through, while those who overthink miss them. Mingdao stands between Zhu Xi and Lu Juyuan. Mingdao rarely got mired in worldly concerns, reflecting a covert absorption of Buddhism and Taoism. Yichuan was ultimately too rigid, lacking the flexible spirit of Zhuangzi and Laozi. It is easier to enlighten a muddled mind than to save an enlightened mind that becomes muddled. The muddled can, upon awakening, leap free. The enlightened who stray do so knowingly, making rescue difficult. One who is enlightened holds no guarantee of saving themselves, while one who is muddled can sometimes grasp the reins. Enlightened. People bring peace. Enlightened, muddled people share in our troubles, yet they still know enough to worry. Chao Fu and Shu you gleaned from Buddhist and Taoist texts only an affirmation of the self. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, Confucius and Mencius saw that the way existed for the world. One should not hastily believe slander. Check who speaks it, and about whom. If the speaker is worthy, the accused might be at fault. If the speaker is unworthy, the accused might be good. During official evaluations, one negative word can ruin a career, and no one asks who said it. Many are wrongly condemned that way. When someone is an ordinary man, use their particular skill. When someone is worthy, expect them to embody the way. The scholar gentry love lofty talk and subtle speculation, but these are rarely practical. The real question is whether it helps solve problems. Hence the old sayings about dull or incompetent types being useless. I often remind my peers, shouldn't we strive to be truly useful? A cultured, refined man with gentle words, solemn, bearing and strict observance of etiquette suits the great shrines and bright halls. Yet stepping onto the battlefield, devouring an ox, moving mountains, meeting death for filial or loyal cause, this cannot be asked of such gentle souls alone. A true Confucian does not study just to gain advantage for himself. Facing thousands of enemies, unstoppable, how that shatters Laozi's model of self-preservation. When scholars gather, they ask, do we labour day and night for the nation and its people, or for personal ambition and wealth? The fate of order and disorder, life and death, safety or peril, rests in these two motives. Alas, the more numerous we become, the more the people suffer. The higher we climb, the poorer the people become. Is the world truly better for our presence? When someone's spirit is strong, but their countenance is shallow and boastful, it shows how little depth they have gained. Those who have nurtured themselves profoundly remain composed and still. Of course, there are times they are passionately aroused or fiercely strong, but they never act rashly. Taking impulsivity for honesty or shallowness for sincerity are mistakes among even well-meaning people. When judging ancient figures, we need an inner sense of principle, as though holding a balanced scale. Lacking that, we rely on bias or short-sightedness, faulting them without knowing their mind, never having faced their dilemmas. So we say, he was wrong, he was mistaken, which is like a blind man pointing at stars or a deaf man discussing music, laughable and shameful to the gentleman. Small bravery shouts in rage, cunning bravery laughs in subtlety. Great bravery is calm and steadfast. Supreme bravery shows no outward sign of force. To do good and avoid evil is correct, but chasing fortune and fleeing calamity is delusional. Heretical talk about yin and yang leads people to worship the wrong spirits, hope to avert disasters with empty rites, beg for good fortune not rightfully earned, and cling to worthless illusions. Sadly, the people never awaken, even as they die. Some who do awaken still see that the mass of people cling to it, so they hesitate to diverge. Even those in high office indulge it. Alas, from whom can we expect a return to the right path? In all created things, the simplest is the truest, and the cunning is the most corrupted. The simple remain in their natural state, as do certain birds that feed their parents, or certain beasts that uphold loyalty. The cunning lose their original nature. This applies equally to people. Once cunning arises, one's heavenly essence drains away. Therefore, in seeking the way, one should look to the simple. In seeking ministers who will not betray, choose among the simple. Simple does not mean stupid. It means direct, sincere intelligence. If a person's face is calm and their gaze is steady, you can see they have a settled mind. Such composure cannot be achieved without deep cultivation. The rites say, solemn as though pondering, at ease in speech. This is the manner of one who possesses the way. If one is devoted to heaven's principle, they are indifferent to personal desires. If one is devoted to private gain, they neglect public duties. If one indulges in vain pomp, one loses the substance of things. The sages hold tight to righteousness, allowing no trace of profit. Most people, in any righteous deed, let profit intrude, fail to gain profit, and the deed fades. Since Confucius and Mencius, no one has fully known the times before the three dynasties. Han scholars lacked profundity. Song scholars lacked greatness. A person who honestly grieves for the world may be moved to tears. One who has real ability to save it will employ that ability effectively. I would happily serve such a person as their follower. But if one only devotes themselves to fancy debates on paper, or keeps running with the tide without regard for whether the people live or die, then whether their personal character is pure or impure, they do nothing for the cosmos. A calm and serious nature is best. Such a person can resolve vast troubles and major issues. Next is one who is strong, bright, and decisive. All others, flighty, impulsive, proud, or attention-seeking, often lack the capacity for real action and may ruin affairs. Those are suitable only for drawing-room talk. Entrusting someone with a task had 7 perils. Complicated tasks need someone who can seize the core threads. Heavy tasks need someone who can plan wisely and decide alone. Urgent tasks need adaptability. Secret tasks need discretion. Solitary tasks need courage. Multiple tasks need open-mindedness to adopt others' strengths. And uncertain tasks need clear inward judgment. Heaven grants each person unique gifts. A wise government employs them accordingly, but if assigned incorrectly, all fails. Those who control promotions and demotions must recognize the broader context. If they rely on small judgments, they exclude the remarkable. Those with grand virtues may not fuss over small details. Those with expansive strategies might lack everyday practicalities. Those who handle weighty matters might not be swift at trifles. Meanwhile, those who are bright, articulate, well-versed in procedure, widely experienced in minor tasks, might prove useless in the greatest urgencies. Alas, how difficult! A scholar's success depends on the love or hatred of those above. In office, the mindset may be of 3 kinds: always for the ruler and people, always for procedures, or always for one's own household. Small-minded, men of petty caution can manage local affairs in calm times. But for emergencies requiring immediate decisions, we might choose a flawed but bold individual. Even a strong man or outlaw, if properly guided, can achieve wonders. The timid, by the book. Official cannot. The sage sorrows for a troubled era and pities its customs. The worthy detests corruption. The common man floats along. The petty man breaks the rules and destroys them. Alas, petty men undermine everything. The masses follow, and the lament of the worthy is in vain. Only when a wise king rules can the prevailing customs be changed. To judge someone's courtesy or incivility, first consider their heart. If they serve too little, was it truly from contempt? Even fools know it's dangerous to slight superiors. Why feel affronted? If they serve too lavishly, is it genuine deference? Perhaps they merely seek advantage. Why feel flattered? In the present day, both national and local opinion measure people by trivialities, as though one small breach means you cannot uphold a moral reputation. Meanwhile, bigger principles are forgotten entirely. Indeed, how lamentable for the use way. Alas, indeed! Overall, insight can arise from principle, temperament, worldly custom, or personal interest. Only that which arises from principle can unify heaven and earth, speak to spirits, reach the 4 seas, and last through all generations, shining forth in fairness and clarity. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, the Duke of Zhou, and Confucius passed it on. Temperament-based insight inclines to benevolence or wisdom, depending on the person. Some strong, some gentle, some cunning, some broad. People like Yi Yin, Hui Shi, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Mozi, Shen Buhai, Han Fei each developed something akin to their nature. Worldly, custom-based insight trusts only in old habits. The era of Qin, Han, Tang, and Song was shaped by local expediencies. The deeper teachings of the 2 emperors and 3 kings were never seriously attempted, not even in dreams. That is truly cause for tears. Finally, personal interest insight puts one's own gain, prestige, or survival before all else, bending right and wrong to suit those ends, weaving illusions with partial truths. For instance, Emperor Qin masked his travels as imperial tours. Emperor Wu cloaked his aggression as the 6 armies in grandeur. There are always multiple sides to an issue. Even skilled debaters cannot wholly refute them, and the ignorant are easily tricked. The result is often national downfall and chaos. This is why sages take on dangers themselves, removing personal bias so that plans may be truly impartial. While they cannot guarantee perfect knowledge, they avoid selfish motivation. Whenever the external world prevails over a person, it is because their inner foundation is lacking. Whenever evil triumphs, it is because goodness was too weak. These are like the 2 sides of a scale. If one side dips, the other rises. Skillful hypocrites exploit claims of virtue to hide ulterior motives. Some who do not claim virtue at all might be wrongly maligned. We must distinguish between heart and deed. Many overlook this in judging people. Because the middle way is obscure, people endlessly pick at each other. The rigid resent the flexible, and the flexible resent the rigid. The straightforward resent the meticulous, and the meticulous resent the straightforward. The refined resent the simple, and the simple resent the refined. If they all asked Confucius, each would find their place. Confucius held every virtue in a single mind, responding as needed, never fixed, unbounded in his methods. He could not fully convey it in words, nor instantly convert everyone. Hence the difficulty. To examine someone's true character, see how they handle advantage, how they behave when hungry or exhausted, how they manage strong feelings like joy or rage, how they conduct themselves amid wealth and splendor, and how they maintain composure in sudden shocks. Most of what people say is false, and most who hear it believe it. Most who believe it pass it along. With such credulity, how can we separate worthiness from unworthiness? Yet these rumours spread across the land and enter histories. The unjust remain forever smeared, and the cunning remain safe. Alas, how difficult! Only Yan Huai directly inherited Confucius's mind. Zhengzi was second rank. A grand reputation often brings danger to a high minister. Yet if one's actions are free of error, there is nothing to fear from gossip. The extremes of cleverness match the extremes of foolishness. The extremes of quietness match the extremes of wisdom. To comprehend the spirit of all creation is to be able to speak of human nature. There can be monks, Taoists, eunuchs, or beggars who may be sages, while self-proclaimed scholars wearing Confucian robes are undeserving. Why look down on others as though they were separate species? The mountains overflowed with precious jade, and the seas with pearls, open to everyone. Yet they all dreaded collecting them. How foolish indeed! Gauzy claimed great strength of will. Never mind right or wrong, that single notion of an unmoving mind proves some backbone. But he lacked learning, so that was his limit. For all eternity, there remains one grand road travelled by Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, Confucius, and Mencius. It is the ancient official road, open as much to beggars as to thieves. Everyone may travel it, or not. Some say, we should walk directly behind those sages. But each person has their own feet. If you walk sincerely, your footsteps naturally unite with theirs. Men of true achievement seek no fame. Men of fame seek achievements afterward. Past, the 3 dynasties, few achieved true deeds and true fame. Sages treat moral virtue itself as their achievement and renown. Worthy men treat actual deeds as such. The common crowd treats riches and rank as their measure. To shape grand causes under heaven, one must have grand vision. With grand vision comes unique discernment. If we discuss the way of good governance, in thousands of years there are only Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, each incomparable in their own way. After the Zhou began to fade, down to our day, the high points are only minor restoration, and the lows are quite base. The times of Yao and Shun are beyond the common imagination. Any founder or restorer must hold the learning of the 2 emperors and the 5 ministers, or else how can they succeed? If anyone commits wrongdoing, we can at least speak reason unless they are a scholar. If a scholar does wrongdoing, no one remains to guide the people. If anyone breaks the law, we can still punish them unless they are an official. If an official breaks the law, no one remains to enforce it. With writing invented, so many have forced interpretations, praising cleverness, leading to confusion of truths. The ignorant often rely on a hollow claim of venerating antiquity, misleading future generations. Unless one truly sees through the nature of all things to set matters straight, confusion is endless. A humble gentleman would rather leave some questions unanswered than pretend to know. When a true gentleman holds office, petty folk mimic gentility. If one still refuses to act gentlemanly, that person is truly base. When a petty person holds office, even moderate folk act petty. If one still refuses to be petty, that is a true gentleman indeed. Petty folk do have good deeds, but if you hate the person, you despise those deeds as well. Gentlemen do have errors, but if you love them, you excuse those errors. Both are biases. Being free of desires is one thing. Being free of the self is another. Buddhism and Taoism can purge desires, but they cannot purge the self. The absence of both self and desires is exactly the point where the 3 teachings differ. Reflect on this deeply. It cannot be grasped by routine knowledge. Acting by principle unites us across all times. Acting by temperament spawns myriad forms. In pursuing ultimate realization, a mere scholar cannot skip worthy and go straight to sage, nor skip sage and go straight to heavenly. Yet, in aspirations, none is barred from aiming at heaven. A broad forehead denotes clarity, Zhengzi was sincere and rustic, Zisi was thorough, Mencius bold and expansive. Studying extensively and retaining what one sees is for those below the higher tier. Confucius himself said to hear widely and choose the good to follow, to see widely and remember it. He told Zhejiang to hear much while discarding doubts, see much while avoiding pitfalls, and taught us to enrich ourselves with culture. He taught Yanhui to broaden with culture as well. But until reaching the single unifying principle, one remains incomplete. Hence, immediate awakening versus gradual practice depends on one's constitution. Some mistakenly think that immediate comprehension is the beginner's approach, suitable only for outstanding talent. This misleads many students. Nonsensical ideas cannot fool people, but cunningly composed arguments that sound flavorful can deceive the ignorant, harming the way severely. This kind of reasoning abounds, established over centuries. Only those who truly know the way can refute it. Where the gap is so thin, nothing else can slip through. The wise find a foothold, while thinkers get stuck. Ming Dao lies between Zhu Xi and Lu Juyuan in approach. Ming Dao avoided worldly dust because he quietly absorbed Buddhist and Taoist influences, whereas Yichuan was more rigid, lacking the breadth of Zhuangzi and Laozi. The Yuji confused can be swiftly awakened, while the enlightened who stray may be lost. The confusion of a truly enlightened person is the hardest to rescue, because they already know better, and yet sink. An enlightened mind does not guarantee its own safety, while a once muddled mind that learns can still gain command. Those who remain enlightened lead us in peace, while enlightened yet confused share our troubles, at least still aware. Chao Fu and Shu Yu gleaned from Buddhism, Laozi, Zhuangzi and Liezi only a sense of self, as though the whole cosmos existed for them, alone. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, and Confucius and Mencius understood humanity, devoting body and mind to the world. When you hear condemnation, do not rush to believe it. Consider who is speaking and about whom. If the speaker is worthy, it damages the accused. If the speaker is unworthy, it benefits the accused. In the year-end evaluations, a single slander is treated like a pearl, with no thought of its source. How many innocents are wrongly condemned? If someone is a commoner, we use whatever ability they have. If someone is worthy, we expect them to meet the middle way. Gentlemen talk about broad matters, exploring arcane insights, but that alone is not practical. What matters is whether it resolves real problems. We still say a dullard is not up to use, and a fool is not good for anything. These are common phrases, yet I share this shame with fellow scholars. We must be practical. A refined, gentle, solemn person, graceful in manner and respectful in ceremony, belongs in the brilliant halls and temples. But someone who can tread fire and wade spears, devour an ox in a single gulp, shift mountains and seas, or give their life for filial piety or loyalty after 1,000 tests, may not be precisely this person. If one does not study for personal advantage, one is a true Confucian. 10,000 men stand against me, and I charge straight through. How that shocks! The self-preservation teachings of Laozi. When scholars come together, they should ask each other, Are we racing about to bring peace to the world and well-being to its people? Or are we doing so for our personal fortune and prestige? The fate of order or chaos, survival or destruction, safety or peril is decided by these two intentions. Alas, the more of us there are, the more the people suffer. The higher we climb, the more they are impoverished. What good is it if one's energy is high but the face is puffed up? It shows that what they have gained is shallow. Those who have cultivated themselves well remain calm and quiet. Naturally, they can be stirred to righteous anger or steadfast resolve, but never lightly. Some take loud sternness as uprightness and shallow sincerity as honesty. These are flaws of the well-meaning. In judging ancient figures, one must hold firm to principle, like a level scale. If you cling to bias, ignoring the era and failing to see their minds, never having experienced their dilemmas, yet proclaiming, "He erred, he was wrong," it is like the blind pointing at stars, or the deaf judging music, truly laughable. A gentleman is ashamed to do so. Minor bravery roars, cunning bravery grins. Great bravery is composed and resolute. Supreme bravery has no outward form. Doing good and rejecting evil is proper, but chasing fortune and fleeing calamity is confusion. Heterodox talk of yin and yang leads people to worship unconnected spirits, attempt petty rites to avert misfortune, and beg for unattainable blessings, ignoring genuine cause and effect. How tragic that the ignorant do not awaken before they die. Even those who do awaken see that everyone else remains the same, so they suppress their doubts. Some high officials in grand posts advocate such beliefs. Alas, to whom can we appeal? To restore the rightful teachings, the simplest mind is the truest. Cunning leads to lies. Among birds and beasts, those that keep their nature show no deceit. So it is among humans. Once cunning appears, the heavenly spirit is lost. To seek the way, look for the simple. To seek a trustworthy minister, pick one who is simple. Simple does not mean unaware. It means direct, undivided awareness. One whose complexion is untroubled and gaze unclouded reveals a settled mind within. Such composure is only won through deep practice. The rites say, "Be solemn, as if pondering, and calm in speech." This is the appearance of one endowed with the way. If someone is earnest about heaven's principle, they cannot indulge private desires. If they are consumed with private matters, they will neglect the public good. If they delight in hollow show, they will be weak in true substance. The sages cling to righteousness untainted by profit. Ordinary folk, in any righteous act, let profit seep in. If profit is not achievable, the act falters. Ever since Confucius and Mencius, few have glimpsed how the three dynasties truly were. The Han scholars lacked depth. The Song scholars lacked expanse. A sincere concern for the world may move one to tears. With the ability to help, one employs it effectively. I would gladly serve as a menial to such a person. But if one's talk is all on paper, and one's footsteps all in the dust, unconcerned with the people's very survival, then whether their moral tone is pure or not, they do nothing for creation. Calm depth and solemnity is the finest nature. Such a man settles great chaos and discerns major truths. Next best is one who is staunch, clear, and resolute. Those who are shallow, proud, or self-satisfied accomplish nothing, and sometimes even ruin tasks. Let them remain among those who only talk. Assignments come with 7 challenges. Complicated tasks need a unifying grasp. Heavy tasks need sober planning. Urgent tasks need agile insight. Hidden tasks need secret caution. Lone tasks need unwavering courage. Multiple tasks need broad acceptance of talented subordinates, and puzzling tasks need clarity within and guidance without. Heaven bestows each person a particular forte. In governance, if we cannot employ them rightly, we fail. If the official who oversees appointment fixates on small issues, he loses the great talents. Those who uphold broad virtues may not attend to small protocol. Those who conceive great strategies may not have small aptitudes. Those who can bear huge burdens may not be quick at trifles. And those bright, talkative, widely read, practiced in details might not suit emergencies. Ah, how trying! A scholar's fate depends on the love or hate of those in power. In office, a person's thinking can be of 3 sorts: always mindful of the sovereign and people, always mindful of bureaucratic forms, or always mindful of personal, family gain. Small-minded, docile officials can manage local affairs in peaceful times, but cannot handle turbulent times or crises. We might prefer a more flawed but spirited character. Even a bold rogue or champion, well guided, can accomplish wonders, impossible for a small-minded conformist. The sage laments troubled times and pities the masses. The worthy man aches at the evil in society. The common man drifts along. The petty man breaks order. Once the petty man tears it down, the common man follows, so the grief of the worthy is in vain. Only with an enlightened ruler can customs be reshaped. Observing a subordinate's courtesy, see whether it is genuine or whether it is self-serving. If their tribute is too small, do not assume disrespect. Who would be so foolish as to risk offending a superior on purpose? If it is too lavish, do not assume sincerity. They might be seeking your favor. Why feel gratified? In modern times, official or local discourse condemns people over trifling oversights, as if any slight lapse disqualifies them from a pure reputation, while the most fundamental virtues are ignored. How lamentable that the way has sunk thus far. Indeed, how sad. On governance. In the halls of government, nurturing upright spirit must come first. Across the realm, cultivating primal energy must be the foundation. If worthy and honourable people feel free from words of frustration, then upright spirit thrives. If all the common folk voice no hidden resentment, then primal energy is secure. This is the essential path by which emperors preserve the world through the ages. Within the vast domain, if there is any person or thing encroaching on or borrowing from others without each occupying its rightful place, the world cannot be clear. If even a single ordinary man or woman harbours injustice and anger, but cannot attain redress, the world cannot be at peace. All affairs and things in the world seek practical use, that which affects our body and mind, whether helpful or harmful. Whatever is non-essential, merely pleasing to the senses, does not count as true utility. Foolish people may even abandon what is truly useful in pursuit of the useless. How tragic! Therefore, a wise ruler's first task is to reform all extravagance and strictly punish decadent artistry. If those in office merely follow a single ledger, consulting old precedents and clinging to worn-out regulations, any long-serving clerk might suffice to manage things. When pursuing benefits, do not be too hasty. Look around to see every angle. When eliminating abuses, do not rush. Take a long view and remember the past. If gentler methods will resolve a situation, there is no need for blunt harshness. If it is possible to govern by doing little, one need not make a show of many affairs. Some official advisers, as soon as they assume their posts, immediately present a proposal. Such men stand among the highest ranks of virtue, far from those who stay silent just to keep their positions. Yet even so, their proposals might not bring genuine reform. Perhaps earlier discussions were imprecise, or perhaps current officials failed to carry them out. Search the records to see if people in the past ever spoke of these same ideas. If anyone writes just one essay and calls it done, even if such essays pile up like mountains, they merely waste paper and ink, becoming fodder for mice on a shelf. When a true gentleman makes a proposal, he does not seek literary renown for posterity. He hopes his remonstrance will be heeded and the people will benefit. If imperial edicts are widely circulated, but people's hardships remain unchanged, we must ask why. The reason is that actual governance has not been carried out, and empty forms are used in its place. If thorough investigation is lacking, whom can we blame? In governing, to leave people undisturbed is to ensure their peace. To refrain from taking is to grant them provision. To avoid harming them is to secure one's own benefit. By acting as though nothing is done, one can raise up what is lacking and remove what is harmful. There is a larger principle in public affairs. Once that principle is established, even if smaller matters run counter to it, one should adapt carefully to support what the greater principle has yet to cover. One must not abruptly change course. For example, showing compassion to the people is that larger principle. Even if some among them are defiant and violent and must be punished harshly, the broader stance of kindness toward the populace remains unchanged. Showing courtesy to scholars is also a larger principle. Even if some are indulgent and unrestrained and must be punished with severity, the overarching respect toward scholars does not waver. If at first the government is lenient in a way that nurtures wrongdoing, then suddenly turns harsh and punishes even the innocent, that is not sound governance, for it has failed to uphold its fundamental principle. The first priority of good governance is to uphold moral teaching in the world. A single action from those in high office can determine the flourishing or decline of morality and the good or bad of local customs. If one neglects the greater principle while clinging to a short-sighted view, though one might not be entirely wrong in that single instance, one causes deep harm to public virtue. This is called a policy that disorders the norms, which the ancient kings took great care to avoid. Of all that human nature tends to neglect, gradual change is the easiest to overlook, and also the most fearsome danger. At first, even virtuous men do not take it seriously. If someone urges caution, even the virtuous may think him too cautious. They fail to see the unstoppable force it becomes once it grows strong. Neither heaven nor the sages can stop it, because it arises by degrees. When Zhou and Zheng held each other hostage, had it happened suddenly, even the weakest emperor would have been outraged, and the boldest vassal lords would not have dared attempt it. But since it happened by slow accumulation, it seemed to unfold, almost imperceptibly. Thus, having travelled 1,000 miles, one sees that distance as far, but any single step just behind seems close. That 1,000-mile journey is nothing but countless steps. Hence, sudden events alarm everyone, but only the sage fears the gradual. One must illuminate matters clearly, guard them firmly, and never allow even the slightest indulgence. This is how to be cautious with gradual changes. A gentleman, when confronting social customs, keeps to the ancient rites established by the sage kings, honouring restraint and simplicity, and never casually opens the door to any tendency that might grow in the long run. Thus, while lacquerware need not be made of gold or jade, excessive carving never ceases. Embroidered garments need not be worn by commoners, yet brocades and silks continue covering walls. People do not care even if poverty or theft arises, and harsh punishments cannot curb them. Therefore, a gentleman is vigilant at the outset, and will not stir up cravings in people's hearts, giving free rein to the boundless greed of petty men. When drafting laws for the land and for generations to come, one must not act hastily, or there will surely be roadblocks in enforcing them, nor must the laws be ambiguous. If they are, those who implement them can manipulate the wording. Nor must there be gaps that leave some issues outside the scope of the law, for then there is no clear basis for action, and enforcers can arbitrarily do as they please. Building firm foundations and setting reliable standards is 1,000-year plan. Changing principles is 100-year plan. Reviving what is good and repairing what is flawed is a 10-year plan. Merely painting something white or black is a plan for the moment. If one clings to makeshift measures, decline is sure to accumulate. If one encourages the rising tide until it overturns, one only feeds the pests beneath. Those who bear concerns for the nation must be keenly aware of this. Vigorous fortune fears nothing more than reaching its full extent. Thus, the state's might must never be allowed to overflow. Once it overflows, it must be reduced. For this reason, sudden calamities or outbursts of anger do not occur solely in that moment. They arise from an excessive build-up of power. Once power overflows, one must consciously diminish it. When you carry a cup filled to the brim, it is wiser to sip from it than to walk gingerly while it spills. Small excesses can be corrected, but large excesses must be adapted to. Failing to check something small allows it to grow large. Attempting to correct something already large only makes it more formidable. This pattern governs heaven and earth, all creatures, the transformation of energies, and all human affairs. Thus, restraining the small and yielding to the large, both serve the same goal, to keep things in check. This was the way of the ancient sage kings. When a sage governs, he makes certain all people keep their energy and will under proper discipline. Such alertness and zeal mean that no one wastes their livelihood, so provisions and arms are plentiful, and righteous spirit abounds. In peacetime, people can be diligent for the nation. In conflict, they can offer their lives. When they are disciplined, they do not engage in wrongdoing, for they respect their own reputation and maintain their families with dignity. In an age of order, rights and laws can be easily enforced, and in difficult times, corruption and theft do not arise. In later ages, however, people became lazy and unrestrained, and such a state of complacency is a great worry for an enlightened ruler. What truly sways the hearts of the people is the divine, the virtuous, the benevolent, and the awe-inspiring. The divine exerts an influence without words or overt action, yet resonates like an echo. Virtue is honored and cherished by all, and so the people naturally gather and submit. Benevolence wins people by meeting their needs. Authority compels them by instilling respect for the law. Absent these, there is no way to stir the populace. Only when one's sincerity is so strong that it cannot be disguised does one produce a method that cannot be undermined. If an action is not correct, it means the thinking behind it was not thorough. And if the thinking was not thorough, it means the heart was not earnest enough. Therefore, only a heart of pure kingship begets pure kingship in governance. Guanju reveals a heart of peace and harmony. Linji embodies kindness and generosity. By governing with such thoughts of harmony and kindness, caring for the people and cherishing all creatures, each is settled in its proper place. If not, and one merely clings to the Zhou official system as a hollow form, it will not only fail to help, but will also harm the people. To regard the people as one's own kin and extend that care to all living things, one must feel genuine empathy. This cannot be a mere performance of weeping or laughter with no true sorrow or joy. Indeed, the root of every undertaking is a sincere heart. When the two ancient emperors and the three kings cherished their own kin, showed kindness to the people, and loved every creature, it was not something they learned from others, nor did they reason it out simply because it seemed proper. Words like cherish, love, and care sprang from genuine deep compassion, like a loving mother who cannot help but protect her child. Thus came forth policies that foster life and welfare. How moving! It is enough to make one weep. Any person in a position of authority must ensure that every individual under their care can eke out a living, that all recognize their stations, that every creature has its place, and that every affair is dealt with properly. Such is the fundamental responsibility. Once this is achieved, a ruler can truly savor a brief moment of relief and a peaceful night's sleep. If there remains even a single person, creature, or matter that is not properly handled, how can that ruler's heart be at ease? Why? Because if one governs a district, the people of the entire district await one's orders. If one governs a kingdom, the kingdom waits upon that command. If one rules over the world, then all under heaven depend upon it. If one fails to meet these expectations, how can one accept the title or remain in the position? Day and night, such a ruler must be wholly dedicated, leaving no time for the comforts of wealth or planning for personal and family interests. When just one plan goes awry, can one vent anger without measure? Think, if entrusted with the well-being of the people, can one truly indulge personal desires? Reflect on this, and shame will follow. The laws of a ruler come from heaven above, and regard human nature below, striving for the greatest balance and fairness, with no trace of partiality. Those who carry them out must likewise be wholly impartial, harbouring not a speck of personal agenda, for such is the way of heaven. When ruler and ministers practice law as heaven would, then the people will live under its peace. Human nature is the same throughout all ages, and sages fear its unrestrained indulgence. Thus, they establish central norms to rein it in, making it easy for the people to comply. There are, however, those who seek fame by defying these norms, undertaking what others find hard and attracting astonishment and praise from the ignorant. They inspire others to do the same, unaware that whatever departs from human nature undermines the way. Hence, a ruler must not make laws too severe, nor rites too strict, nor demands too exacting, so that everyone can still come together in the way. Otherwise, it only drives people toward rebellion. When renewing what is dormant, bringing back what has fallen into disuse, one must use strong measures. When punishing the deceitful and stopping disorder, one must use strong measures. When gathering the multitude and overcoming the powerful, one must use strong measures. Human inclinations can be summarized as 5, all arising from convenience. Seeing profit, people rush toward it. Seeing beauty, they desire it. Encountering fine food and drink, they crave it. Finding ease and comfort, they settle in. Discovering someone weak or foolish, they exploit that person. They do so simply because it benefits them. In this way, cunning spreads without effort, and wicked deeds multiply without plan. The virtuous know it is difficult to restrain such impulses, so they rely on virtue to soften them, teaching to guide them, rights to forbid them, and laws to punish them. They fight these urges of convenience all day long, yet still they struggle to contain them. To forbid what people find easy is as difficult as forcing them to do what they find hard. Therefore, sages govern people as one governs water. No one can stop it from flowing downward, but it can be channeled so it does not overflow. Even Yao and Shun could not prevent a dike from bursting if it was not managed. Neither Yao nor Shun had laws that were flawless. But they possessed upright hearts and employed upright people to remedy failings and bring good order to the land. That alone sufficed. Today, although a law might yield 9 benefits, we cannot guarantee it carries no single harm. It may begin with good outcomes, yet we cannot ensure it ends without defects. Then there are those who envy talent, or lazy officials who talk well but do little. They seize upon that single defect, mocking the law. Others who lack sincere concern or deep foresight for the nation join their criticism. Either they say that the world is naturally stable, so there is no harm in doing things as before, or that the times are too difficult, and stirring affairs brings no benefit. Then, when massive disasters strike, and the kingdom crumbles like broken tiles, they resign themselves to fate. Alas, why does a nation foster its scholars? Why do gentlemen pledge their service? Why do Confucianists view the entire world as their responsibility? When offices multiply and officials are replaced frequently, when affairs are constantly debated and policies continually changed, the people's suffering knows no bounds. In antiquity, rulers chose capable individuals with care and let them serve long terms, and they established policies with care and maintained them over time. One year was like the next, and even hundreds or thousands of years remained the same, until a new dynasty arrived or old rules lost their effectiveness. Thus, all officials followed a single law, never daring to flaunt their wit by forcing quick changes. All the people had but one set of commands, and were not confused by conflicting orders. Day after day, month after month, they abided by the government's principles, refined themselves, absorbed the policies and commands, and shaped their customs. It was like the cycle of cold and heat, which never changes, yet people adapt each season. It was like roads that remain steady, so travellers recognize their distance year by year. How calm, how constant, how mutually secure, how easily implemented, how economical in both labour and cost. You may ask, what if after many years a law deteriorates? What then? The answer is to return to the law's original purpose and correct its partialities and flaws. A good doctor cures the illness without harming the 5 organs. He treats the primary source rather than disturbing other areas. A good mender stitches the tear without cutting away the intact fabric. He washes, outstains, but does not discard the original cloth. In an era of sage-like brilliance, emotion, propriety, and law do not clash. In later, troubled ages, if emotion prevails, it subverts the law. And if the law prevails, it destroys propriety. The oaths and pledges of Tang and Wu elicited sorrow in Yao and Shun, but drew scorn from Jie and Zhou. Were they not intended to prove to the people that these kings were true to their word, revealing their own hearts? Yao and Shun would say, "Why must you proclaim so loudly? If we reveal our hearts, the people cannot bear to disobey." Ji and Zhou would say, "Why must you proclaim so loudly? If we reveal our power, the people dare not disobey." Reading the proclamations in the Book of Documents shows how the royal way had already declined. By the times of Tang and Wu, it was inevitable they would be followed by rulers like Jie and Zhou, and then by Qin, Xiang, Wang Mang, and Cao Cao. Those who strive to sustain civilization must not forget its long arc. A sage can employ all the people under heaven because the people willingly serve a sage. The sage uses his mind, while the people use their labour. When the mind is used, it seems as if nothing is done, because the people feel it aligns with their own benefit. If a ruler contends with the people in cleverness or strength, he will be worn out. In later eras, it seems there are no men of great talent, only because the education system has fallen into disrepair, treated as a trivial matter. Whenever someone proposes reform, people mock him. Bad officials bring no blessings to the kingdom, and the people suffer in return. What solution can there be? The sage's power to move hearts is best tested in times of crisis. Day by day, he sows kindness and righteousness with deep thought and generous favour, so thoroughly that it becomes engraved in people's minds. Then, if danger arises suddenly, there is no time to plan, yet people will sacrifice themselves for righteousness without even being fully aware of why. It is not to win a reputation, or even to repay the ruler. They act as though compelled by an inner urgency. Next in rank are those who sacrifice themselves while consciously intending to repay the ruler. Below that are those who are easily roused but soon falter. Lower still are those who act only when richly rewarded. By this stage, trust and connection between high and low have weakened, and the mutual spirit has dissolved. Alas, How did the ancient sage kings succeed? They planted sincerity of heart in the people. When a sage is in power, he ensures that every being occupies its rightful place without harming or encroaching upon others, so each is content with its station. That is called each being finding its proper position, and thus heaven and earth are set in order. He also ensures that everything may pursue its inherent nature without oppression or anger, so each finds fulfillment. That is called each being attaining its wish, and thus all creatures can flourish. Once people's desires have overflowed, reining them in is difficult. Reducing what has overflowed is like cutting away extra fingers or tumours. It is painful, hence we must proceed gradually, so the people can bear it, and do it quietly without causing alarm. This is the art of curbing excess. Therefore, when a sage king presides, he is careful not to let excess arise in the first place, so that people's selfish desires do not form and burst forth unchecked. Through propriety and righteousness, he tames them. Through law and regulation, he keeps them in bounds. He ensures they do not spread underground or burst out all at once. This is the way to guard against excess. These two measures, preventing and restraining, are the great levers by which an emperor balances the people's emotions, and the presence or absence of order depends on them. When founding a new dynasty, a ruler can implement laws swiftly, like thunder, for the people are watching and listening closely. At such moments, orders travel quickly, and the people respond like echoes. But after a long period of peace, laws become slack. People's minds scatter, some grow lazy, some grow defiant. It is like a person in a deep sleep, deaf to calls, or someone exhausted to the point of stumbling. Perhaps only the urgency of bandits or threats of fire can make them abruptly awaken and flee. Thus, newly issued decrees often fail to stir the people, as though they do not hear them. So officials produce more and more documents, wasting paper and ink to little avail. Even executing a main culprit to set an example may not suddenly make people heed. Meanwhile, narrow-minded scholars still say, we should uphold generosity and avoid harsh measures. Alas, such thinking allows disasters to fester and serious harm to deepen across the land. Clothing, when soiled, must be washed. When worn, must be mended. A house, when leaning, must be propped. If near collapse, must be rebuilt. A ruler who revives a faltering age must reorganize and tighten governance, just as though he were founding anew. In ancient times, the kings focused entirely on people's hearts. To understand the hearts of the people, they looked within their own hearts. Why? Because they share the same human nature. By reflecting on themselves, they understood the people. Thus the people's hearts were one, and the world was governed in harmony. The greatest danger to the world is stopping at the thought, if it works for now, let it be. This fosters apathy and decline that eventually become irreversible. All of it grows from these 3 words, if it works. Therefore, sages in ruling themselves never cease their diligence. In governing others, they never stop encouraging them. They do not suspend normal standards simply because there appears to be no crisis, nor do they neglect small lapses just because no harm seems imminent. They do not do this out of a love for stirring things up. They do it because they know that If one waits for the crisis to manifest, it may be too late. Even with caution at the start, one can still become careless by the end. Half the calamities under heaven come from negligence. The other half come from reckless haste. Only a sage can quell disaster in its earliest stage and halt destructive thoughts once they begin to surface. This is called knowing the subtle and knowing the manifest. Knowing the subtle means acting without revealing your intention, carefully spotting the signs. Knowing the manifest means avoiding a sudden crash of turbulent waves by assessing the situation prudently. Alas, who but a sage could achieve this? When spirits are strong and invigorated, all endeavours flourish. When limbs grow idle and slack, all endeavours stall. Hence, a sage who rules over the world stirs people's hearts and rouses their morale, making them like leaves glistening with morning dew, rather than withered stalks under long drought. Even so, there is no need to overturn heaven and earth in a mighty upheaval, yet one must still clean away the dust of old habits and renew the world's brightness. If there are no capable administrators, even the most wonderful laws and high-minded intentions will harm the people. With capable administrators, even outdated and flawed practices can be turned to good account. Thus, we speak of the governance of cultured and martial kings, which requires cultured and martial ministers. Otherwise, even the best swords or bows serve only to empower one's enemies when wielded by the unworthy. I have watched certain policies, disaster relief, land distribution, price regulation, famine checks, local covenants, community militias, communal granaries, official livestock, and felt deep sorrow. Inept officials who drift from place to place create yet more trouble. To awaken and inspire the land, we must summon the vitality of thunder and wind. To punish treachery and halt disorder, we must invoke the firm resolve of heaven itself. Without that, the entire realm faces grave peril. In the span of one breath, our limbs and organs are reached everywhere by our vital energy. At the slightest pain or itch, our hands and heart feel it together. Such is the unity of a single body. Even in daily life, pulling one small thread can make the entire body move. Such is the connectedness of a single vein. A local governor is the thread of a district. A supervisory official is the thread of a region. The ruler and prime ministers are the thread of the entire realm. When the mind perceives, the whole land feels invigorated. When decrees are issued, the masses respond wholeheartedly. Such is the effect of that single thread. Yet, if the body suffers pain or discomfort without the heart noticing, then the mind is numb. If the hands and feet fail to respond, they are paralyzed. Since the three dynasties, upper and lower realms have been disconnected for so long that each household follows its own path. Each person has separate feelings, and there is no shared joy or sorrow. The people cannot be blamed for this. When people harbour anger but fear the law too much to violate it, they merely wait for a chance to exploit. If popular sentiment has already turned against the ruler, yet he intensifies his cruelty, that is, precisely how tyrants like Jie and Zhou met their downfall. A wise king instead relies on natural empathy and places himself in the same position as his people. He does not rely merely on signs of their outward submission. He wants them truly free from resentment. he seeks to fulfill their essential needs, knowing there are hidden depths not revealed in their words or faces. This approach forges a bond that runs deep and endures for future generations. When a sage king is on the throne, he preserves only one constant principle: heaven's law and the people's timeless ways. All petty doctrines, deviant teachings, and wayward ideas are decisively weeded out, leaving no trace behind. Under such guidance, the people change their habits, wash their hearts clean, and forget all those chaotic patterns as though reborn, or awakened from a dream, as though they never even witnessed them. Only then can virtue be unified, customs be harmonized, and pure kingship realized. In a well-ordered age, nothing is more urgent than preserving sincerity, and no teaching is more vital than discouraging conflict. Even a treacherous minister in power will sometimes employ a few good people for fairness and enact some good measures to win the people's favour. His successor, seeking to overturn the predecessor's rule in order to appear superior, dismisses all those good officials and abandons their policies. Petty courtiers flatter the new ruler with smooth words, so all good laws are scrapped and old abuses return. Is this done for the nation and its people, or merely for oneself? If truly for the people, it shows a blindness of insight. If for personal gain, such behaviour would never be pardoned by the mightiest sages and kings. What claim to accomplishment can remain? A truly enlightened individual needs no grand reputation, and an age of great peace produces no sensational events. Why is this? Because once the throne is legitimately held, and the people look to that ruler with a unified sense of virtue, Worthies customs merge into harmony. There is nothing unusual in that. Power inevitably reaches a point of decline. The first emperor of Qin, possessing the might of a united empire, was finally undone by a single commoner. Why? Because that commoner came from the very people on whom the emperor's power depended. Once you overextend your power, it turns back upon you. Hence, an enlightened monarch does not rely on the defences within his palace walls, but treats the entire land as his fortress. Where virtue prevails, the farthest seas become his inner guard. Where resentment forms, even the cushion under his seat may turn against him. Thus, a tyrant who torments the people is only tormenting himself, while one who loves the people is, in truth, preserving himself. The ruins of failed rulers lie everywhere, yet many follow blindly in their footsteps. How sorrowful! People in the world today resemble spoiled children. They cannot bear even a bit of discomfort. At the slightest offence, they flare up in anger. If a gentry official tries a bit more scrutiny, they call it harshness. If a school tightens its discipline, they call it lack of kindness. If the military tries a bit more restraint, they say it is tyranny. If local officers are slightly more principled, they cry oppression. But must we really abandon public law in order to win favour and avoid complaints? Likewise, the affairs of the world today are like a dilapidated house. Give it a light push, and observers gasp and fall silent. Should we then abandon any attempt at reforms, or let the house collapse altogether, so as not to provoke alarm? Public versus private. These two words mark the boundary between civilization and chaos. From the imperial court down to the village, Lanes, if one clings firmly to public, the world is clear and peaceful, governance is clean, and lawsuits vanish. But when private prevails, uproar follows, and the world cannot stand. The power of the kingly way lies simply in taking one's own genuine heart, deeply compassionate and empathetic, and understanding the hidden concerns of the people. Hence, without issuing rewards, people are already encouraged. Without goading them, they already rise to action. A single word from the ruler can make them willingly give their lives, because it comes from true sincerity. A ruler is one on whom all beneath heaven depend for joy or sorrow. One stray thought of laziness causes relaxation of discipline throughout the realm. One fleeting indulgence leaves countless subjects displaced and unsettled. Therefore, even if the ruler toils day and night, the people still lament the great distance between them and the throne. If the ruler does not grasp what the masses truly desire and follows only personal wants, how fearsome the outcome! The fate of the world rests on two words: heaven's mandate. Whether the world stays or goes also hangs on two words: the people's heart. Those who endure hardships become like the three kings. Those who do not endure hardships become like the 5 overlords. When one man worries, all under heaven rejoice. When one man rejoices, all under heaven worry. The sage regards all people as part of a single body, carrying the whole realm as one mind. Think of how every limb and organ is part of our own body. When there is pain or itching anywhere, we immediately sense it and attend to it. Can an emperor ignore the pain and itch of the 4 seas? A mere pimple on one finger can be fatal if, left untreated. By the time a nation's peril is obvious to the senses, it may be too late. That is speaking only of advantage or harm. If a person's own limbs become numb, it is as if they do not belong to him anymore. He loses that part of himself. The ruler is ruler of all under heaven, and all under heaven belongs to the ruler. If their vitality does not flow freely between them, if the ruler's mind does not reach the people's needs, is that what heaven intended when establishing a sovereign? Insatiable desire gives birth to turmoil. Resentment and injustice cause it to swell into rebellion. These two are the great fears of anyone who holds a kingdom. When using authority to enforce the law, 3 things must first be present: a true bond of understanding between high and low, well-established trust and benevolence, and a clear sense that fairness has no room for compromise. Then, even if the penalty is death, no one will harbour resentment. Above all else, love the people. The court entrusts these common folk to its officials as precious children, while the people address their officials as father and mother. Consider how parents treat their dear children, and you will understand how to govern. Even ignorant and stubborn people must be handled patiently and gradually guided. If one is to be a true king, moral transformation can take generations. Do we already possess the skill to transform them in a brief moment? How can we expect to make people who have long-standing habits of wrongdoing suddenly obey us? If just one piece of instruction is not heeded, do we then respond with fierce rage? This is the first pitfall for any official. There are indeed some who cannot be reformed. There are also cases where one must punish without trying to teach. Yet these are the rarest of exceptions, and should not dictate the essence of governance. What do people hope for from a sage but peace? And the sage secures peace by upholding fairness. When things are fair, they are calm. When unfairness prevails, there is no peace. Armies must be ready to lay down their lives at a moment's notice, while the population at large must value life. Without a willingness to sacrifice, one cannot quell turmoil. If people do not value life, they are prone to rebellion. In the most ancient times, rulers and subjects were so aligned they forgot each other. People obeyed even without explicit orders. In the Middle Ages, ruler and subject sought mutual trust. In later ages, they tried to outwit each other. Those above used law to triumph over those below, while those below resorted to deceit to evade the law. The people used trickery to outsmart their superiors. The superiors used cunning to guard against trickery. Under such conditions, how can one expect good government? If we wish to return to the old ways, there is no better method than acting with total sincerity. Where sincerity itself is not enough, law can serve to assist. Perhaps, if not fully lost, the people's hearts might still return to the path of the 3 dynasties. In governance, transparency and directness are prized, while in warfare, subtlety and concealment are prized. In civil affairs, one should be straightforward in word and deed. In military affairs, one must adapt strategies and feints. If these 2 approaches become mixed, disaster is likely. If one places trust in people rather than in law, that only works when Yao and Shun are on the throne and 5 worthy ministers serve below. Otherwise, it leads to chaos. Certainly, the 2 emperors and 3 kings understood the value of adapting to changing circumstances for the people's benefit, but they ruled constantly by their own virtuous example. To them, my own person is the law. Why add more laws? But because later ages had mediocre rulers and incapable ministers who could not bring about good governance, as well as brutal tyrants and treacherous officials who dared to indulge in wickedness, the ancients left behind both grand principles and minor details, hoping to restrain bad rulers and enlighten honest ones. They knew perfectly well that the uniform laws of their day might not all be ideal for future generations, but hoped that their enlightened descendants would understand their intent and skillfully adapt it where the law fell short. As for mediocre rulers and their ministers, at least they would fear to tamper with it. Even if an evil ruler wished to overturn everything, some officials would still cling to ancestral law to counter him, and he might be forced to hold back. Thus, we see the law cannot be abolished. Those skilled in wielding authority do not grow angry too easily. Those skilled in dispensing kindness do not hand it out recklessly. A ruler's greatest peril is to bestow rewards on those who have no merit, or grant amnesty to those who are guilty. Worse still is failing to reward the meritorious and punishing the innocent. Thus, a king ought to rely on merit or guilt, not personal likes or dislikes. He should rely on right or wrong, not on slander or praise. By these means, the true nature of the people is kept in balance and disturbances are prevented. This is a crucial warning to anyone who holds power. Sometimes one knows that a certain policy needs changing, yet must continue it for now. One must simply find the best remedy. Sometimes one knows a certain person should step aside, yet still must employ him. one must manage it well. The flow of concerns from below to above ought to be as open as a child's heart toward a loving mother, leaving nothing unspoken, and the virtue of those above should reach the people like water, seeping into every crack, leaving no place untouched. When that occurs, no nation collapses. Hence, those who block or conceal the truth are the chief criminals in a dying state. Inequality is part of heaven's order and the natural way of numbers. All living things arise through variation and perish when forcibly made uniform. Yet some who wish to avoid trouble try to standardize absolutely everything, which only amplifies differences. If one allows things to differ naturally, governing becomes simpler. But if one tries to impose uniformity where there is none, endless chaos ensues. There are three powers in the universe that no cunning can escape. The first is royal law, the second is heaven's principle, the third is public judgment. They are truly formidable. As the Book of Songs says, joyful is the noble man, he is the people's father and mother. Elsewhere it says, warm and gracious is the noble man, he is the people's father and mother. Observing these lines, we learn the way of governance. When someone has already become virtuous and successful, yet people still mock his youthful errors, or he has already achieved victory, yet they laugh at his past failures, such behavior is narrow and unkind. A gentleman does not do this. No matter how simple or clumsy a person may be, there is always some skill or trait that can be put to use, if only we know how to employ it. Public opinion does not mean everybody speaking in unison. If, though, entire court disagrees and only one man is correct, the true public opinion rests with that one man. To those in power, one should not enact every policy simply because one can. One should act only when it is right to do so. If you have the power to implement something but ignore whether it is truly right, then you are merely using your position to push wrongdoing, which a gentleman would call villainy. In managing a group, do not blur responsibilities. Instead, schedule tasks clearly, who does what on which day, so responsibilities are well defined. The superiors avoid being overburdened, and the subordinates cannot shirk. If commands are all given at once, mixing anger and praise arbitrarily, even two people would be difficult to manage. How much more a crowd? The hard-working suffer, the idle relax, the quiet feel wronged, the eloquent fool others, the greedy enrich themselves, the honest go hungry. Such a person cannot even manage subordinates, let alone be placed in charge. When moral instruction is unclear and customs are poor, the remedy is to encourage the gentry and scholars to improve. Healing sickness requires a skilled physician. Bringing peace to the people requires a good official. There is no shortage of good officials if only we have proper methods of selection and correct ways of motivating them. Confucius, in the state of Lü, was no more than a senior official, with mid- and lower-level officers as his peers, yet he still spoke his mind boldly. Today, a supervising official, meeting his subordinate staff, tries instead to be all warmth, as though they were children or beloved juniors. The slightest show of strictness or thorough examination is deemed too harsh. Thus, superiors seek to win favor by gentleness, hoping to harvest gratitude later. Subordinates, in turn, rely on smooth words to fool their superiors and handle daily paperwork. How can official governance be improved? How can the people's lives be secured? Anyone who cares about the state is anguished to the core. Some administer appointments and promotions by simply checking rosters and ranks, relying on routine alone. Others aim higher. They scrutinize each position carefully, ensuring that those chosen truly fit their roles, and that their promotions or dismissals match the best judgment of supervisory officials. A truly capable Ministry of Personnel goes further, aligning with common folk's sense of right and wrong, and if need be, arguing openly with the ruler and Prime Minister when someone is unfit, or when a worthy person should remain. They weigh the matter of each appointment in light of the broader public interest, not out of personal favoritism, or because of someone's family background. They distinguish white from black, demoting or promoting accordingly, heedless of whether someone is newly arrived or well established. They carry the realm on their shoulders, treating wealth and status as if they were mere dust. Then they might truly fulfill their calling. Alas, who but a great soul can manage this? Some, however, appoint a person based on what powerful ministers say. They dismiss another person by reading the slightest frown on a high official's face. They use the pretense of impartiality to serve private interests, stifling honest voices and disheartening the public, using the state's name to gain personal praise or betraying the nation to secure private advantage. We cannot bear even to speak of them. Treasury clerks guard the ruler's wealth. Government officials guard the ruler's law. If the treasurer steals from the treasury for private gain, we call him a thief. If an official uses the law to buy goodwill, is he not equally a thief, selling public law to purchase private favors, plundering the people's resources to cultivate personal connections, yet carrying on as though it were perfectly correct? How lamentable! If we offered up only our own property, that would be fine. But this belongs to the state. When quelling banditry in the final stage, the best measure is community militias. At the root, however, education and nourishment of the people are essential. In ancient times, a mere handful of grain was sold at a low price, and families did not even bolt their doors at night, a sign that people had enough to eat. In the story of the stable hand who guarded his master's dead horse until its owner returned, we see the power of moral transformation. People know that stealing brands them with disgrace, and that it leads to death by law, yet still they do. So is the fault only theirs. We try to rely on city walls, strong gates, and rigorous patrols, which is laughable. Reforming the world ultimately requires inspiring people's hearts. To inspire their hearts, one must first restore one's own strength of spirit. But today, those who hold the reins of authority seem half drowsy, lacking energy even to breathe fully. How can they spark vitality throughout the realm? Some ventures, even if they drain the people and waste resources, may still be worth it, if they serve a truly vital end. Others, if they do not help the nation or benefit the people, must not be pursued, even if they cost nothing. Enriching the people is the foundation of royal governance. If the people prosper, all policies succeed. If the people are poor, all policies fail. Confucius told Zigong to ensure the people had enough food. He told Ran Qiu to enrich them. Mencius told the king of Liang how to provide for living and burial needs without regret, and advised the king of Qi to set up fair measures for land and livestock. Even Yao and Shun lacked any better method than this. How sad! If ordinary folk devote themselves only to legitimate occupations, they will not lack food and clothing. If ruler and ministers focus only on legitimate governance, the realm will not fail to find peace. Just consider, what do all these government offices actually do, day after day? Those who desire a proper way may reflect on this themselves. Laws are balanced and calm. The gentleman adds mercy. For such balance is the sage's impartiality, and mercy is the sage's benevolence. If the law is not balanced, then the penalty becomes excessive. If there is no mercy, then punishment is too severe, harming the harmony of heaven and earth. To shape the populace and transform their customs, there is nothing more effective than leading by personal example, and nothing more reliable than a gradual approach. Rituals have their grades and steps, just like the steps up to a hall, so no one can easily jump to the top in one stride. Thus, having ranks does not necessarily mean unnecessary complication. Even a fast walker cannot take the entire staircase in one leap. So too with social distinctions, the arrogant dare not defy each level. People become upright or corrupt because of the times they live in, and the condition of the times stems from the rulers and ministers. As leaders, they do indeed spend wealth and confer honours. By using wealth and status in a proper way, they transform scoundrels into gentlemen. Used wrongly, they make gentlemen into scoundrels. Extravagance consumes vast materials that ought to support life and squanders countless hours of productive labour. If we do not rid ourselves of such extravagance, talking about managing resources is mere rhetoric. Heaven's resources should be gathered from the source with abundance in mind, yet directed toward moderation and restraint. If one could wash away the corrupt customs accumulated since the 3 dynasties and reinstate even half the ancient ways that preceded them, it would stand as a meritorious deed indeed. Altering the calendar or changing traditional dress is just the work of pedants. Patchwork repairs to a collapsing building or chasing a flood downstream are but trivial official measures. How do they help the people? Alas, this is worth sharing with those who have true insight. In warfare, the highest approach wins people's hearts through virtue. Next is establishing trust and harmony with one's neighbours. Next is outmanoeuvring with distance and mobility. Next is retreating within fortified walls and ravaging the surrounding area. Next is covert strategy and intelligence. Next is direct blade-to-blade conflict. And below that is knocking at the gate seeking trade. And still lower is giving tribute for peace. In governance, the highest method is to move people through genuine virtue so that they submit wholeheartedly. Second is the strict enforcement of commands and prohibitions. If orders are not carried out and bans are not respected, it is no different than having no government at all. Even Yao or Shun could not manage a single village under such conditions. How much less the entire realm? All systems to block wrongdoing will always lag behind those clever enough to do wrong. A less skillful offender will fabricate falsehoods to evade the rules. A more skillful one will exploit the rules themselves, turning them to his advantage. Thus, attempts to curb one evil may end up creating a greater one. Of 10 possible offences, only one might be explicitly forbidden. and if that penalty is light, it encourages those not yet caught. Hence, if laws are not enforced strictly, it is the same as having no laws at all. There are three categories of offenders the times cannot overlook: those of high status, those deemed worthy, and those who most aggressively overturn moral codes and social order. By censuring these three groups, society can be guided back. The highly placed have the power to shape customs. If they lead in wrongdoing, the common people will all copy them. The worthy understand how to guide the populace. If they stray, the unworthy will all follow. Dealing with these two is to treat the root. Once customs decline, punishing criminals individually becomes endless. Thus, we choose the worst offenders to make an example, which is to treat the branches. Working on root and branch together can change the realm in under 3 years. But nowadays, high status and so-called worthy persons often become the biggest obstacles to good customs. Yet they receive leniency because of their status. Any attempt to discipline them is condemned as harshness, supposedly injuring the dignity of the gentry. Did the 2 emperors and 3 kings ever say such a thing? Society has declined, and people are lost in a fog. Where did such notions come from? Groups of indulgent friends cover for each other's faults, harming both the way and the law. Is it any wonder the world falls into ruin and turmoil? Printing a book first requires a true, correct woodblock. Moulding pottery first requires a good model. If corrupt officials recommend corrupt officials, and mediocre men select more mediocrity, how can the country be governed? Doing nothing that drains resources or harms the people merely means one is not oppressive. But what, then, is the purpose of establishing officials at all, if the only goal is to avoid cruelty? The real purpose is to ensure every family is well, provided for, to elevate morality and alter customs, to promote what benefits the people and remove what harms them, transforming crisis into safety. If a man is outwardly modest and has few desires, causing the people no harm, yet accomplishes nothing, he still becomes the proverbial idle official taking a free meal. Heaven and earth support living things through constancy, and sages govern the world likewise by establishing what is consistent. Constancy is how rulers fix people's hearts. When a situation remains stable, those who enjoy comfort take it as normal and do not notice the kindness behind it, while those in hardship accept it as unchanging and do not necessarily feel hatred. They see it as the natural order, so no one hopes for undue gain or broods over injustice. Unless a violent minister arises, the people will not stir into restlessness, for they have become accustomed to their condition. Thus, as long as the existing order is not horrendously broken, it is better to adjust it gently than to make sweeping changes. One major change arouses everyone's hopes and fears. People crane their necks and salivate, stirring resentments that may take years to settle. Therefore, sages safeguard what is established and never change it lightly. If they must change, they do it quietly rather than openly, publicly rather than secretly, proportionately rather than haphazardly. Laws and regulations, institutions and decrees were originally meant for real application, practiced in earnest to achieve real benefits and real strength. Yet some officials, greedy and cruel, love regulations only as a tool of oppression, while others, dull and lazy, set them aside entirely. Over time, all policies become empty forms. Some even lose sight of why they were originally designed and want to abolish all formalities, mistaking the outward forms for the real problem. The same goes for schools and military drill grounds. Hearing the voices of scholars or seeing soldiers parade can indeed be splendid if we use these two avenues to cultivate talent and strength. Instead, such training is so poorly managed that it provokes only dismay and frustration, and the same pattern holds in countless other fields. Why maintain elaborate trappings of official rank and ritual in a world so broken? Strategies for securing peace at home and repelling invaders must rely on capable generals and officials. If the military and the civilians are not matched with the right people in charge, how can we deal with foreign threats? Such leaders must first be cultivated properly. That is the responsibility of both civil and military academies, and selecting them for office is the responsibility of the ministries overseeing both administration and the army. Some ask, is there really a way to train them? Indeed, there is no shortage of methods. Our Confucian education has long been in decline, so we cannot expect to see results in fewer than 10 years. Military education has also been neglected for a long time, and cannot yield renown in less than 10 years. But if we carefully select candidates before they take up duties, give them clear guidelines once in position, evaluate them once they have some experience, and promote or demote them based on results, there are well-tested procedures that bring swift proof of success. A great misunderstanding has gripped the world ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, and no one has awoken to it. High office and great power are burdens given for the sake of national tasks, like a heavy load of 100 measures that only a strong man can carry, or a towering building that needs large beams for support. When the court seeks talented individuals and grants them high positions, it is not simply to bestow glory on them, but to entrust them with crucial responsibilities. Yet nowadays, recipients treat these appointments as a personal honor. The powerful bestow them on favorites and withhold them from those they dislike, ignoring whether they are worthy or not. Those who receive them see it merely as an enviable privilege. If they do not have it, they long for it desperately and beg for others' influence. Once they get it, they offer extravagant gestures of gratitude, without considering whether they can truly fulfill the role. Spectators likewise fail to ask whether the person or post is well matched, but rather complain if someone is promoted too quickly, or given a post too lofty, treating office as a mere commodity of wealth and status. They forget that true wealth and rank exist to serve a purpose. Is the court seeking good officials for the nation, or are the ruler and prime minister merely distributing posts for the official's personal benefit? In all three cases, it is pitiful indeed. Such is the small-minded perspective of those born in decadent times. There is a story from the early Han about a governor of Shixing Commandery who led his troops. He exempted them from 2 months of drills one year, and his successor reduced drills further. The next successor allowed them not only the usual pay, but also extra winter funds for wine. The next successor added funds for meat, and the next successor added even more for flowered fabrics, taking it from the public treasury, and when that proved insufficient, raising additional taxes on farmland to pay for it. Despite all this, the soldiers still felt no real gratitude, and the people complained bitterly. The following governor then said, "I cannot increase it, yet I dare not reduce it." So nothing changed. Eventually, the troops began to riot, saying, "Our governor gives us no favour," and rallied resentful commoners in open rebellion, looting everywhere. The emperor ordered an inspector to investigate, who reported, "This governor failed in his duty. He could not appease and restrain the soldiers and the people, causing them to revolt." The governor was publicly executed. Yet who truly deserved such punishment? Anyone who truly understands governance would be heartbroken. Human nature does not weigh right or wrong, benefit or harm, so long as something pleases them, and rejects anything that does not. In governing, whether it is a harmful policy or a beneficial one, urging people to do good or restraining them from wrongdoing, officials always wish for peace and security, to spare them from disaster and wrongdoing. Still, once a policy is enforced, resentment inevitably follows. Therefore, sages begin by practicing what they preach in their own lives, guiding people over time through repeated words, showing them clearly what is good or bad, and reinforcing this with rewards and punishments, accumulating the effect day by day, month by month, with patience and careful thought, never expecting instant results. In this way, people come to know what is right and feel shame in wrongdoing. Gradually, they change from within and follow the sage. But if we issue groundless decrees to a scattered populace, demanding immediate results by tomorrow, then vent our anger when they do not comply, scorning them as obstinate and hoping for swift success, are we not also foolish and unworthy ourselves? How can we blame the common people for their simplicity? During the Jiajing reign, in Nanjing, soldiers rebelled over delayed pay and a cut in their usual rations, killing the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The authorities handed out tens of thousands of taels of silver to calm them. In Jiru, the Wanli era, the troops in Hangzhou rebelled again over a reduction in monthly pay and being issued local currencies that were not accepted elsewhere. They tried to kill the governor, but failed. The rebellion was quelled only after distributing over 10,000 taels of silver. Later, the authorities tried to enforce bans on night patrolmen and let scholars be exempt while strictly punishing commoners, causing the people to revolt. They killed dozens before it was suppressed. In Yunyang, the regional governor wanted to tear down the deputy general's office to build a Confucian academy, claiming a need to realign its feng shui. Biju, enraged soldiers rioted, beating the official in charge of military affairs nearly to death. They then took the governor hostage, forcing him to submit a memorial to the throne that had to be openly shown to them before any action could be taken. In Shanxi, troops complained that winter training started too early, and the rules were too strict. They repeatedly petitioned for leniency. When refused, they plotted to kill both the overseer and the general, but failed. Some blame the troops, saying they are so wild. I say that is not the root of it. If one's labor requirements were not carefully measured, if the rules were harsh, if benevolence did not trickle down, if one stirred the army's anger, do not blame the troops. Those above should understand what must happen and spare people. When they truly cannot comply, reduce the burden of nitpicking rules, cultivate them with lessons of loyalty and righteousness, and clearly communicate the standards so that commands are credible. If I am not failing them, and they still commit treachery, I would execute them, and they would be ashamed. Even animals respond to honest treatment. How can we call these troops wholly lacking in conscience? Bad laws and incompetent policies provoke soldiers into violence, eroding the nation's authority and unsettling the world, opening endless strife. The guilt of those who caused it is beyond measure. Look at Pei-du during the Tang era. He expertly handled warlords and rebels so that even men like Han Hong and Li Cheng were subdued. It was not that the court's might alone forced them to surrender, but that Pei-du's policies were properly carried out, bringing them under control. Those 4 words, acting with proper measures, are the essential principle for commanding large forces. A hegemon is someone whose strength and power dominate. It is not necessarily someone who is deceitful or villainous. Small-minded men having power will use it directly. Only when their strength is insufficient do they resort to trickery. If someone's power alone is enough to subdue the world, he has no need to rely on cunning. He simply uses force. This line between king and hegemon, drawn as sincere versus false, first arose with the Song scholars. The Aeide root misunderstanding is in Mencius's phrase using force to borrow benevolence, specifically the word borrow. Some read it as faking, but it really means to rely on. The 2 emperors and 3 kings had heavenly virtue of their own, and thus practiced benevolence by nature. They did not lean on anything else. A hegemon desires to do good, but lacks inherent virtue, so he must rely on might to make his decrees effective. Without it, his orders would go unheeded. So Mencius said, when one's power relies on benevolence, that is hegemony. Because he does not possess it innately, we say he borrows it. People submit not because he is particularly wise, but because they cannot match his might. To conquer others by strength is to become a hegemon. To yield under such strength is to employ deceit, or at least to submit out of fear. Guanzhong and Shangyang assisted hegemons with strategies of force, not by tricking or selling out the populace. Confucius simply called them small vessels, and Mencius noted that their achievements were rather base. Even modern critics of Shangyang condemn his cruelty without calling him deceitful. In today's governance, if officials teach the people to do good and avoid crime, but rely solely on punishment and coercion, that is hegemony by force. There may be no actual trickery in it. The existing verdict on kingly versus hegemonic ways is well established. Both proclaim benevolence and righteousness. The difference is that hegemonic rule enforces them by power. Virtue and power are the real distinction. Sincerity and deceit are less reliable categories. The difference between kingship and hegemony is already broad enough. One need not force it into sincere versus false. If we were to delve deeper, even Yao and Shun's governance could be examined for any hint of sincerity or pretense. So, how much more a hegemon? Sudden prohibitions may not win true submission. Gradual change can bring all the realm's heroes under one bridle. Openly declaring your designs might spur even fools to scheme against you. Quietly maneuvering draws everyone into your net unawares. This is a subtle tactic for handling barbarians or dealing with rogues. If used by a gentleman, it is wisdom. If by a scoundrel, it is cunning. Yet there is no other way to achieve success. Some may ask, why not act with utter sincerity? But this is sincerity. only it is not rash or exposed. Confucius said, "If a plan is not kept secret, harm may ensue." Is that not precisely this? Pedantic scholars imagine the deeds of the 2 emperors and 3 kings as gentle breezes and mild rains, all warmth and kindness, with no stern or chilling aspect. Yet even a loving mother sometimes scolds her child. If heaven offered nothing but gentle sunshine, how would the world survive? It also brings thunder, lightning, frost, and snow. Without punishments and penalties, order would never be complete. Even those 5 greatest ministers in ancient times still needed a Gaoyao to oversee justice. Among their 22 top advisers, 4 criminals were executed. People today think heaven's virtue and kingly ways are all refined gentleness. But they forget that killing without resentment is in fact the most profound level of transformation. Right now, we must first apply drastic measures like inducing sweat or vomiting or purging in medicine, and only then can we use gentler tonics over many doses. That is how true governance proceeds. The 3 dukes symbolize impartiality. The 3 solitaries symbolize freedom from faction. The 9 ministers symbolize that nothing is hidden. Where there is no partiality, no secrecy, there is nothing to hide. Alas, few office titles live up to their names today. If we want the realm peaceful, we could hope for as few as 3 virtuous people in the court, and 2 in each province. A worthy person generally excels in one flavour, while a sage can blend all 5. The one flavour type is rigid, fixated on a single view. There is a place for employing that single skill, but we must assign roles according to talent. Heavens, cycles remain constant. Humans plan around them, and all tasks flourish. Governments that maintain steady policies help people fix their aspirations, so in time they can be held accountable. When people share a single source of truth, they err less. A gentleman seeing prisoners treats them with respect, for from now on they may all become gentlemen too. How can we not be reverent? Indeed, criminal laws were created by enlightened rulers as a way of showing kindness to those who do wrong, giving them a path to become gentlemen. Thus, prison can be thought of as a school for evildoers. Scoundrels are dangerous if they have talent, for then their harm knows no bounds. Gentlemen are worrisome if they lack ability, for then they bring no benefit to the world. Any policy that favours an official's private gain tends to remain in effect for generations, even spreading to every corner, often growing more entrenched each day, until it becomes impossible to undo. On the other hand, even if a policy truly benefits the nation but does not serve private interests, no matter how often it is renewed or admonished, it seldom takes hold or endures. Thus, betraying both country and people becomes our collective. Kindness and authority should both exceed what one actually uses, never be pushed to the limit. The emperor's kindness can go up to conferring the rank of the 3 dukes. His authority can go so far as destroying 9 generations of A's family. If either is exhausted, people begin plotting how to overcome it. So, a wise ruler preserves some reserve of kindness, allowing extra honours to grant, and some reserve of authority, allowing extra fear to instill. That is the way to ensure long-lasting peace. Feudal enfeoffment existed under the 5 emperors, and the 3 kings knew it was not ideally suited to the times, yet still used it out of necessity. When Xia replaced Yu, the lesser lords had done no wrong, so how could they be suddenly abolished? When King Tang overthrew Jie, he fought 11 rebellious states before the rest submitted. How could he then abolish them all? King Wu overthrew Zhou, and 800 lords responded unbidden. Those who did not come might have been too distant or uninformed, but they still numbered 2/3 of all states. How could he abolish them? If the 6 kingdoms had willingly honoured Qin as emperor, Qin would not have destroyed them. Yet because they would not submit, Qin was forced to topple every last one. When King Wu revived extinct lines and restored broken states, it was because they had ancestral merit. After overthrowing them for their crimes, he did not keep pressing those charges, but revived them. This does not mean that every group whose 9 generations had lost ancestral rights must be restored. Thus, feudal enfeoffment is not always correct, nor is the commandery system always wrong. A system of commanderies is like feudal enfeoffment without fixed boundaries. Feudal enfeoffment is like commanderies with fixed boundaries. Punishment and rights are not 2 different things. Both aim to guide people toward good and away from evil. Therefore, whoever distances himself from ritual draws closer to punishment. The highest level, virtue works silently, hinting only through subtle suggestions. Next, one leads by example, gently stirring people's natural inclinations. Next, one makes use of sounds and signals. Next, one points out right and wrong so that people know what is proper. Next, one invokes praise or blame, leaving them no choice. Next, one promises fortune or misfortune. Next, one applies rewards and punishments. Finally, one resorts to life or death decisions, so that people dare not disobey. By the time we are forced to demonstrate life or death power, the art of governing is nearly exhausted. In a declining age, nothing is left but life or death. How tragic! Where power gathers, self-interest follows. The sage wields power to establish the way. The small-minded use power for private gain. Therefore, those in authority must handle power with caution when granting it to others. In a peaceful era, civil and military officials grow accustomed to indolence. They pick up scraps of talk from those who came before, expounding lofty theories that sound like real talent. Yet once real troubles arise, and urgent tasks appear, they panic, clueless, lacking any method to deal with them. It is both lamentable and infuriating. Even a dedicated scholar who constantly studies and tests himself can only manage 3 or 5 parts in a crisis. How much worse for those who never bother at all? When a sage chooses to execute, it is done to prevent greater killing. Therefore, he does so decisively, never indulging in soft pity. By executing 1 or 2, he saves tens of thousands. In later ages, refraining from execution only leads to more killing, for sparing a couple of criminals feeds the seeds of wrongdoing, so that countless others perish. Alas, the fact that many people commit capital offences now is caused by the womanly compassion of those in power. How can we hope to achieve good governance? Affairs of the realm cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Hence, even Shun needed 5 great ministers, and the Zhou court endured 10 rebellions. Beyond these great figures were numerous lesser talents who were still crucial to moral, influence, and good order. Nor can the realm's tasks be finished in one era. Yao and Shun together reigned for 150 years before the people changed their ways. King Wen, King Wu, and the Duke of Zhou together governed for 100 years before their teaching was fully embraced. Yet today, hardly anyone speaks of governance. One person alone tries to fix things, and is met with criticism from the multitude. Should someone attempt a reform at one moment, future generations overturn it. Must we conclude the age of the 3 dynasties will never return? If we sound the bell of instruction to transform society, we need a few like-minded people working together in positions of influence. Perhaps then we might have hope. When both sides have equal skill and preparation, equal courage and wit, equal numbers and will, victory depends on details of force or weakness. If you use discipline against confusion, readiness against unpreparedness, courage against fear, cunning against foolishness, surplus against shortage, or firm resolve against indecision, then differences of numbers or power no longer matter. True victory or defeat depends on seizing that advantage or being seized by it. Moreover, if you truly possess these advantages but pretend otherwise, or if you actually lack them but falsely display them, that too can decide the outcome. Revealing the real situation is dangerous. Being misled by false display is also dangerous. The skilled commander scrutinizes this carefully. For a local official charged with the people's welfare, the first step is to feel their suffering as if they were your own sons and daughters. With a genuine heart of kindness, what project of care or prosperity would be impossible? If one simply lacks this empathy from the start, no amount of talk can accomplish anything. It is like trying to speak while in a drunken dream. Military cliques and scholar cliques are a hidden menace of our age. Scholar factions dissolve easily, but military factions are hard to tame. Still, there is a remedy. If I had 3 months' time, I could set measures in place to punish wrongdoing and make even executions acceptable to the people, leaving no bitterness, because the guilt does not lie below. Someone asked, "What is the way of the Prime Minister?" I replied, "No selfish motives and ample vision." "What is the way of the Grand Steward?" I said, "Knowing how to recognize good people and place them effectively." Those in high office must have both a benevolent heart and a heroic vision. In serving the nation and caring for the people, their compassion must be utterly sincere. In formulating strategies and plans, they must be thorough, cautious, and far-sighted, considering all 9 provinces and calculating even 1,000 years ahead. Then, whatever they enact will surely bring genuine results for the good of the full country and the people. But if they seek quick personal gain and propose reckless schemes, rely on superficial patchwork to polish their image, and pursue fame and profit while disregarding the harm they do to countless families, ignoring future disasters for 100 years, or the resources they squander across the realm, caring only about their own advantage, alas, is there any lament too deep for this? A person in power must guard against having too narrow a mind or too commonplace a perspective. Even petty clerks and attendants can mock such limitations. How can one not be wary? To legislate and proclaim orders, it is better to leave them, somewhat lenient, but genuinely enforce them over a long time. If rules are extremely detailed yet seldom enforced, or if supervision is lax, they become empty gestures and only add confusion. This is a major warning for all who govern. People must not be left wholly without convenience, nor indulged in limitless ease. With no convenience, they become obstructed and rebellious, ignoring commands until they burst forth uncontrollably. With too much ease, they grow unrestrained, and the law cannot tame them. They overflow boundaries and cannot be reined in. Thus, sages align with what people naturally desire while channeling it through rituals and laws, ensuring destructive impulses do not grow. So people find stability and adapt to it without chaos. When holding office, a straightforward nature can grant one and all significant relief: yourself, your colleagues, and the people, saving them from unnecessary burdens and costs. From the moment we put on these official robes, the work we do should be the government's work. The rules we follow should be the government's rules. Our duty is the government's business. Honor or disgrace is in the ruler's hands. Favor or dislike rests with the people, and advancement or resignation is up to us. Our big mistake now is treating official positions as our personal property, so that we ignore everything else just to keep ourselves secure and preserve our own rank. Though that is second-rate thinking, seeing it clearly is at least half enlightened. A sharp spear but a flimsy shaft, an arrowhead of steel but a bow of straw. If we have worthy laws, like the Joes, yet no one to carry them out, what good are principles and teachings? The achievements of the 2 emperors and 3 kings are not so hard to replicate. People simply have not considered them. They seem like distant peaks, thousands of fathoms high, but the path up is winding and not so steep once you actually try it. To wash away lacquer, one uses oil. To clean off dirt, one uses ashes. To remove grease, one needs something equally oily. Likewise, to get rid of one petty man, employ another petty man. This was the clever approach since ancient times. Few understood this principle. Relying on gentlemen to remove petty men is the straightforward, open method. Using subtlety to handle them is a mysterious art, which only a true sage can master. Improving officialdom is not solely about removing the slothful and incompetent. We must also guard against those who appear kind and tolerant, yet harm the state and oppress the people by nurturing corrupt networks. What can be done? During my time assisting the Justice Office, there was a criminal whose deeds were thoroughly loathsome, yet no existing law could increase his penalty. One official proposed using a harsher statute, stretching it beyond its normal scope. I objected. He said, "It is not my personal grudge. I only want to punish evil." I replied, "Your anger is not personal, true, but are you not creating evil by altering the law? If you manipulate the law publicly for a good end, who can guarantee that in the future someone else will not manipulate it privately for a bad end? Our Ministry of Justice has only the law. Its officials have only the duty to uphold that law. Please be cautious." Suppose a sage stands against 10 people in debate. The sage is correct, but each of the 10 insists on their own correctness, unwilling to yield. Observers may support either side, uncertain who is truly right. You would need another sage to confirm the first sage's stance. Yet the crowd might not recognize this second sage either. So how can the truth be settled? The poet who lamented a king misled by evil counsel was grieved that the king failed to reject such counsel and follow what was right. Yet to that king, the wicked counsel might have seemed righteous, the ancient standard. The ministers at court might have regarded the genuine adviser as a seducer of the king. Therefore, to uphold two opposite views and still find the true middle, you need a sage as king, or a sage of highest stature, able to sway hearts by sincerity. Otherwise, everyone has their own mouth and mind. The lower ranks keep pointing and clamouring. The ruler nurtures suspicion, and ruinous schemes gather. Can prevent or resolve them? It is easy for me to slacken, difficult to rouse myself again. It is easy for the masses to drift into idleness, hard to stir them into action. It is easy for affairs to fall into disarray, hard to restore them. It is easy for things to decay, hard to preserve them for long. Thus, days of good governance are always few, while days of disorder multiply. Therefore, in governing, one must tirelessly inspire people, upholding moral order and social bonds. The 8 taboos in judicial matters are approving warrants casually, implicating others, random arrests, prolonged detentions, forcing citizens to post bail, delaying proceedings, ordering repeated transfers for trial, and demanding multiple summonses. All are deeply problematic, a blemish upon human compassion. Those who hold office should be vigilant about these. Policies that nurture the people follow Mencius. The elderly wear silk and eat meat, and the people do not go cold or hungry. Hanfezi says, all widows, widowers, orphans, and the disabled have provisions. For teaching them, Mencius mentions how Shun appointed Chi as Minister of Education to clarify the bonds between father and son, ruler and minister, husband and wife, elder and younger, and friends, so all might live in harmony. Labour with them, lead them, correct them, support them, guide them so they attain it themselves, then further enhance their virtue. The Hongfan chapter says, no partiality, no bias. Follow the king's sense of righteousness. No favoritism, no hatred. Follow the king's path. No wrongdoing, no malice. Follow the king's road. Free from cliques or prejudice, the royal way is vast. With no factionalism or partiality, the royal way is smooth. No reversal or deviation, the royal way is upright. Let all affairs converge in their rightful destination, returning to their rightful destination. I recite these words 3 times and sweat from head to toe. I sigh over them thrice, and tears fill my cheeks. Ah, are the people today not the same as in antiquity? Is the way today not the same way? Or has the flow of time changed like a river, so that we can never go back? Does the court hoard rank and power more greedily than in ancient times? Yet still the land lies in such distress, while we stand here ashamed before the millions we govern. Wisdom flourishes when one's spirit is strong, and the spirit arises from gladness, which itself grows from affectionate goodwill. Therefore, when we must correct others, it is better to guide them than to be angry, and better still to transform them than merely to instruct them. One should maintain composure and leniency, be tolerant of their limitations and sympathetic to what they cannot achieve, forgive them when they do not know better, and identify with what they do not wish to endure. At every opportunity, one explains matters calmly, using each moment to enlighten them. When people sense your genuine desire to guide them and the leniency with which you supervise them, they gladly follow what is good and feel ashamed of their own shortcomings. No one is made of wood or stone. Everyone improves under such nurture. Thus, the ancient text says, "Honor the 5 teachings with leniency." It also says, "Do not become angry at those who are dull, and do not rage, rather guide, and lead others kindly." By contrast, if one does not clarify the law and yet rebukes people prematurely, does not explain principles and yet chides them for not understanding, does not make meaning clear and yet blames them for not complying, becoming angry from the outset, striking out with cudgel and scold, then simply punishing them without a detailed investigation, both sides end up resentful and embittered. The wise would laugh at this, and those with magnanimity would be ashamed. Those who govern must beware of such errors. Once virtue is established and conduct perfected, it matters not whether one's family is exalted or humble, one's wealth great or meagre, or one's rank high or low. Naturally, all levels of society respond wholeheartedly, like the fingers on one hand working in unison. Consider the farmer ploughing the fields on Lee Mountain. What fearsome authority did he wield? Yet, it is said, silently he accomplished it, without speaking and yet winning trust. So it abides in his virtue and deeds. Those who indulge another's wrongdoing in a spirit of tolerance guide that person to reform. Those who stir up someone's misstep through provocation only worsen it. 5 punishments cannot compare to a single stroke of shame. 100 battles cannot compare to a single act of proper ceremony. 10,000 admonitions cannot compare to one moment of true remorse. When undertaking a major endeavor or mobilizing public sentiment, success requires uniting people's minds. If you cannot win over everyone, you must move them through true sincerity, speaking from the heart so they feel it. If sincerity fails, then try more subtle means to ensure success. Otherwise, their combined strength, whether physical, mental, or strategic, may well undo your plans. And if you still press forward along the straight path, you will not accomplish the world's business. The ancients resorted even to mystic, rites, divination, and such, not because they truly believed in hidden powers, but to settle the will of the masses. This is a subtle strategy for ensuring success. All things in this world have their desires, and such desires reflect the logic of heaven and human nature. When we view the collective heart of the realm across all ages, we lament that so many creatures fail to fulfill their wants. Those who have more than enough perish from their excess, while those who lack enough perish from their insufficiency. Both are equally distanced from the path of life. Reflect on how heaven and earth produce countless living things, fully able to nourish them, yet some still go without. The problem is imbalance. This holds true everywhere under heaven, and within the universe there must be those who shoulder the responsibility of correcting it. Hence, when sages govern, they speak not just of making things equal, but of making them fair. Such fairness is achieved by using oneself as a standard, measuring others by your own experience. And the method of that standard lies in sharing the same likes and dislikes as the people. To serve as an official is a hardship, and all officials are to be pitied. For each step higher in rank, duty becomes heavier, and one's labours and anxieties multiply. A sage endures endless toil of hand and mind, caring first for the peace of all under heaven, from which he takes his satisfaction. He is gladdened by what burdens him. By contrast, the masses seek satisfaction in their own pleasures and comforts, finding joy only in wealth and honour, glad when they gain them. When laws are fixed and consistently observed, the people's senses and minds grow accustomed, and the higher authorities are spared effort. If laws are not fixed, then those above must constantly issue directives, wear themselves out with orders, and still the people remain chaotic. Most people spend their efforts on unproductive pursuits. The truly productive ones boil down to 4: having clothes to keep warm, food to fill the belly, shelter for comfort, and goods for daily use. Serving one's ruler and parents, a wife serving her husband, a younger person serving an elder, a ruler caring for those below, none fall outside these 4 needs. Consider the Song of Bin in the Book of Odes. It stands as a lasting guide for all who live and work, each action aligned with beneficial purpose. We must judge worldly affairs by how they end. The intentions and foundations of a gentleman, whether they bring real benefit, can only be seen once completed. Yet shallow observers, slanderous tongues, or nimble orators can disrupt a gentleman's plans the moment he starts. They may twist his motives, exaggerate his mistakes. Consequently, if his determination is not firm and he worries about talk, he soon loses heart and never finishes the task. Similarly, if those in charge are easily swayed by gossip, they abandon a gentleman's initiatives halfway. Ah, how frustrating! Indeed, great undertakings in the past might benefit the world for millennia, even if they seemed unprofitable for a while, or they helped countless people though they displeased a few, or they aided countless affairs despite hampering one. They may appear greedy in the resources they require, or harsh in the exertion they demand. They may not avoid suspicion, inviting criticism. Only when they succeed does it become clear, like the blue sky or midday sun. But how many good projects are destroyed by scathing words before they reach fruition? And how many sincere hearts are maligned or never cleared of blame? Thus, heroes sometimes step aside, witnessing the world's corruption without intervening, letting decay and disorder proceed, while they simply fill their posts and sustain themselves. Is it by choice? They fear precisely this fate. When calling for legal reforms, one changes the era's circumstances, not the fundamental way. One adjusts the branches, not the root. It is baffling when later reformers rush to show off their cleverness, forgetting that earlier lawmakers deliberated with 1,000 thoughts before deciding. Those self-proclaimed innovators take pride in proposals long ago considered and discarded by the wise. Could the ancients have simply lacked their foresight? Among the poor we have widowers, widows, orphans, the aged alone, the sickly or disabled with no means of support. Winter is cruelest for them. Hence, whenever we sing of the merriment by a glowing fireplace, or beneath embroidered blankets, yet forget the groans of those shivering in snowy nights, we show a lack of compassion. In this world, for every person who generates wealth, 9 partake of it. For every 4 who build it up, 6 do harm. Those who freeze or starve to death are 19 out of every 30, while those who have warm food and clothing are just 11 out of 30. Meanwhile, among those who prosper and are content, only 11 out of 30 truly build the wealth, while 19 out of 30 actually consume or spoil it. Alas, it is heartbreaking. Under the 3 dynasties, such a scenario would never have happened. To hold power over life, death, giving and taking, yet use intrigues and petty ruses to bring down honourable men. This is like serving as an assassin, hired to kill on someone else's behalf, violating heaven's way, harming one's own descendants, all to delight someone else. What a great folly! I once joked with a friend. If you have the power to humble and exalt people, to kill and to spare them, do you really want to act as a mere hired dagger? My friend replied, "That is a medicine and stone level warning for those in power, Chin's lasting offence against the world lay in how it abolished the well-field system. During the spring and autumn period, the well-fields had become burdensome enough. But the solution would have been to restore the proper 9-to-1 configuration, not to abolish the system entirely, turning fields into private plots." The severe taxation of later eras was different from Qin's direct policies, yet the inequality of wealth, the birth of lavish lifestyles, rampant theft, the collapse of clan-based local governance, leading to 9 out of 10 living in poverty and countless people dying from cold and hunger, all trace back to the ruin of the well-fields. Under the 3 dynasties, well-fields ensured each family had enough. Customs remained frugal, social bonds were clear, theft was minimal, and lawsuits were few. All lived properly. Restoring the well-field system alone would resolve so much. Grant an amnesty. If the criminals were truly wronged, the blame lies with the officials who misjudged them. If they were not wronged, it mocks the innocent who died with no recourse. In the age of a sage king, when celebrating a grand occasion, even the long dead might be extended symbolic mercy. Yet the wounded remain wounded, the dead remain dead, and those who have long felt resentment wish nothing more than to see the law punish those who hurt them. By granting amnesty, you show kindness to the guilty, and no kindness to the blameless. Criminals rejoice at repeated pardons. The upright hear of it and feel dismayed. This is not how a sage king rules. Indeed, in a wise reign, any cosmic sign of disaster or misfortune prompts leniency, but at all other times the penalty stands. This is the supreme public justice. One should not let a momentary celebration turn into a flood of mercy that undermines the law, for then the wicked become fearless, and the innocent have nowhere to turn. When the court gathers to discuss policies, too often it is hollow formality. Those in power hold fast to predetermined decisions and claim the weight of precedent, while pretending to seek many opinions to appear fair. Thus, the higher-ranked members mutter vague things, and the lower-ranked say nothing but, "Yes, indeed." And then the meeting ends. Those adept at flattery observe the leader's hints and shower them with praise, soon earning sudden honours. Those inclined to upright frankness see no hope of success, and, even if they speak passionately, incur unforeseen disasters. The scholar's spirit has sunk dreadfully in our day. Heroes and men of outstanding ability might wish to institute grand morality and build noble achievements, but the shallow norms and empty forms push them down. If they refuse to bow their heads and remain silent, they have no choice but to withdraw. Thus, those of moral virtue retreat into solitude, while those seeking fame must temporarily yield to one day make progress. Meanwhile, those in high positions grow used to arrogance, treating everyone below like docile servants. Within the 4 seas and 9 provinces, customs vary in every region. This arises from a lack of consistent morality. If all followed the ancient rites, greeting superiors and treating inferiors with courtesy, handling public and private affairs in line with established principles, who would be mocked? Only those who uphold courtesy have the standing to criticize others. For clothing, rank, and regalia, each class from the Son of Heaven to the commoners has a fixed standard, which must not be transgressed. If the higher ranks become too oppressive, it is called encroaching on those below. If the lower ranks climb too high, it is called usurping those above. The ancient kings never harshly suppressed the lower classes, yet the people still dared not overstep. Ritual and punishment always work hand in hand. Ritual comes first, punishment after. Where ritual holds sway, punishment is barely used. Where punishment takes over, ritual declines. An excess of officials does not mean better quality. Power, too, is best kept unified rather than fragmented. In major cities, laws often fail to be enforced precisely because too many offices share fragmented authority, and so all business falls behind. Titles and regalia bring not the slightest material benefit to their holders, yet they can decide the survival of nations and the lives of the people. Hence, a robe and crown are no warmer than a simple kerchief, nor are yellow roof tiles inherently sturdier than the thatch of a cottage. Yet the sage kings took such distinctions seriously. Without them, treacherous subjects and rebellious sons would be unrestrained. Even a villain with great malice can be toppled by calling out his lack of proper rank and ceremony. He becomes speechless and disheartened. Thus, the significance of rank and regalia is profound. In recruiting people nowadays, the fear is there's nowhere to put them. But the real root of the sickness lies in where do they come from. In managing resources nowadays, the fear is we have no revenue. But the true root lies in where is it all going. When placing people in office, the priority is to match their talents. When managing resources, the priority is to remove waste. A ruler should employ far-seeing individuals to plan for the nation. Veteran statesmen to keep the system running steadily. Energetic and enlightened minds to revitalize what has fallen behind. Those who can adapt to changing times to calibrate evolving social needs. The strictly impartial to oversee final judgments. The shrewd and vigilant to unmask corruption. The compassionate to govern districts, the intelligent and brave to command armies, the fair-minded and merciful to handle criminal cases, and the scrupulously honest to manage finances. He needs those who prize shame and cultivate virtue to direct moral education. Then each person's ability is perfectly placed. Meanwhile, no silk or jewels are wasted on idle concubines in the palace. No bribes flow through the royal guard. No undeserved rewards go to favourites. Corrupt officials are severely punished. Intimidation tactics are curbed. Extravagant artisanship is checked. People are warned against ostentation. The idle are blocked from living off others. False religions are barred from enticing the gullible. Performers are guided to honest work. In this way, wealth is properly managed. In ancient times, once they had carefully chosen someone, they would appoint him, and their evaluations of his performance tended to be lenient. Why? Because if they had selected him well, small faults would not make them abandon him. But in our time, we appoint first and choose later. On top of that, we are overly indulgent with them. So effectively, we do no proper choosing at all. We simply shield the corrupt. This may seem generous, but woe to the masses. It has been long since we saw a well-rounded genius. We should simply use each person's strong suit. As with the senses, eyes cannot hear, ears cannot see, nose cannot eat, mouth cannot smell. That's just how things are. Today, we often fail to examine where a person's talents lie or what rank they can handle, and appoint them haphazardly. One who is good at accounting is abruptly put in charge of legal matters. One who has overseen civil appointments is suddenly handed command of the army. We do not nurture them rightly, nor place them properly. They accept the post, pleased with its prestige, without gauging whether they can do it. How can we expect success under these conditions? Dingxiu, Duke Gongchuo of old, was only fit to be an elder advisor, while Bishen was unfit to govern a city. Have modern talents really multiplied beyond those of the past? I suggest that our schools and examinations focus on specialized tracks, and shine in the old scheme proposed by the historian Sima Guang. Divide candidates into various categories, so each can study what aligns with his aptitude. If someone naturally excels at multiple fields, let there be a special comprehensive talent track. When appointing them to office, place each where he is strongest, so that each person can apply what he has learned. Then governance surely benefits, for in ancient times studying and serving were intertwined. But now scholarship and practice are separated. A scholar in the countryside works only on literary style, yet after he enters the royal court, he must suddenly learn the art of state. Even if he is quick and bright, how can a few months' observation suffice for him to handle all duties perfectly? He inevitably bumbles around, improvises solutions, and if he does not fail too spectacularly, he might be promoted. Under this system, not even Yao or Shun could govern effectively. In ancient times, they thoroughly cultivated talent for practical use. So if someone found a sponsor who recognized him, he was ready to serve. But in our current schools, one can only weep. An official post is called a responsibility. The word itself is revealing. It does not merely mean carrying a burden, though that is part of it. It also implies being empowered to decide, entrusted, and then expected to deliver results. If you tie someone's hands and feet, that is not a responsibility. It is tragic to see how the whispers of base functionaries, pages, or servants can pass upward through each level, prefectures, provinces, ministries, and become the basis for official decisions regarding promotions or dismissals. Some may doubt this, but here is how I see it. The emperor relies on the Ministry of Personnel for appointments and removals. The Ministry of Personnel relies on regional inspectors to judge worthiness. The inspectors rely on provincial executives. The provincial executives rely on local magistrates. The magistrates rely on underlings who gather information. And those underlings in turn rely on others, perhaps in neighbouring districts. Themselves, petty men. They twist facts according to personal grudges and enmities, present falsehoods as truth, claim a previous official's failings belong to the new one, exaggerate a minor lapse into a grave crime, and so on, secretly transmitting information that is treated as absolute. The more outlandish the report, the more detailed it seems, as if it were treasure. They may call a Yi Yin or Bo Yi corrupt, and label a robber like Dao Ji as upright. This happens all too often. The inspector uses this information to prepare a memorial, and the Ministry of Personnel uses it to hire or fire. The rise or fall of one official may not matter, but to remove a beloved figure and lose public trust, or to preserve a hateful person and sow disaster among the people, this is a grave injustice, harming everyone. There are 5 essentials for an official in power. Never misjudge a single matter. Never unjustly punish a single person. Never waste even a fraction of the people's resources. Never force a single labourer's extra toil. Never take even the smallest bribe. In warfare between Wu and Yue, clever strategy won the day. In battles against Qiang or Hu tribes, raw courage was key. Strategy relies on spotting opportunities. Courage relies on building morale. Mastering opportunity requires secrecy beyond the grasp of gods or spirits, while cultivating morale demands men who care nothing for their own lives. That is the people's way. An army is a force by which we compel men to risk death. We rely on shared anger to motivate them, collective wrath, righteous wrath, or grateful wrath. Collective wrath is when the multitude see a common enemy of the people, like the armies of Tang or Wu overthrowing tyrants. Righteous wrath is attacking wrongdoing from a standpoint of justice, as when troops wore plain linen or white belts to declare their cause. Grateful wrath stirs tears of loyalty and zeal, such as General Liu, Mu's banquet before battle, or Wu Qi enduring hardships alongside his men. In all these, soldiers willingly risk death. If you rely only on forcing them at spear point, they might fight out of fear this time. But 19 times out of 20, they will collapse in defeat. Having farmers double as soldiers was done masterfully by the 3 sage kings. Every household knew farming, and every man knew fighting. That approach not only provided an instant militia to subdue bandits, but could go for decades or centuries without being used. When war did arise, you'd only take 1/10 of your farmers. Then, if a rebellious state arose, the king would say, "Such and such state defies justice. Let the chief of this region unite with our troops to punish them." No one could stand against them, for everyone enjoyed the benefit of having soldiers who were still farmers. But from the spring and autumn period onward, constant wars between feudal states forced farmers to become permanent soldiers. Abandoning agriculture impoverished one's own state. Relying on supplies seized from the enemy impoverished the other side. Between these extremes, farmers turned into soldiers versus separating the military from farming. The latter was more viable. In Sixtio, any battle, those who cling to life perish, while those who forget death survive. Those complacent from past victories meet defeat, while those who fear disgrace fight on to triumph. A sparse law code surpasses a mindset of suspicion. A lenient decree surpasses an overly strict ruler. All under heaven is often led astray by those who initiate new practices and by those who stoke the flames. Things can degenerate until it is all beyond repair, and only a decisive and resolute leader can salvage the situation. If, at that point, people still insist on keeping to old ways, remaining at ease, and making no changes, oblivious to the looming catastrophe, can that be wise? A person in high position who can make others forget their distance in rank and draw close to him has reached the pinnacle of virtue. But using a single incident to establish an unchanging law, or punishing one man's minor fault with a policy burdening all the people, nothing harms the legal system more. Many proposals these days do precisely that. Rituals that are too elaborate become difficult to carry out, ending up as dusty records on a shelf. Laws too numerous become easily broken, which leads to even harsher punishments and more chaos. Those who lived as ordinary citizens under Yao and Shun enjoyed an easier life than the ministers who served them. The peaceful world of Tang and Yu depended on 4 principal ministers, 9 high officials, and 12 governors. The ruler and people all flourished in doing little, yet any labour borne by the ministers was vital for the nation. If officials slack, the ruler must toil, and the people never find stability. In an age of good governance, righteous men serve in public office. In a time of decline, mediocre folk fill posts. In a time of chaos, the embittered or the sycophants take power. When cunning flatterers thrive, true heroes remain unrecognized. But once such men try to rise, upheaval follows and can even destroy the nation. Therefore, a wise ruler first reconciles the people's hearts, drawing heroes and strong-minded men under his reign so that they do not unleash their force in disruptive ways. All who dwell under heaven are subjects of the court, and likewise they belong to heaven and earth. They are our people. The higher one's position, the more one becomes deaf and blind, for many obstacles block the truth. The lower one's position, the more clarity they have, for they see events directly. Thus, for genuine awareness, the king knows less than the prime minister. The prime minister knows less than the regional governors. The governors know less than local magistrates, and magistrates know less than the common people. On the other hand, for obstruction, local officials conceal things from the region from the minister, and the minister from the king. How sad that the truths at the grassroots seldom reach the highest level. Duke Zhou embodied the rights of Zhou in living form. If the world had Duke Zhou again, we might not even need the rights of Zhou. If Duke Zhou somehow reappeared in the present, he would not slavishly follow that text line by line. Indeed, if we have Duke Zhou, no written code is essential. If we lack Duke Zhou, no code alone can save us. If people show little shame, that reflects the virtue of those above. If they show little fear, that reflects the authority of those above. One need not blame the people for this. People's anger must never be stifled for too long. Anger bottled, like water under pressure, can burst dams and sweep away houses. Contained like fire, it can explode into splinters of rock. Under Ji and Zhou, people's bitterness was stifled, and Tang and Wu unleashed it, leading to those tyrants' downfall. This is the great turning point between survival and destruction, one that rulers should vigilantly guard against. Heaven creates people not for the sake of giving them a king, but sets a king in place for the people's sake. How then can a ruler afflict the people? The key to kingship is simple. Harness the natural advantages of heaven and earth to benefit the people, guiding and adjusting human nature so that what all desire is satisfied and what all dislike is removed. Ensure they settle peacefully with no one displaced. Only then is the purpose of kingship fulfilled. It is surely not to let one man indulge himself by exploiting all under heaven. Yao and Shun understood this well. Among the 3 dynasties, key institutions, the well-field system in schools should never have been abolished, while hereditary offices and feudal enclaves were abolished too late. Some will not understand this. Sage kings base governance on the shared heart of the people. This is essential for realizing one's aims. Yet it is hard to align with the people's hearts. The people desire many things which the sage might consider petty. So can they truly match minds? Still, governance is for the people. Without winning them over, how can it succeed or last? Even if the sage's goal is upright, if the people oppose it, can he force them? As Emperor Yao advised Shun, never offend the people's will for the sake of your own desire. Shun's wish was never selfish. It served the people, yet still Yao said, do not offend. Think of how Pan Geng, moving the capital of Yin, had to issue repeated instructions, or how King Wu, attacking Zhou, had to give his troops commands 3 and 5 times over. Only then could it succeed. Hence the saying, it is hard to fulfill a lone desire when confronted by the multitude's wrath. Even if my desire is not wrong, and the people's anger is not right, if I hope to succeed, I cannot dismiss the crowd's opposition. Instead, I must proceed softly, clarifying right and wrong, explaining gains and losses, waiting for them to be at ease and their feelings settled. Only then act. That is called using all the people under heaven to accomplish the affairs of heaven, achieving results with minimal effort. Yet there are exceptions requiring instant action before consulting everyone, or decisions made unilaterally. That might happen once in 10 or 100 cases and should not become a general rule. A ruler has a single desire, but those around him may have 100. If it leads to disorder and ruin, the one who wanted it suffers the most, while the others merely move on to serve someone else. This is a clear lesson from ancient to modern times, and every ruler should heed it. The word peace contains great meaning, and thus, in an age of perfect rule, we speak only of all under heaven being at peace. Some say water has no preference for high or low. It flows until it becomes level. But that is just uniformity of level. In the human world, there are 1,000 kinds of people, 10,000 kinds of creatures, 100 varied affairs, each with its own measure and standing. True peace means each occupies its rightful place without friction or dissatisfaction. To obliterate rank and grade, making them artificially equal, is the greatest inequality of all. Our system of recruiting officials by their words assumes that once someone speaks rightly, he will act accordingly. Yet when we put him to the test in office, he often contradicts his words. Meanwhile, an ordinary peasant or artisan with a written contract can bind another party to it for life, so the other dare not break it, because what was said is recorded on paper. We, however, have thousands of words from the examination halls, recognized by all scholars, and they're circulated nationwide. Yet we rely on them solely to advance careers. How do we not end up worse than commoners who enforce a single slip of paper? Alas, no wonder. Because they sought advancement with empty words, they never seriously intended to keep them, using one's office for private advantage, silencing criticism, departing from the way, and chasing false acclaim. These are the greatest shames for those who govern. A leader has certain principles he must uphold. If you can implement them, do so. If you cannot, leave your position. If you resort to bending and compromising for profit or out of fear, it is better to withdraw. Mencius said one cannot straighten an 8-foot length by deliberately bending a 1-foot section of it. Even bending it an inch to straighten 1,000 feet might be wrong. Some ask, what if duty compels me to yield for my ruler or parents? The answer, if such yielding is truly necessary, it is not bending. It is rightly using expediency to fulfill principle, which remains the straight path. In the time of Shun's courts, they chose rather to let a case go untried than punish the innocent. Think of how saintly Shun was, how discerning Gao Yao was, and how the populace in that era was so pure that most homes could be left unlocked. Surely they uncovered all truths. Why then mention the possibility of missing some? Because even the best procedures cannot fully grasp every situation. Difficult cases arise throughout history, so the sage would rather be unclear than risk injustice. But today, some judges fear appearing indecisive and jump to conclusions, punishing even with partial or biased evidence. It is infuriating. Heaven loves life. Spirits are aware. How can we act otherwise? Better to err by letting someone live than wrongly kill them. If spared, a criminal still has time to repent. If unjustly killed, the guilt of murder falls on us. Those who serve in penal affairs should take this to heart. A stately banner, tall ceremonial spears, metal gongs, and music of drums. Someone riding in a grand carriage may appear quite triumphant. But how many of the common folk are suffering? How many local trades are neglected? If you can examine your conscience with no shame, then even riding alone or travelling by a simple cart can feel like heavenly music. Otherwise, the grander the display, the deeper your guilt. Women and children might marvel at the spectacle, but those of insight will laugh. A gentleman's carriage and attendants suffice only to show proper rank and dignity. His real concern lies elsewhere. Balancing sentiment and law without abolishing either. This is the subtle wisdom of good office. The sage always stands upright and impartial, yet in dealing with people and issues, he is gracious and generous, so no one feels resentment. This happens because he does nothing rash, nor does he cling rigidly to any single method. 2 words, leniency and simplicity, describe the core of governance. Without leniency, authority becomes too harsh. Without simplicity, regulations multiply too fast. Combine an overly strict law with a dense thicket of rules, and you have oppressive governance that wearies both ruler and people. The wise have always warned against this. There is no good official post in the world, for even a lowly gatekeeper must rise early and stay vigilant just to fulfill his duty. If someone calls officialdom a fine thing, he is not truly fit for office. If a crime does not merit flogging, yet you deliver even one blow, it is wrong. If a crime does not deserve anger, yet you raise your voice once, it is wrong. Those above must be watchful of this. When a gentleman serves his ruler, he follows the way by straight conduct, follows propriety by bowing with full respect, offers counsel wholeheartedly, and accepts fortune or misfortune as fate would have. It, a small opening for abuse, is the hardest thing to seal. A harmful custom is the hardest thing to uproot. Stopping wrongdoing before it starts is easy. Reversing a custom once it sets in is hard. Recognizing a potential abuse and preventing it takes wisdom. Hating a harmful custom enough to fight it takes courage. When a sage king holds power, he punishes those who initiate evil practices, warning all the land so that wrongful customs die out. Evade the onrushing force and strike at its retreat. This is considered great cunning. Yet the truly divine tactic is strike the oncoming force and evade its retreat. So your valor and strategy fill the enemy with awe. Someone using merely great cunning can keep fighting often, but someone with divine strategy rarely needs a second battle. The famous rebuke about lacquerware in Yao's time was not truly a concern for Yao himself, but to caution future pleasure-loving rulers lest they open the floodgates of extravagance. Whenever something appears in the world, it soon becomes ornamented. From ornamentation comes overindulgence. From overindulgence, collapse. The caution about lacquerware is a warning to treat all new luxuries with vigilance. A carpenter's square cannot afford to be anything but perfectly straight and right-angled. Thus it can measure every piece of wood without error. It does so silently, yet no board can defy it. What a pity for those in government who speak endlessly without producing alignment. When summer's heat is about to end, we first feel an even stronger warmth. When dawn is about to break, the darkness deepens. Throwing a ball against a wall, if you throw it hard, it bounces back inward. Things at their extreme tend to reverse. The foolish delight in extremes, while the wise dread the backlash. Therefore, misfortune does not always injure something at its nadir. Rather, prosperity at its peak brings danger. The wise do not worry about adversity, but about the hidden peril in success. Even when I eat without any meat, I find my humble meal of greens and vegetables quite satisfying. That makes me think, if everyone under heaven had enough food, only then could I approve of harsh punishments on thieves. Because when bellies are empty and faces pallid, even those who do not steal perish. Remaining pure and starving, death is difficult even for a noble scholar. How much harder for an ordinary hungry person? How can we demand that they die of hunger rather than steal a bit of food? Hence, ensuring the people's basic needs is the first duty of a royal government. A cornered foe must not be pursued, an evasive excuse must not be attacked, and impoverished people must not be intimidated. In calm times we bury countless petty men in positions of comfort. In troubled times we discover how many true gentlemen there are. Law is the divine instrument for governing the world, derived from heaven's principle and human nature. The ruler, by heaven's logic and humankind's needs, sets the law. Having done so, not even the ruler himself can override it. Ministers must uphold it for all future ages. They too must not alter it. Like carrying an imperial tablet, we hold it respectfully. Since it is not ours, how dare we treat it as personal property? Yet nowadays some use the law to serve their private interests, openly peddling influence. Or they grant favours to buy popularity. Then come the smooth talkers who call it benevolence, mercy, repaying gratitude, or respecting superiors. But true generosity and compassion apply only where the law is not violated, and if we wish to reward virtue, we do so out of our own resources, not at the expense of public law. Those who treat the law as personal property are thieves of universal fairness. In a well-governed age, great ministers do not fear suspicion, and lesser officials do not stir up reckless accusations. Excessive leniency can be more disastrous than severity. But this is difficult to explain to those who pride themselves on being broad-minded. The manners of the world have grown low, the sentiments precarious. Those beneath use flattery to please, ignoring truth. Those above delight in hearing what pleases, ignoring right. Bowing and scraping fills each day, yet public business lies in a jumble. Polite notes and official greetings multiply, but the cries of the people remain unheard. Our time and energy are limited. If we devote them all to empty courtesies, none is left for real affairs. Court officers exist to labour on behalf of the people, but now they only tire the people in turn. The fate of the world depends on the ruler's taste or aversion. It could be something as minor as preferring cranes to pull one's carriage. How does that harm the people? Yet even such trivialities can bring a kingdom to ruin. How much more the greater matters? When mobilizing the masses, the key is to lead with benevolence, but carry it out with authority. Thus it is said, "Let severity reinforce your kindness," and one flash of anger can bring peace to all under heaven. If one merely indulges or delays, staying ever gentle, that is like a womanly kindness. It accomplishes little. When leading a large force, one should punish small transgressions so that the big ones never occur. Light punishment for minor offences saves much trouble for serious ones, and the people do not panic. Keep it clear to all, and keep it fair. No private agenda. Only then can a general effectively command hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, punishments become tiresome and costly, and people disregard them. Governance should help the populace live in harmony. Of the countless policies, likely only a tenth truly need to be implemented or reformed. Beyond that, the best approach is doing nothing in the sense of leaving well enough alone. One must not chase personal renown or achievements for vain glory. So when a gentleman presents proposals, his first priority is to avoid flaunting any supposed brilliance or bold feats. Even thunder and lightning do have their moments in heaven's cycle, but by and large it remains still and balanced, using fierce storms only at intervals. When punishing, do not exhaustively enumerate a person's crimes. Leave some fear in them. When rewarding, do not list every achievement. Leave them some further hope. Even a mere commoner can have an unbreakable will, which not even the Son of Heaven can sway. Indeed, a ruler can put him to death, but if he sees death as nothing, the ruler's power is exhausted. Killing such a man only shows the ruler's cruelty, while letting him live forges greater virtue. Hence, the sage respects each person's resolve, lest he wound the people's hearts and incur his own wrongdoing. When governing the people, one must be solemn and vigilant. Even with close attendants, gatekeepers, or household staff, never let them see you as someone who can be treated carelessly. A sage king's way begins with simplicity. Whatever becomes elaborate is only because simplicity alone cannot suffice, for only simplicity can clarify one's own heart, guide others effectively, help both ruler and people see their faults, extend one's health and lifespan, preserve the world's resources, and keep heaven and earth's energy from depletion. Sage would never exchange one person's life for the rule of all under heaven. Yet later ages have often sacrificed the lives of countless people so that one person may ascend in status. What a tragedy! I cannot fathom what they think they gain by controlling the world. When a wise ruler and capable minister hold power, they need not expel every petty person from the court. They merely remove the principal villains and most dangerous traitors, thereby signalling where they stand. Seeing this, all lesser troublemakers turn back toward virtue, trying to hide past misdeeds and gather new merits. Who would dare persist in wrongdoing? Hence, when Emperor Shun raised Gao Yao, those lacking virtue distanced themselves. When Shun banished the four evils, likewise the corrupt fled far away. Some people earn a reputation for mercy by indulging criminals. Others earn a reputation for sharpness by fault-finding in every small thing. Both are extremes. True mercy, as taught by the sage, never encourages people to rely on it. True sharpness never leaves them without some refuge. That is the great middle path which clarifies itself. Shen Buhai and Han Fei were part of the kingly way, for even sages never abandoned punishments or investigations. Think of Emperor Shun executing the four evils. That was his Shen and Han. Confucius executing Xiaozheng Mao, beheading the dwarf rebels, demolishing the 3 city-states. These were likewise his Shen and Han. Even thunder and frost are heaven's own legalism. When a loving father uses harsh words, or when a caring doctor uses the knife, there is still genuine concern behind it. The 300 rules and the 3,000 details of ritual, the sage considered them intricate but willingly endured the toil. The human heart, with nothing to keep it occupied, may harbour evil thoughts. The body, if it finds comfort, may indulge in misconduct. Complex rites keep the heart engaged in healthy pursuits, developing good habits and demanding physical effort that prevents idle vice. They help people respect and draw closer to each other, stopping quarrels before they begin. This is how to discipline oneself, unite society, control desires, and avert disorder. Thus, some open-minded people long for fewer rituals, but if they rashly discard them, chaos flares up. Of course, ritual in later ages often deviated from the ancient king's authentic forms. Instead of cultivating sincerity, people learned only shallow courtesies, excessive bowing, fawning, sweet speech, flattery, secret whispers, lavish banquets, formal greetings, and ornamental gifts. so that true gentlemen have come to detest such rituals, wanting to sweep them away in favour of genuine simplicity. That might be vital to saving the age. Still, if one does not study the original rites of the ancient kings and merely jumps to easy freedom, how many will avoid descending into the careless decadence of Western gin? When someone above is declared free of error, often it is not that. He makes no mistakes. No one dares mention them. When someone below is labelled full of faults, often it is not that he truly has that many. It is just that no one speaks on his behalf. If a ruler can ensure that people speak their minds freely, then truly he is free of error. If he can make them accept blame openly, then indeed the subordinates are at fault. In governance, adapting to the times is paramount. If conditions demand preserving the old ways, do not add pointless innovations for future generations to misuse. If conditions demand change, do not leave it to fester for the future. Managing water means sometimes letting it flow in order to prevent a worse blockage, sometimes blocking it to prevent a catastrophic breach. Human nature is the same. The sage kings guided people's inclinations by righteous channels, not merely by law. Where law and popular feeling conflict, one or the other must yield. The 3 dynasties gained the world by winning people's feelings. They preserved it by balancing those feelings. By allowing free expression without letting it go astray, they found harmony. The decline of governance began with an overgrowth of formal codes. The spread of corruption began with over-reliance on bureaucratic records. This mountain of rules and documents confuses even the officials appointed to manage them. Mold-eaten and water-damaged, some contradict themselves over a single matter, or vary from era to era. How can one follow them? Only canny veteran officials exploit them for personal gain, while they do nothing to truly help. If we do not eliminate them, society will never be well governed, just as if we do not burn away misguided theories, the way will never shine. Throughout the 6 directions, all is the realm of human emotion. Only in the royal courts and offices do we uphold the realm of law. If even those places indulge personal feeling, where will we find public justice? When a leader promotes the worthy, he regards it as a personal favour. This is a fundamental error. If the unworthy retaliate for their dismissal, who bears that? Blame? If a worthy person is missed, who answers for it? Obeying the ruler's order is just our duty. By turning public law into private kindness, all are bewildered. How sad. There are 4 difficulties in offering counsel: judging the right person, judging oneself, judging the matter, judging the moment. Missing anyone makes success unlikely. The law should not be changed suddenly. Even if a sudden change is beneficial, it alarms people and invites controversy. Nor should a law be forced through rigidly. Even if it is good, it offends the people's hearts, giving them cause to resist. Hence, to reform law, we must be careful and gradual, proceeding quietly, aligning with the public. Our intentions must be transparent like the clear sky, and we should personally take responsibility, not letting advisers fear for their reputation or impose their own will. Let the decree be precise, not vague. Make it real, not an empty gesture that brings practical harm. Only then is it fit to change, a law. Otherwise, it is better to keep the old system, improving or trimming it. Indeed, watch out for grand new projects, for they are the downfall of those in high positions. One should not propose new laws unless they are 10 times more beneficial than the old, bringing little risk for the future. One should not discard old laws unless they truly serve no current purpose and do real harm. If an existing rule is workable but flawed, fill the gaps and correct the bias. If it is worn out, restore it. If it has drifted astray, bring it back. If people have grown lax, reaffirm and invigorate it. This middle way of balanced governance can guide 100 generations. He who can use the insight of pre-3 Dynasties times without seeming outdated, and the methods of post-3 Dynasties times without descending to vulgarity, is fit to govern the nation. To manage the world well, one must capture the genuine feelings of people. Then all else is possible. If one fails to reach their natural feelings, all else is lost. This holds not only for emperors. When just 2 people travel together, the principle is the same. Someone might sit in a grand hall of justice, voice raised and expression stern, surrounded by armed guards, prepared to kill or spare according to personal whim, with no one to forbid him. He seems utterly triumphant. Then a bold man steps forth, speaking candidly, pointing out the official's faults without fear. The official, though powerful, is momentarily at a loss. Despite the threat of death, the bold speaker is not cowed. If the official tries to force compliance through might alone, he can kill but not convince. That is like a midnight robber holding a knife to someone's throat. The victim yields out of terror but not conviction. Using unjust force to subdue people is the act of a bandit, which should shame any ruler. If the challenger stands on reason and the ruler stands on violence, reason is the greater cause. Hence, the ruler should use authority only to uphold reason, never for sheer power. Ritual is an entirely formal concept, and yet whether a nation thrives or falls, a family endures or collapses, a person lives or dies, or an undertaking succeeds or fails can depend on ritual. Thus, a gentleman respects ritual, not because it directly enriches or provides, but because all enrichment and provision depend upon it. The use of arms signals a decline in moral influence. Even the greatest sages, though they might quietly transform hearts, fostering long-lasting trust, would sometimes resort to fortifications or armed force, as if no other course were possible. Does that not resemble the thinking of the dullest rulers? Are we to say they had no choice, so must we dismiss them as simply powerless? The ancient notion of taming barbarians with mere shields of feathers, or easing the enemy's surrender through strategic illusions, was it all in vain? If moral influence fails, and we lack good faith or alliances, we indeed cannot do without military force, lest foreign invaders encroach, rebels gather, and we have no means to oppose them. But is there truly no way to prevent such invasions or uprisings? The ancients spoke of the 4 barbarian tribes coming to pay homage, of 8 foreign lands on open roads, of Yuechang sending envoys thrice translated, where no corner of the earth failed to offer respect. That must not be mere fantasy. If we dedicated ourselves daily, year by year, we would surely find a method better than spending half our treasury on a no-other-choice strategy. When tasks lack clear division, everyone shifts blame and nothing gets done. When goods lack clear division, everyone tries to take more, and conflict arises. Setting proper boundaries prevents laziness and greed, ensuring that work and resources fall to their rightful owners. Once established, even a crowd of 10,000 needs no debate. This principle of proper division is essential from self-cultivation through the nation's governance, cherished by the 2 emperors and 3 kings alike. When arrogance grows unchecked, a father cannot control his son, a ruler cannot control his minister, a husband cannot control his wife, and a person cannot control himself. They treat death lightly. What threat can compel them? They treat kindness as mere play. What favour can persuade them? Disaster is inevitable. Thus, even deep affection must not discard discipline. We remain vigilant so those we love know kindness, yet dare not transgress. In this way we preserve their lives and keep them whole. The principle of nature, both in things and in human feeling, operates spontaneously. A sage perceives that natural pattern and thereby understands all under heaven, so no one can hide from his insight. He grasps this natural principle and guides the realm with it, though people do not realize they are directed, even if he sometimes seems to go against their personal desires. That is because he curbs selfish impulses while letting heaven's rightful order prevail. Thus, even the stubborn and the clouded eventually awaken and obey, for the sage has touched the natural switch within their souls. A regional inspector might treat commoners with mildness, his immediate retinue with strictness, his fellow officials with warmth, and his subordinate officers with frankness. Then he is close to an ideal approach. Once you have given yourself in service, your person no longer belongs to you. You hold your title on behalf of the court, so you must not let it suffer the slightest affront. Yet that is not obstinacy. Nor may you raise it beyond its place. That is not humility. You uphold the laws of the court on behalf of the court, so you cannot bend them for others. That is not stubbornness. Nor may you twist them to serve yourself. That is not cowardice. Before one takes office, one hesitates to study policy deeply, fearing it beyond one's station. After one enters office, one is overwhelmed with social duties, having no time to learn. Thus, a lifetime of service is wasted in superficial measures, lacking true substance. By the time one reaches the 3 ducal positions, one might look back with deep shame. Scholars, reflect on this. In the world today, people do things half-heartedly, never committing to the real foundation. And if they do perceive the right principle, they seldom taste its true flavour. Hoping to see the rule of the 3 dynasties is quite difficult under these conditions. When you are the predecessor in office, do not implement peculiar, unworkable regulations to hamper your successor just to make yourself look good. When you are the successor, do not boast about overthrowing your predecessor's policies as soon as you arrive, thus causing him needless embarrassment. Neither approach suits human nature nor good governance. If a policy is truly bad, by all means improve or remove it, but do so with genuine respect and care. Regarding ancient people, if we hold them up in good faith, yet treat modern people with suspicion, it is indeed hard to trust them. Yet, if we apply the ancients' sincere way of touching hearts, our contemporaries are surely no worse than beasts or fish. When prosperity reaches its apex, decline follows. When decline is absolute, prosperity stirs again. Water builds up until it must burst. Once it bursts, it drains away. If society becomes too lax, a harsh reformer arises, affecting both good and bad alike. If it grows too severe, a lenient policy emerges again, touching all. This is not just human logic, but the nature of the world's energy. Hence, the wise adapt to the time and situation, not worrying overly about hardship, but rather the hidden danger within good times. They calmly observe, avoiding rash punishment or an overcorrection that forces them to change everything again, like a hunter who mistook a rare creature for a tiger and killed it only to regret it, then sees a real tiger next time, but spares it as though it were that rare creature, and regrets that too. Overzealousness in correction similarly leads to error. Having too many laws grants too many ways to hide wrongdoing, like a fugitive disappearing into a crowd of 1,000. If fewer laws existed, it would be as if there were only 3 people. No place to hide. Warfare is something dark and hidden, so strategy is paramount. Without cunning, one cannot succeed. If I can move without the enemy knowing, while every enemy move is known to me, that is a perfect plan. Taking the world and keeping the world depends on focusing attention on one group, namely the people, and one word, namely peace. When ritual weighs heavily and law lightly, or ritual grows austere and law grows forgiving, we must keep them in balance. If ritual is not strict, people descend into disorder and become subject to law. If law is not forgiving, it provokes resistance until it breaks down. A peculiarity of ritual is that it can be harsh on women's chastity, yet too lenient about men's indulgences. In our time, common servants and attendants keep maids or concubines. Young boys indulge in promiscuity, calling it a trivial matter for men and ignoring it. So we see many wives and concubines oppressed, some driven even to suicide. This would never be acceptable in a truly sage king's era, and deserves strict prohibition. There is a story of Shimenjiang, governor of Hexi, who often used rewards to inspire the people. Finding someone who had stood guard over a lost sheep worth 500 coins, refusing any reward from the owner, Jiang exclaimed, "This is a righteous man," and gave him 1,000 coins. The man was delighted. Later, he conspired with an acquaintance. "You pretend to lose a tael of gold, and I'll return it." He then reported it to Jiang, who again rewarded him double. The man exulted, thinking, "I'm greedy, but now I gain both name and profit. Why not keep doing it?" Such is the danger of misapplied kindness. Where deep reverence prevails, everything aligns with kingly virtue. How could the world not be at peace? Someone might object, doesn't reverence mean being calm and silent? The reply, sun, moon, and stars are heaven's ornament. Thunder, rain, dew, and wind are heaven's commands. Yet heaven remains unchanging in its deep respectfulness. That silent, scentless reverence is heaven's own attitude. If you try to balance gentlemen and scoundrels equally, neither can stand. Ultimately, the gentleman yields more easily, while the scoundrel is not so easily removed. If you strike the scoundrel too hard, or deal with him too severely, it is like using earth to dam a raging flood or ashes to smother a blazing fire. It rarely works well. Instead, let the gentleman hold firm while carefully selecting and assigning tasks to the scoundrel. If he proves useless, gradually trim his power. You dangle wealth and honour, making it clear. Behave thus, and you gain distinction. Refuse, and you remain in poverty. A scoundrel craves nothing but wealth and status. That same knack for scheming that could ruin the world can also build it, and that same ambition that could foment disaster can also foster prosperity. Most people are middle rank, neither saints nor devils. True villains are comparatively rare. If we cast people aside so they cannot do good and push them deeper into wrongdoing, we change moderately bad men into great scoundrels. Then they will risk everything to oppose us. That is our failing. Alas, this is hard to explain to purists, but one can see the lessons of repeated failures since the 3 dynasties. That is why discerning character starts with assessing mind and capacity. In a time of troubles, an unskilled but upright man may be less helpful than a talented yet morally questionable figure. Carrying the fate of the world requires vigour, yet ruling the world's spirit requires rational principle. When times are quiet, the lowly folk are easily trampled by every official above them. But if trouble flares, they become the hardest to control. Even the emperor cannot escape them, let alone officials in robes. This is difficult to explain to those who merely recite poetry and read books. During my official service, I followed 6 self-initiatives. 1. When assigning labour quotas, I first examined them myself. 2. When allocating land boundaries, I measured them personally. There. If taxes were overdue, I gave people a deadline for payment. 4. Where a fine could substitute imprisonment, I let them urge each other to pay. 5. For minor lawsuits needing witnesses, let the parties themselves bring them. 6. For small grievances with witnesses already gathered, let the people settle it themselves. We also often implemented local community covenants, so government officials were freed from constant fuss, and affairs were handled more rationally, reducing punishments. Right now, the populace suffers from harsh and complicated officialdom. But if you give them kindness and leniency, they respond immediately. Ever since well fields were abolished, theft and robbery have multiplied. People without any resources become desperate from hunger and cold. Faced with death, they might as well steal. Even a righteous soul finds it hard to choose starvation. And how much more commoners who are half of the population? Meanwhile, those living in luxury pronounce harsh sentences. But who among them truly empathizes with the thieves? I say, if someone steals despite having enough food and clothing, kill him without pardon. But if he is forced by hunger, we must find another approach. Otherwise we punish the crimes but ignore their cause. How shameful! I once composed on resources, discussing 6 ways to generate wealth and 12 ways it is wasted. The 6 ways are 1. Cultivating idle lands. 2. Exploiting water sources. 3. Teaching farming and weaving. 4. Resettling displaced people. 5. Following current needs. And 6. Building reserves. The 12 wastes are 1. Strictly banning excessive drinking. 2. Punishing extravagant craftsmanship. 3. Penalizing idlers. 4. Curbing entertainers and theatrical troupes. 5. Limiting official service demands. 6. Suppressing ostentatious living. 7. Restricting unnecessary temple building. 8. Forbidding carved or printed frivolities that serve no use. 9. Punishing heretical sects. 10. Condemning grand receptions and banquets. 11. Fixing enrollment and exam quotas for schools. 12. Executing corrupt officials. Much of it rails against worldly abuses, so it never circulated widely. Though the harmonious energy of heaven passes through all seasons, the southern tropics remain hot, and the far north remains cold. Even in the central region, only in the 90 days between mid-5th month and mid-8th month is it purely warm with hardly a hint of coolness. During that time, nights can still be chilly enough for lighter quilts. By the 7th month, the heat subsides. By the 8th month, dew appears. By the 9th, cold dew and frost come. From the 10th lunar branch onward, the chill is undeniable. Thus, you see that nurturing warmth does not alone ensure life flourishes. There is also a vital role for stern coolness. In governing as heaven does, we apply leniency when needed and sternness when needed, always maintaining an undercurrent of well-timed strictness that fosters true growth. Unrelenting warmth breeds indulgence. Combining firmness with mercy inspires true strength. Consider Zichen of Zheng, who minted laws, punished powerful clans, resurveyed fields, and standardized attire, yet was praised as a mother to the people. Confucius himself illustrates how both firmness and kindness can coexist. Those who only pamper, letting wrongdoing grow, end up with lax government, orders ignored, bans defied, petty men running wild, and good folks swallowing tears. Would Confucius ever be guilty of that? Thus, we say, though those above adopt lenience as a principle, they never govern solely by lenience. Strictness ensures lenience can succeed. Cherishing leniency in your heart does not mean ruling with lenient policies. Otherwise, you get a weak ruler who ends up killing his own ministers, like a doting mother who ends up killing her child. Oi, retired and living in a ditch, find a handful of coarse grain more precious than a fistful of pearls. A ragged cotton quilt, warmer than the finest embroidered silk. Yet the world hires people as though pearls and silk were everything. If something is of no urgent use, then however exalted its name or refined its lineage, it does not truly matter. Throughout heaven and earth, only two kinds of people sustain our very lives, the farmer and the weaver. Yet no one honours them, as though severing our own lifeblood. In every age there are enough talented people to bring about good governance, but if there is no proper way to nurture them, and if those placed in charge are not fit for the task, it is no wonder that everything languishes. After the 3 dynasties, rulers have only sought to make people too afraid to do wrong. They fail to realize that this fear often leads people to produce fake forms and shallow compliance, thus evading true transformation. If such fear runs deeply in their hearts, it can quietly weaken a country by stealth. If made manifest, it can topple the nation outright. Clearly, fear alone is not a dependable tool. In ancient times, a kingdom did not casually replace its ruler, nor a family dismiss its senior minister. By respecting local customs and following established norms, the state and people felt secure, and over time, gentle reforms and steady improvement bore fruit. Hence the sayings, governance ripens over generations and a well-tended path finally flourishes. As the world never reaches perfection all at once, it takes consistent effort, like how heaven and earth cannot produce living things in an instant. But once feudal domains turned into commanderies, officials rarely kept the same post long enough to warm their seats, and the people never got to know them. Any policy was undone by slander as soon as it started. Any office was reshuffled as soon as it was set up. It is like scooping out a bear's paw halfway through cooking, or cutting the silk thread just as one starts reeling it off the cocoon. One wave of newcomers arrives. Everything changes at once. Each has his own temperament and view. The people hear half the new orders before the next set arrives, and so they have no chance to follow or believe in anything. Meanwhile, a higher supervising official may interfere further, like fitting one hat on every head regardless of size, or requiring one garment in both winter and summer. Not even the most skillful or swift among us can truly fix more than a small patch, which the court then uses to commend or condemn, while subordinates half-heartedly celebrate. What heartbreak! As some ancient sage observed, unless people live in stable villages or receive stable plots, any talk of real governance is idle. I would add that we must also stabilize offices, adapt policies to local circumstances, choose truly suitable persons for each post, avoid constantly revising good policies, and never replace laws that bring the people peace. Root out those who disturb the people with reckless schemes or lazy misrule. Replace them, but do not overturn everything else. Then the system of commanderies can far surpass the old feudal model. When making laws, consider what people naturally need and give them room to live. Only then should one restrict those who exceed their share. In that way, those above can stand firm in justice, while those below have no grounds for complaint. But if a low-ranking official's salary cannot even feed him, and should he accept a customary gift, we condemn him for greed, then such positions should not exist at all. The wise approach is to expand official benefits properly, so that later we can censure any truly unlawful taking. Yet those in power keep worrying about petty sums, citing old custom or regular usage. Better to allow a decent, transparent provision in the first place than force people into underhanded dealings. For example, a storehouse official may get merely a bushel of grain per month, while a courier station chief might receive only 7 toils of silver a year. People easily accept pleasant words that actually harm good order. They distrust harsh words that might help. Such tragedy! Only a sage ruler welcomes unpleasant counsel into his heart, leading to a prosperous realm. A man who handles horses must know the perils of the terrain. A man who steers a boat must watch the flow of the waters. A ruler who governs the land must heed the people's moods. This is what determines safety or danger. Within the universe, there are 3 powers. Heaven wields good fortune or calamity. The ruler wields punishment or reward. The world at large wields praise or blame. Heaven's rewards and punishments are usually just, except when overshadowed by the flows of destiny. A ruler's punishments or rewards can be fair, though sometimes thwarted by limited knowledge or swayed by anger or favoritism. Public praise or censure would be impartial if not coloured by personal likes or the echoes of rumour. Yet heaven relies on the public's praise or blame to sanction good or evil, as in, heaven sees through our people's eyes, heaven hears through our people's ears. The ruler, too, relies on the public mind to dispense reward or punishment. For if you love what the people despise, or despise what the people love, you violate their nature. Thus, how can we not be careful with praise and blame? It is the instrument of heaven and the ruler. Anyone who corrupts it with false flattery or slander offends heaven and becomes a criminal to the realm. Today, when the people are poor and resources exhausted, many lament the destructive new taxes on mines. Some officials protest to the throne but are ignored, then claim there is no remedy. Let us at least look to our own habits, where we might spare the people's burdens by living frugally. Suppose we serve lavish banquets that no one can fully consume. What good is that except a waste? If each servant or clerk must have meat at every meal, and we supply them without limit, what good does that bring? If we keep large entourages of bearers, scribes, horses, parades, flags, tapestries, all because it pleases us, what good does that serve? If we decorate official seats and furnishings with bright colours and thick carpets, already a show of display, then cover the floor again with padded mats, what is the point? Whenever a superior arrives, we must greet and fete him. And for his birthday or festival, each local region must gather gifts in droves. What good does that accomplish? Leading processions of 100 men, ordering official drummers and heralds to clear the road, travelling with countless staff from one checkpoint to the next. What good is it? When a circuit official goes on inspection, we go beyond the proper greetings, staging banquets and visits, carrying thick files of documents along with an entire retinue. Is there any real purpose here? In every office, at every level, it goes on like this. Even if the common people saved a bit each year, all these vanities deplete it. Is it truly the court's mandate that compels us to do so? Let us reflect more deeply. Liquor causes countless harms. Yet those who hold all under heaven seldom impose a strict ban on it. If they still talk about moral guidance without reining in excessive drinking, it is mere lip service. One can share this insight with those who care about governance. All these ledgers and records are meant to prevent wrongdoing. The more they multiply, the craftier wrongdoing becomes. How can any official actually read thousands of volumes? In practice, it opens the door for bribes and intimidation, swelling the expenses for pen and paper, and creating new excuses to squeeze the people. Everyone passes over it without thought, as though it were normal. But if one wise person slashed these documents to 1/10, superiors and subordinates alike would breathe easier, and the worst abuses would subside. Training scholars and employing capable people is the most urgent matter for a kingdom's survival. Yet today it is treated like routine. If we had ministers like Gao Yao, Qi, Ji, and Xie, the ruler would naturally become Yao or Shun, and the people Tang or Yu. As gentlemen, we should ask ourselves, are we truly Gao Yao, Qi, Ji, or Xi? If we dawdle all day, yet criticize our ruler for not being Yao or Shun, whose shame is that? We receive high rank and generous stipends. Should that not make us blush? Of all positions, being the one above is the hardest, yet modern men take it too lightly. When hearing lawsuits, one must be like a balanced scale, properly set to 0 before placing the object to be weighed. If your mind is not upright and calm, from the start, even the smallest expression reveals bias, and the witnesses or evidence shift accordingly, let alone if you hint your thoughts out loud. Officials must take special care here. Some affairs in the world can be accomplished abruptly, others must be handled gradually. Sudden measures strike most heavily at the end, while gradual ones require ongoing effort from the beginning. Even a leaking hut is noticed by 10 eyes and 10 hands ready to fix it. How much more a ruler, seated amid the public's countless eyes and hands, as though hung in the sky like the sun and moon. One cannot hide the slightest flaw. How can one fail to be cautious? When you choose a course of action, do not ask whether all the powerful will support or whether it follows old custom, but only if it is in accord with what is right. If the situation is not in your favor, yet righteousness is unaffected, you may yield. But if it harms what is right, even should someone else champion it, you cannot follow. A good idea needs a proper method to be implemented. A proper method needs good officials to see it through. Such an official must have a sincere heart, a talent for adaptation, and the ability to govern with clarity. When his heart is true, he cares for the people wholeheartedly, from start to finish. With flexible talent, he adjusts to each place and does not cling blindly to rules. With clarity, his commands are firm. Wrongdoing is punished and harm is undone, so the people flourish. In the world, any fine undertaking demands real effort. If insincere people do it, they only add formalities and trouble. If the unworthy do it, they twist it for private gain. It might be better not to attempt it at all, lest it do more harm than good. Some invert everything, taking the genuine way of heaven and earth, and turning it into shallow formalities, and taking hollow formalities as real work. This has been going on a very long time. Without a forceful stroke of thunder, it is impossible to change such ingrained habits. Some hold office only by leaning on others, unwilling to stand on their own 2 feet. This is the greatest shame for any official. If you truly press forward like iron, no matter what happens, you will stand tall or at least fall honestly. And if you do stumble, so be it. That is fate. Some people take up a post with no intention to accomplish anything, merely waiting out the appointment. One day on duty is one day wasted. They remain idle in high places, living a shallow life. Did Tang, Yu, or the 3 dynasties ever rank officials this way? Modern times may tolerate them, calling them harmless because they are not greedy or brutal, or praising their connections. But the nation gains nothing, and the people gain nothing, while they idle away at the state's expense. Is that their fault, or is it the fault of those who employ them? Today, whenever officials act, they cite some old precedent. They remove all old rules that don't benefit them personally, and keep those that do. Thus, these old precedents live forever. Imagine if we reversed that thinking. Keep only the rules that help the people. Abolish all that harm them. Wouldn't that be the real purpose of office? Alas, anything that serves the people's livelihood often troubles the officials' own ease, and anything that serves the officials' comfort tends to injure the people. Hence, from ancient times to now, the people's lives remain hard, and problems multiply. In ancient days, people pursued their tasks with focus and firm resolve. Upon taking charge, they immediately began to implement their vision. Thus, Confucius transformed the state of Lü in just 3 days. Modern officials, however, spend most of their time rushing around to please superiors, drafting endless documents and attending elaborate gatherings. Unimportant rituals occupy more than half their energy. Even if some want to serve well and help the people, their good impulses are lost in routines, with no zeal left for real governance. So they just follow standard forms. If someone truly cares, at best he might slip in a few official tasks alongside. Who started this trend? Who intensified it? And who has the power to correct it but does not? The failings of these 3 are too grave for mere dismissal. Those in high office often crave special treatment. Elaborate welcoming ceremonies at a distance, respectful titles, ritual kneeling, lavish provisions, abundant feasts, splendid attendance at every turn, painstaking caution in each courtesy. Arriving in a district with such demands can strain 10,000 people, leaving 1,000 families anxious. Even if such visits bring some small benefit, the people pay a great price. Then these officials issue formal orders full of flowery words, unleash predatory underlings who scour the roads, send out endless notices to coerce or punish the region, gather exotic valuables to bribe the influential, polish a smooth facade of social niceties to amass reputation. Meanwhile, they are deaf and blind to real suffering. Though this may lead to sudden promotion, it betrays the ruler's favour and offends heaven's wrath. How shameful for our profession! A scholar gentleman, once in a position of authority, should focus on that post's duties without second-guessing how long he might remain or whether his talent will be recognized. From the moment he arrives, he settles his heart to serve for the long term. Even if circumstances shift and he must soon depart, he will have done his utmost for every day he held office, never squandering a single hour in idleness. Rainwater feeds the crops, but too much drowns them. Oil can fuel a flame, but too much snuffs it out. Excessive leniency in governance is not necessarily a blessing. Those who do good might, over 100 years, gradually move beyond the death penalty. But heaven itself has 4 seasons, and never abandons autumn. In ancient days, a ruler did not torment the people for the sake of impressing them, yet his method and virtue commanded awe. Nor did he make himself small to prove his superiority, yet his bearing won high respect. Though enthroned on the palace steps, his dignity was never defiled. Though he shared his heart and mind, the protective rules were never lax. Indeed, one can imagine it clearly. The key to governing lies in inquiry and discernment. This was Yao and Shun's subtle art. Yet nowadays some seal their ears and close their eyes, making arbitrary decisions because they fear the stigma of being weak-willed and want no second opinions. This is laughable. They refuse to seek the root. If my mind is truly clear, I can gather many views and select what is central, so I avoid partiality. If my mind is ignorant, then consulting even the worthiest ministers and the humblest peasants will not lead to clarity. How much less deciding alone? Deciding alone means one has already gathered advice. Without collective deliberation, no plan is refined, yet absent the sovereign's final judgment, it never becomes action. All we need for good governance is a fraction of the ancient king's heartfelt care. As for formal institutions or ornaments, we need not literally restore every archaic custom. Some love antiquity so much that they want to reinstate every detail of ancient rites and ceremonies, yet ignore the deeper intentions of the sage kings. That is like carving a human figure from wood. Though the shape may look right, it has no living spirit. If in ruling we cannot adapt to modern realities and gently shape them, and instead we keep churning out radical changes that rattle society. In the name of reviving antiquity, we act like foolish children. Though such notions may be well meant, there is nothing of real worth in them. If you lavish rewards on immoral people, then those who do good will no longer regard your rewards as honourable. If you punish the upright, those who are wicked will no longer see punishment as a disgrace. A gentleman, therefore, does not bestow rewards lightly. When he does, it encourages virtue, nor does he punish rashly. When he does, it deters evil. Those in power should beware awarding unjustified favours. People seize upon even the smallest precedent for self-gain, repeating it year by year. A gentleman abhors empty generosity. The man who grants it thinks only of the moment, trading trifling benefits for the endless demands of those with insatiable appetites, all to the detriment of the treasury. Remember, the original purpose of punishment is to reinforce moral teaching. If leniency alone can teach, that is an even nobler virtue. It shows how a sagely influence can move people's hearts. When one relies only on thunderous severity and wintry law, the people fear, but do not feel shame. As soon as they no longer fear, they relapse into wrongdoing. How can we hope to transform them that way? Instilling shame is better than provoking fear. Guiding is better than scolding. Touching them inwardly is better than driving them away. The law is singular and impartial. A judge must uphold this singular law. If he makes it double, treating the wealthy or noble differently from the poor and lowly, then it is no longer law at all. Some argue, surely kin of the powerful cannot be judged like commoners. But that is what the 8 exemptions exist to address. Where these do not apply, how can one discriminate otherwise? One who wields the ruler's laws, but fears losing his rank or pay, so that he panders to the powerful and crushes the weak. What of the nation's laws? What of heaven's order? By shredding the moral fabric, toppling the good and elevating the bad, the country is sure to suffer. One cannot govern men without also governing law, nor govern law without also governing men. The sage exerts his utmost in seeing and hearing, then shapes them according to standards and measures. Some insist that people matter more than law. But if so, do we discard law altogether when we lack perfect people? The mere words that once lay sealed in the oath vault were enough to subdue a mighty overlord 6 centuries later. How much more a fully established law? Hence, to govern the land, we rely on worthy people to set up worthy laws, so that no law is bad. Then we leave these laws for the next worthy people to enforce, so that no law fails. Gentlemen have the virtues of gentlemen, petty men have the strengths of petty men. Employing gentlemen is easy, but employing petty men is hard. Only a sage can manage that. A gentleman's strength is used by placing him in the right role. A petty man's strength is used by controlling his potential harm. If we place each person according to his true capacity, entrusting him fully and holding him accountable, we need not fear that the world will go ungoverned. The 2 emperors and 3 kings saw the urgent necessity of drawing capable men close. That was their primary endeavour. In ancient days, the ruler did not drain the people's devotion to the very last drop. Hence, their loyalty and love had some surplus to give. In later times, the daily bond between ruler and minister barely sustained social courtesies, with no deeper grace that might move their hearts. Or worse, the ruler's harshness broke the servant's spirit. So, when a truly difficult crisis came, the people served only out of forced obligation, and though they may rally, they never show real closeness. Meanwhile, the ruler continues to demand more until the sum of borrowed prestige and forced compliance fails to hold the people's hearts or protect the realm. Alas, if the people do not respond naturally, but only through compulsion, and the ruler's love is likewise forced, all is precarious. In ancient times, a scholar might live in obscurity, yet devise strategies for universal good. Now, if 2 officials share the same office building, the junior dares not ask about the senior's work. If the right wing of the office tries to learn what the left wing does, some suspect him of meddling. The junior himself fears the accusation of overstepping, so no one studies or helps each other's tasks. Thus, until you officially arrive at a post, you dare not plan how to handle it. Once you do arrive, you have no time to learn. Rushed and unprepared, you do the bare minimum to pass, never building anything lasting. How can we hope for achievements that endure the ages? People prefer to sell goods at a moderate price to others in the market, rather than hold out for a high price to sell to officials. So the marketplaces overflow with merchandise. But if the government tries to buy, it gets nothing. Offering a higher price does not help either. There was once an agency that wanted raw silk. Knowing the market rate, they secretly told their clerks to offer more in order to purchase it. But once the sellers realized it was a government transaction, they became wary and fled. Others asked them, "Why not just take that higher price? You are not being cheated." They replied, "Today it's fair, but tomorrow they could demand endless quantities from me." There may be other officials who are less honest. Or they might pretend a lower price is owed, or delay paying at all, or pay only part. Or they could force me to supply something I do not even have, beating and tormenting me if I fail. We face not one agency but many, not one forced purchase but countless, all with no recourse. I would rather risk theft by bandits than be forced into deals with officials. If bandits rob me, I can seek help from the court. But if the court itself demands my goods without fair compensation, who can I turn to? On hearing this, I said to my colleagues, if the people do not trust us, that is not their fault. They want only to sell their goods. Why would they hate officials and love commoners? If we never take too much or resort to deceit, and if we always pay them promptly and fairly, year after year, place after place, and punish any official or prefecture that does otherwise, why would the commoners not respond? Then, if there is any discord, it certainly would not be on their side. Fairness and integrity are the twin pillars that support the world. Lose them, and the sky collapses. Two great flaws in a minister are selfishness and deceit. Selfishness puts private gain above the public law. Deceit patches over failings and robs governance of true effort. A ruined public law opens the door for the powerful to do as they please, leaving the humble with nowhere to appeal, deepening their grievances. Collapsed governance makes the realm treat its people like conquered territory, chasing profit like merchants and fattening themselves alone. These are seeds of turmoil and destruction, which we must never allow. In speaking with a grand officer, Confucius did so in a warm yet admonishing tone. Jushi explains that warm and admonishing means gentle, but urging correction. That single word, admonish, sustains the world. In modern times, it seems we manage warmth without the admonishment. Throughout history, no sage or worthy person has escaped slander by those who dislike them. If someone with ill intent does not hate you, you have not reached the stature of a true gentleman. But in later ages, those who control promotions often rely on public applause, discarding even 1,000 voices of praise for one voice of attack, without asking who attacks or what their motives are. And they never verify whether the accuser is a gentleman or a scoundrel. Thus, honest people are grieved and upright men lose heart. Once they enter officialdom, many focus only on patching over difficulties and dare not offend anyone. Alas, upright men turning away from genuine virtue, following the path of the sly village worthy. This tragedy is caused by those who distort right and wrong, mishandling promotions and dismissals. Aim for large gains, not small concerns. Invest no extra labour or cost, stir no alarm, yet quietly reap 100-fold benefit. Use softness in place of hardness. Be more accommodating. The more you yield, the deeper the genuine bond between you and others, creating good for both. In the personnel office, there once hung a couplet. If someone stands upright, he needs no help from me. If someone is crooked, I cannot help him either, nor would I steal heaven's merit. Favour can recast a villain as a worthy man, and resentment can recast a worthy man as a villain. How could one escape the blame of spirits? Another couplet, in a public office read, Only one sincerity of purpose, though you try 1,000 tricks to deceive me. 3 feet of upright law. Beware to break the 10 evils and endure the 5 punishments. A second public office couplet. Heaven's gaze shines upon this heart. Dare I not be open and just? The people come to dwell in my breast. How can I not be gentle and caring? At the court of judicial review, one motto went, Under the bright light of sky and sun, let all hidden evil vanish. In the depths of harsh winter's snow, there lives still a breath of spring, a directive for the postal stations. Look upon the hungry, forced to eat clay and sand. Can we bear to drain the people's lifeblood for personal indulgence? Behold the peasants who must sell wives and children. Can we exploit their last resources while travelling with pomp and attendance? A directive for the provincial offices. Have pity on those who starve and freeze, who can fail to see they too are someone's children. If you contribute even a hair's worth to the people's relief, you do not fail as their father and mother. If you accept any bribe or indulge in laziness, does that not disgrace your own household? Draining their fat while doing no real work must weigh on your conscience and descend to your descendants. On the pillars of the Xiangyuan County Office was written, "The people are knowledgeable. May bamboo sprout again from every joint. May the 3 central halls remain undisturbed, letting idle nets be hung outside the gate." One line says, "Do not bemoan hard toil. The court has hired you as a nursemaid to the people." At the 4 city gates were these inscriptions: The Eastern Gate of Harmony. Spring's warmth spreads from the green emperor, lush growth bursting along the river's banks eastward. Royal virtue flows westward from the grand halls, shimmering with gentle harmony. At the southern gate of enlightenment, from 1,000 fathoms, the light of culture pierces northward to the Dipper, linking its measure. 3 bright stars reflect to the east, bridging the quarter where they traverse the sky. At the western gate of achievement, all ventures succeed. Tillers, weavers, elders, and children sing each year of abundant harvest. The 5 signs appear. Neighbours, east and west, villages north and south, all share the joy of unity. At the northern gate of auspicious bells, from 10,000 miles away, the grand tide of royal favour arrives, embracing lofty walls with auspicious mists. The mysterious lady bestows 1,000 years' blessed water, quietly nourishing the entire realm, human nature. When there is no joy but only suffering, even father and son cannot guarantee each other's loyalty. How much less can one expect from the common people? If there is joy without suffering, then even distant tribes might become close. How much more so the people themselves? In this world, when people hear of someone else's faults, they are eager to discuss and delight in them. But when they see someone pointing out their own faults, they try to hide them and feel deep resentment. When they hear others praising them, they rejoice and exaggerate their own virtues. Yet, when they hear others praising someone else's merits, they try to cover them up or search for flaws. Think carefully. Does this mindset belong to a true gentleman or a petty person? Sudden disasters alarm the foolish, while gradual calamities are overlooked by the wise. But when a fool faces what the wise have ignored, it can become truly fearsome. Some people always assume the worst when judging human feelings, and always imagine evil when talking about another's heart. Such thinking is both selfish and harsh, and it makes one a petty person. The noble people of old would seek to find what was blameless even in the midst of faults. That is the mark of a generous heart and a great virtue. If you ponder it deeply, you will taste its meaning. We feel happy when people praise our virtues, and we grow angry when they point out our faults. Yet we know our own good and evil best. When misfortune or failure comes, there is no way to fool others. We feel pleased when people say we are strong, and we feel annoyed when they say we are weak. Yet only we ourselves sense our real state of illness or health, and we cannot hide it when death approaches. A high official once returned home, and found his doors and halls far quieter than when he held office. He sighed sadly, saying, "How fickle people are! Who can bear it?" I said, "You yourself are changing too. You cannot blame only the world. A simple life is our true nature, while excitement and luxury are mere passing guests. You cling to wealth and rank as if they were meant to last forever, and you despise poverty and lowliness as though they were an undeserved punishment. Is that not also a kind of fickleness? Why lament the ways of the world? Nothing is more bewildering than knowingly doing wrong. Nothing is more foolish than using cleverness only for selfish gain. Nothing is more disgraceful than seeking honour at all costs. Nothing is more petty than pretending to be grand. Two people who despise each other will stop at nothing, even ruin, unless one of them steps back and admits a single fault. That single admission brings endless benefit. Two people, each insisting they are right, will not stop hurling insults at each other unless one speaks kindly and offers genuine praise. That single kind word brings limitless joy. Everyone tries to gather good names for themselves and push bad names onto others. This is common in the world, but they do not realize they earn a bad name in doing so. Better to let go of such claims and let goodness move freely. Showing off one's own merits is unseemly. Stealing credit for someone else's merits is even worse. How much worse, then, to monopolize or secretly take another's achievements as your own? We must be on guard against such behavior. When someone upholds righteousness and proper ceremony, people today often call it arrogance. Those who excel at flattery are seen as modest and polite. Even highly placed officials who call themselves scholars still get lost and accuse one another of faults, never realizing how confused they truly are. It is laughable indeed if I show kindness and receive enmity, or if others show kindness to me and I resent it. Both are foolish ways to behave. Failing to recognize a person who truly sees the situation, and ignoring them because you think they cannot see, this is blindness. Mistaking people who cannot see for those who can, and ignoring the real seer, is also blindness. There are three broad roads that can ruin a person's moral intentions, and four key paths that can corrupt a person's true nature. Whoever remains uncorrupted in these places truly has steadfast resolve. The royal court is the road to power for scholars. Government offices are the road to power for clerks. The marketplace is the road to profit for merchants. Meanwhile, the Hanlin Academy, the Ministry of Personnel, the Censorate, and the Provincial Administration are four essential positions. A person of genuine virtue can stand firm in all these without losing their true self. Court laws cannot yield to personal feelings. The rightful order of the world cannot yield to personal feelings. The way of the sages cannot yield to personal feelings. Or the people's affairs cannot yield to personal feelings. My own lack of ability also cannot yield to personal feelings. If we compromise in these 5 areas just to please others, we can only invite trouble. A true gentleman is cautious here. People in ancient times associated with one another openly, with clear eyes and honest hearts. Before they spoke, they did not suspect each other. After they spoke, they did not worry. Today, people deal with each other in guarded ways, concealing their intentions and masking their expressions. Before speaking, they are full of doubts and fears. After speaking, they may spark disaster. How sad! Where can we find a truly bright and upright person? so we can open our hearts and speak plainly of all that troubles us. Alas, some even present a bright facade, only to trap others in hidden schemes. The gentlemen of the past never used their own strengths to make others feel inferior. Today, people use their own weaknesses and pretend they are strengths, harming those around them. Long ago, when two people held similar prestige, they felt mutual kinship. Today, when two people have similar fame, they are jealous of each other. There is no greater blessing than having no misfortune. There is no greater misfortune than ceaselessly pursuing a blessing. It is shameful to speak of something before putting it into practice, to seek fame before having true substance, or to seek personal reward before fulfilling your duties. If both sides regret, they can resolve any resentment. If both sides only demand from each other, no friendship can form. But if both sides grow angry, that anger will bring calamity. A person who lacks talent yet begrudges another's ability and may even try to harm them is envious. A person who does evil but hates another's goodness and may even slander them is also envious. A person who is poor but despises someone else's wealth and may even try to topple them displays envy too. These three kinds of envy are a profound disgrace. When you are in hardship, keep a heart at peace. When you are poor and lowly, keep a heart that feels rich. When you are in a humble or constraining position, keep a heart that is expansive. Then you will be undisturbed wherever you go. Regard broad roads as if they were deep valleys. Regard sickness as if it were health, and regard the unpredictable as if it were nothing at all. You will then remain calm and secure in all circumstances. Do not fear dwelling amid the busy affairs of court or marketplace, as long as your heart remains like a quiet spring and rocky mountains. What you must fear is returning to the peace of mountains and streams, yet still carrying the restless desires of court and marketplace. Accumulated authority and accumulated kindness both bring trouble, yet the trouble from accumulated authority can be mended, while the trouble from accumulated kindness is harder to remedy. When authority has piled up, showing a slight leniency brings order, and offering small kindnesses brings delight. But when kindness has been heaped up too high, pausing or reducing it in the least will be judged too little, or become a cause of blame. When kindness reaches its limit, it can no longer be continued. When love is stretched to its peak, it bursts its bounds. If you cannot keep it going, you must retreat. A retreat from excessive authority can bring relief, but a retreat from excessive kindness can cause resentment. Advancing kindness carefully brings blessings, while pressing authority too far invites disaster. The sage is not stingy with kindness. He simply fears the misfortune that can follow blind generosity. Damp firewood separates easily, but dry firewood is hard to tear apart. Thus, the sage's restraint in showing kindness comes from a heart of boundless love, tempered by a keen sense of human nature. People know that lacking something causes worry, but they do not always know that having too much also causes worry. Only the wise worry about having an excess. It is easy to investigate what the masses love or hate, but it is hard to investigate our own loves and hates. We should carefully examine what we ourselves applaud, and what we ourselves condemn. There are those who understand human feelings, those who grasp natural principles, those who see the proper way of things, those who discern the force of events, those who perceive sudden changes, those who excel at meticulous detail, and those who encompass broad vision. No single person can possess all of these at once. Among them, understanding how to handle sudden changes is the hardest, and having a vast perspective is the most precious. The way of the sages does not oppose human feelings, yet it also does not cater to them. Human feelings have no limit. If you try too hard to please everyone, you will fail. Therefore, the true gentleman aims only to follow right principles. Give to others without limit, but always be watchful of what you might request in return. This is called nurturing generosity. Accept repayment from others without limit, yet never feel entitled to it. This is called nurturing gratitude. Through these two practices, we neither exhaust others nor damage genuine friendship. When rebuking someone, if they have 5 parts of wrongdoing, point out only 3 or 4. That alone will make them reflect and truly yield. If you press them on every one of the 5, you harm your own generosity and leave yourself no room to help them. If you go beyond the 5, you give them the means to defend themselves by seizing upon your exaggeration. They gain the upper hand, and you lose all. This is a crucial caution when criticizing others. Rushing forward to seize profit and shrinking back from danger, claiming a shared success as yours alone, and blaming all failures on others, these are the constant habits of petty people. And a certain honorable person finds such deeds shameful. If someone treats you poorly, respond with a generous heart. They will feel ashamed and be moved to deeper goodwill. If you repay meanness with meanness, then you both become equally at fault, simply taking turns. How will it ever be resolved? Such is the way of ordinary people, but not the way of a gentleman. To forgive someone, first consider 6 possibilities. Their insight may be incomplete, their information may be flawed, their strength may be lacking, their personal burdens may be heavy, their mind may have been distracted, or they may have had some hidden intention. Only after recognizing these possibilities and trying to guide them, if they still do not change, may they then be held responsible. Thus, a true gentleman teaches before blaming and empathizes before growing angry. It is rare to find a friend who speaks frankly, and yet we often push such a friend away by refusing to hear their criticisms. Flatterers, on the other hand, are plentiful, and we welcome them because we delight in praise. Alas, how can we avoid sinking into error day by day with such an attitude? Whipping, caning, imprisonment, exile, and death are laws that restrain those of a petty nature today. Ritual, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame are the disciplines by which a gentleman abides. If a petty person breaks worldly laws, they fear the authorities. If a gentleman breaks these higher principles, they fear public opinion. Still, if petty people are subjected to unjust punishment, they stop fearing it. If a gentleman suffers groundless slander, he does not fear it either, for it is not the fair judgment of all. If the heart is not sincere, then words meant to adorn it will never feel genuine. If the mind lacks honesty, then a carefully arranged expression on the face cannot earn trust. In all things, truth is most precious. When truth cannot be concealed, it naturally shows in one's words and appearance, making them both close to the heart and worthy of belief, power, profit, cunning, and idle talk. These four are the enemies of fairness in the world. When someone wields strong influence, fairness is suppressed. When bribery goes around in secret, fairness is suppressed. When crafty schemes are deployed behind the scenes, fairness is suppressed. When reckless gossip circulates freely, fairness is suppressed. Many innocent people suffer false accusations because of these forces. It is truly lamentable. Sages govern the world by tending to human feelings, and they do so even before words are spoken, outside the limits of direct statements. Beauty arouses love. Love fosters familiarity. Familiarity leads to frivolous play. Frivolous play breeds arrogance. Arrogance becomes fierceness, and fierceness can bring about destruction. Ritual was established by the sages, but feeling itself is not something they invented. The sages observed human feelings, and thus created ritual to guide them. A true gentleman, upon observing ritual, perceives the true feeling behind it. Ordinary people only see the surface of ritual and do not discern the feeling within, so they treat ritual as hollow formality and yearn for what they call reality, wanting to discard ritual altogether. They fail to realize that ritual was designed precisely to reflect genuine feeling. When a person reaches the point of having nothing left to hold dear, then even the authority of king and father cannot make them bow, nor can the threat of severe punishments make them yield, nor can 1,000 words persuade them otherwise. Even a sage cannot do anything about that. Knowing this, the sage tries to protect each person's dignity and private concerns, so they never come to such a hopeless state. Calling someone another Yan Hui pleases them, though they forget that Yan Hui lived in poverty and died young. Calling someone a new Jie, Zhou, or bandit Ji angers them, though those figures were rich or long-lived. Our natural reaction to good and bad reputations is universal, yet many still follow the path of those wicked men. Why reject their names but embrace their deeds? Even the love among siblings by blood can fail if they see each other as separate and distant, with an excessive focus on you and me. The sages established ritual to honor human feelings, not to suppress them. They were not indifferent to people's small conveniences, but yielding to one small convenience in the moment can cause great inconvenience for many down the road. Therefore, the sages did not dare to fulfill a small desire that might undermine a larger harmony. What seems to go against some immediate feelings may ultimately protect human feelings in the long run. Admiring others' virtues and disliking their faults is not so hard to do in excess. The real difficulty lies in admiring our own goodness and detesting our own faults with the same intensity. When someone is truly sincere, they act without forced intention. Without forced intention, no trace is left behind. With no trace, others will not suspect. Even if they do suspect, time and truth will dissolve that suspicion. The moment we place deliberate emphasis on something, we leave a visible mark. Once a mark is left, mutual suspicion arises. Under suspicion, small hints appear as absolute proof. Thus, a contrived mind brings great harm. Consider how 3 or 5-year-old children, boys and girls alike, can play and chatter in the market all day without anyone thinking it improper. There is no contrivance in them, so no one suspects them. A stepmother's kindness or a principal wife's benevolence cannot be fully trusted if they themselves remain conscious of acting the part. People can sense when kindness is forced. That arises from too much deliberate intention. If one person carries a single brick, they can walk quickly. If another carries 3, they move more slowly. If 2 people carry 10 bricks between them, they move slower still. By the end of the day, though, they might all have carried the same total number. In the affairs of the world, as long as something suits each person and accomplishes what is needed, there is no need to force everyone to the same pace. Imposing uniformity will only cause discomfort. The ancient rulers did not insist that people give up their own aptitudes for the sake of a single standard, which might hinder everyone's work. Human feelings can sometimes appear in actions or words that do not truly reflect one's heart, constrained by circumstances or by a desire to save face. One who truly understands people senses this hidden difficulty and spares them from the burden of forced behavior. This explains why a sage can move people so deeply that they willingly sacrifice themselves. For the sage perceives what lies unspoken and shelters people from rigid customs. The more fully we understand human feelings, the richer and more interesting they become. The more deeply we explore the principles behind things, the more insight we gain. Do not fear having many emotions. Fear only becoming attached to them. People who keep chasing worldly attachments grow increasingly entangled, and restlessness traps their hearts. Human feelings can be perilous in the extreme. Imagine a subordinate who is corrupt. The superior wants to punish him, but word of the scandal leaks out. The subordinate pretends to be punished for another matter, causing the superior to worry about being accused of favoritism, so the punishment is never carried out. The world calls this the strategy of sealed lips. Some friends, bound by shared principles, become so fond of each other that a few days' separation already makes them long to meet again. They think this longing proves deep kinship, yet they also feel it is only the ordinary way of the world. After a separation, some friendships feel closer, and others grow more distant. I replied, "Your observation is quite interesting, and it is nothing like the shallow camaraderie of dissolute companions. But its true flavour has yet to reach its deepest point. Consider Confucius, Mencius, Yan He, and Zisi. We have never met them in our entire lives, yet when we study their works and embody their insights, it feels as though we spend day and night together, like family members who rely on each other. Why is this so? Because our minds connect and our spirits harmonize across 1,000 years and 1,000 miles, until there is no division between them and us. How can we speak of separation or closeness? If our being together inspires goodness, or if our parting only strengthens selfish desires, what good comes from being together day and night for a lifetime? People often fall ill through daily neglect, but blame a sudden episode for their sickness. They see only what appears on the surface, rather than the real cause within. It is like holding the bottom of a single-grain sack responsible when the entire grand storehouse is empty, or blaming just one downpour for the collapse of a great building. The source of the problem runs far deeper. When people hear another praised for their virtues, they often feel jealous. When they hear another condemned for faults, they often feel a secret pleasure. This happens when true moral sense is forgotten and selfish desires run wild. Confucius disapproved of highlighting people's faults and rejoiced in praising their virtues. How could we possibly cultivate a different attitude than his? When selfish desires arise, that first impulse is strongest. You must slow down. If you act on it hastily, you will err. When a righteous impulse arises, that first thought is the boldest. You must seize it before it fades. Anyone who commits a wrong at first feels reluctance. Later, they feel only half the reluctance. Then they do it more easily. Then they grow, accustomed to it, and finally they take pleasure in it. Alas! Once a person is glad to do evil, their conscience is already lost. If you learn of someone's goodness and deliberately hide or distort it, or if you learn of their wrongdoing and broadcast it, even adding details to amplify their guilt, you commit an offense against the spirits themselves. We must beware of this. Forgiveness is a wonderful principle, but observe carefully the mindset behind it. Those who lust excuse others' lust. Those who covet excuse others' greed. Those who love to drink excuse others' drunkenness. Those who crave idleness excuse others' laziness. Such people always measure others by their own flaws, judging others as though they were themselves. They actually corrupt the meaning of forgiveness. Hence, when practicing forgiveness, one must be discerning. The heart fears duplicity. Our feelings fear being forced into a single mould. We make other people's weaknesses and strengths our own affair, or entrust our own hurts and troubles to others, and both ways can go wrong. Never seek love as a cure for your worries, for if you fail to get that love, your worries will multiply. When you tally profits down to the last bit, there is no room left over. Misfortunes often arise when no one expected them. The nature of things. The owl and the crow have calls not unlike magpies or doves, though their voices are harsh. People hear them as ominous and often shoot them. Yet birds that fly and cry do not choose where they land. If they perch on a roof, they call on the roof. If they perch on a tree, they call on the tree. If they call upon a rooftop, the owner grows suspicious. He does not realize that if they called on a tree in the wild, then whose house would be called unlucky? A dog walking like a person, a rat speaking with a human voice, or a pig standing upright are indeed strange happenings. But the inauspicious sign belongs to the creature itself and does not involve people. Even if it truly foretells misfortune for humans, it is merely responding to a discordant energy and showing an omen. The creature itself has no idea why. Spirits care for humanity and constantly reveal subtle warnings so that we may avoid harm. If we feel fear and strive to correct ourselves, we can turn disaster into good fortune. Duke Jing drove away a baleful star, and Emperor Gaozong revived the withered mulberry and grain. Evil cannot defeat virtue. This is the way of energies. Hence, strange omens are like divination from oracle bones teaching us. Why should we hate them so deeply and seek to drive them away? Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are not four different heavens. East, west, south, and north are not four different earths. Warm, cool, cold, and hot are not four separate airs. Joy, anger, sorrow, and delight are not four different faces. One who stands by a pond need not lift his gaze to know the sun, moon, and stars. One who keeps the door closed need not wander outside to know whether it is cloudy or clear, cold or hot. Whoever governs a nation must know true auspicious signs. To understand true auspiciousness is the root of bringing it forth. When the people are at peace and goods are abundant, when the realm is clear and calm, and gentle harmony pervades the land, then auspicious signs appear. This is the symbol of perfect governance. Once perfect governance is achieved, signs naturally respond. Even without auspicious omens, it does no harm to be well governed. If the world is in chaos, yet auspicious omens arise, those omens become calamities instead. Thus, calamity or fortune does not have a fixed name, but order or chaos has a clear manifestation. A mulberry sprouting in the courtyard may not be a monster, and a jade fungus sprouting in the palace may not be a sign of good fortune. An enlightened ruler does not fear calamities or rejoice in auspicious omens. He simply fulfills his duty of self-cultivation. Otherwise, how could a later ruler surpass the 2 emperors and 3 kings merely by receiving auspicious signs? Those who first gain the breath of heaven are born as people, whose roots are above and lesser parts below. Those who first gain the breath of earth are born as plants, whose roots are below and tops above. When essence outweighs form, creatures fly. When form outweighs essence, they walk. Those who receive a vast mighty blend of essence and substance become mountains and rivers, or other great bodies. Those who receive scattered and minute portions of essence and substance become midges, mosquitoes, ants, crawling insects or mosses, algae, duckweed, tumbleweed, and clustered grasses. When hammering a nail, one fears it will not hold firmly. When pulling out a nail, one fears it will not come free. When locking a door, one fears it may not be secure. When unlocking, one fears it may not be easy. Using constant norms to measure all vital energies, or relying on knowledge to fix the mysteries, is something creation itself would laugh at. Even creation cannot be fixed, and it follows the flow of nature. How then can those who are themselves created control it? Books on geomancy, astrology, and divination often seem accurate, but not invariably so. From ancient times to now, writings have never been as plentiful as in the present day. In general, there are 9 types: complete works, essential works, superfluous works, works that govern the world, works that benefit people, useless works, works that harm the way, works that confuse the way, and works that corrupt customs. The commentaries and annotations on the 13 classics and the 21 histories are complete works. Some books seize upon the main ideas, or gather only the best parts, like the 4 books, the 6 classics with collected commentaries, or the comprehensive annals. These are called essential works. Those that address current affairs, fit timely needs, and are used to bring prosperity and peace are called works that govern the world. Some writings may be close to reason, yet only repeat old words, offering nothing to enrich the classics and histories. These are superfluous works, medical manuals, methods of agriculture and divination, ways to preserve life and prevent dangers, exhortations to virtue, and warnings against vice. These are works that benefit people. Those that have nothing to do with national matters give no help to body, mind, or nature, and speak words unrooted in the heart while hindering urgent tasks. These are useless works. Those that distort the teachings of the Buddha, Laozi, or Zhuangzi are works that harm the way. Pedantic theories or the biased opinions of the wise are works that confuse the way. Lewd, strange, cunning, exaggerated texts are works that corrupt customs. Those responsible for the order of the world should boldly sift these out and remove them, for they do not pose a small harm to society and the hearts of the people. Fire does not know its own heat. Water does not know its own cold. The rock does not know its own size, and the ant does not know its own smallness. They forget the very conditions of their birth. Sound has no shape or colour, so it is carried by instruments. Fire has no body, so it is carried by fuel. Colour has no fixed place, so it resides in grasses and trees. Among the 5 elements, only fire has no solid form, yet its usefulness never ends. A mighty wind makes no sound. A fast current forms no waves. A fierce flame has no visible blaze. All things cast no shadow. All things receive the essence beforehand. To eat without labour is what sparrows and mice do. To eat by harming others is what tigers and wolves do. Let the scholar officials reflect on this at their desks. Fragrance and foul odour. Truly the foul must not exist, but too much fragrance is also unwelcome. It is better to have no scent at all. The absence of scent is the source of every fragrance. Sages learned about nets from spiders, yet spiders did not study the sage to spin their webs. Sages learned about rope from flies, yet flies did not study the sage to rub their feet together. Creatures have abilities bestowed by heaven. Sages have abilities bestowed by humankind. Holding fire without burning one's fingers, or a wheel's perfect circle not touching the ground, both come from speed. Charcoal made from willow is light and weak, consumed at once upon meeting fire. Charcoal from elm is slightly stronger, requiring a fiercer flame. Mulberry charcoal is stronger, and chestnut charcoal is stronger still. They burn hotter and last longer. When wood dies and becomes ash, its nature is at peace. Do not sigh too long over fallen blossoms. What in this world does not come to an end? Extended analogies and metaphors. A sword may be 3 feet long, yet only the razor-thin tip of its blade is truly put to use. A brush may be 3 inches in length, yet it is only the sharp tip of its bristles that matters. All the rest is mere surplus with no direct utility. Even so, if a sword and a brush possessed only that sharp edge or that fine tip, they would be unusable. Thus, what seems useless provides the means for usefulness, while what is deemed useful cannot function without the so-called useless part. Just as Yiya still needed someone to tend his cooking fire, Uye still needed a hand to hold the anvil, and the skillful carpenter still required someone to bore holes, so too must the useful rely on what is ordinarily dismissed as useless. How then can they belittle each other? A person confined in a well cannot be shown the vastness of the sky in a single glance. Only after climbing out and looking in all directions does he begin to sense how grand it is. Yet, even standing on level ground, one's view remains hindered by clouds, trees, and other obstructions. Only when one ascends to the peak of Mount Tai can one gaze upon the sky without seeing its edge. Still, that is not as great as travelling beyond the 8 extremes, or letting one's mind roam past the 9 cosmic bounds. Then, the sky in one's chest becomes as trivial as a grain of rice in a vast granary. Only then can one speak of true discernment. Flavour that heavily clings to the palate is not the highest flavour. Thus, the subtle, mysterious wine precedes the 5 tastes. Colours that strike the eye too intensely are not the truest colours. Thus, the pure primordial white is master of the 5 hues. Forms that impose themselves are not the ultimate forms. Thus, the formless gives birth to all appearances. A power that is merely forceful is not the greatest power. Thus, the vast earth bears all creatures without being burdened. An emotion that grasps too tightly is not the highest emotion. Thus, the supreme clarity gives life to all beings without partiality. A mind that clings to itself is not the perfected mind. Thus, the sage responds to myriad affairs without taking them as his own. A sick person whose face is flushed red like ochre, and whose hair glistens like oil, is often beyond cure, because all his vital energy and blood are gathered in his face. Alas, such is the plight of a ruler. Though he possesses the riches of the 4 seas, he can still be left impoverished and vulnerable. Those who hold a nation must care for the people below. It is not just for the people's sake, but also for themselves. If one compares it to a wall, its base must be widened and its top trimmed for it to stand firm. If one compares it to a tree, one must water the roots and clear away the withered branches for it to grow strong. No wall can be wide at the top, yet narrow at the bottom without toppling over. No tree can expose its roots and proliferate its branches without withering away. Indeed, one must be on guard. All power in the world accumulates and grows by degrees. Even the smallest crack in an axle, or the slightest slip of a feather can, through accumulation, bring about a breakdown. And when the cold dew gradually freezes, it becomes solid ice. Since ancient times, the downfall of nations and the ruin of individuals alike result from these 2 words, accumulation and gradualness. When the first hint of trouble accumulates, it can chill the heart. Where fire burns at its fiercest, there is no smoke. Where water flows most naturally, there is no sound. Where a person's heart is most at peace, there is no need for words. When wind first gushes out of a valley, it can uproot trees and roll away stones. But the farther it travels, the weaker it becomes, until it dwindles and disappears. This is simply how things go. If, from the start, the valley's wind barely rustles leaves or hair, it cannot drive anything forward, not even a step away. The capital is the nation's source of commands. Its laws and discipline must not be allowed to weaken. Something on one's back cannot be seen, no matter how many times one twists around to look. If someone says it is there, and you insist on seeing it with your own eyes, you will never see it. There are those who fear the chill of a single change of clothes so much that they endure cold for an entire year, or who dread the prick of a single needle so much that they risk letting a serious boil become fatal. A little hardship now for lasting peace is something one can discuss only with those who understand. Teeth stand close together without being cramped. This is their natural design. But if a tooth falls out and must be replaced, then one feels something foreign in the mouth. Indeed, only what belongs to one from the start can fit perfectly and never feel excessive or lacking. A person may wear pearls and jade, drape oneself in embroidered silk, yet die of hunger at home. That is worse than begging someone for a single cup of grain. Thus, an enlightened ruler values the practical use of things and punishes those who advocate worthless extravagance. When one's vital energy is already depleted, yet the flesh and blood have not yet decayed, one may not feel it much in daily eating and sleeping. But if outer evil suddenly strikes, death can come in an instant. No one fears 1,000 days of potential threat. They fear that single day when destruction actually arrives. That single day is the fruit of those 1,000 days' accumulation. During those 1,000 days, one can still prepare. But when that day comes, there is no recourse. One who rules the world must take heed and be ever wary. To hitch a fine steed under a fruit-laden cart, to raise a mighty dragon in a small pond, or to confine towering heroes with trivial scruples, people skilled in governance will laugh at such mistakes. 1,000 streams and myriad rivers all arise from a single source. 1,000 branches and myriad leaves all grow from a single trunk. 1,000 responses and myriad answers all arise from a single mind. 1,000 ailments and myriad symptoms often stem from a single organ. Becoming lost in the multitude is the world's great confusion. Seeing directly to the root is the insight of the wise. When one cures the single cause, countless troubles vanish. When one governs through a single principle, countless affairs fall into place. Water reflected in a basin, candlelight, the sun, the moon, and the human eye. These 5 alone offer illumination in this world. They are the 5 radiances. A fraction of an ounce is what makes a great weight even heavier. A mere ladleful is what makes a huge bushel truly full. A mere inch of length is what extends a yard to become a full measure. Human waste is considered filthy, and the top of the skull is considered ominous. Everyone dreads and detests them. Yet, when one lies gravely ill on a bed, with life hanging by a thread, a small portion of any medicinal or precious substance could become desperately needed, even if one once deemed it useless. It is lamentable to be rigid and unyielding at critical moments. A long halberd is more powerful than an awl, but it cannot do the awl's job. A fierce tiger is braver than a wildcat, but it cannot replace the cat's agility. If one needs something small, the larger is of no use. If one needs something large, the smaller is no help. Neither should mock the other. Some plants thrive only in wetlands. If placed in dry soil under scorching skies, they wither. Yet if doused with salt water, they turn yellow. If doused with oil, they sicken. If doused with boiling water, they die. Only well water keeps them alive, though river water is even better. However, if they are submerged in a vast expanse of muddy water for a month, Only aquatic creatures can survive. All other life dies. One must reflect carefully on how to nurture things. A mirror cannot reflect itself. A ruler cannot measure itself. A scale cannot weigh itself. Each is constrained by the object it faces. But the sage can reflect, measure, and weigh himself, thereby becoming a mirror, a ruler, and a scale. Only then can he judge what is fair or flawed, what is long or short, what is heavy or light for all under heaven. Icicles cannot be cooked until tender, and gravel cannot be steamed until sticky. Fire has no fixed nature of its own, so if one tosses in orchids or musk, it produces a fragrant scent. If one tosses in fur or bones, it produces a foul stench. Water has no self-identity, so boiling tea yields a bitter taste, while boiling meat yields a pungent flavour. Because it is without self, it can adapt to many uses. If it had its own intrinsic taste, it would conflict with other flavours. When substance meets substance, neither is host nor guest. They mingle and become a jumble. Boiling meat in tea, or throwing fur and bones into orchids and musk, this results in a chaotic mix. If even in cooking this proves confusing, how much more so when discussing the way? A great cart can be loaded to the brim. If countless mosquitoes and gnats swarm upon it, their coming or going does nothing to change the cart's weight. When a time-worn pine or ancient cypress competes in beauty with delicate peach blossoms and lush plum blossoms, or when a shining war chariot is forced to race with an old cart or a worn-out horse, how can that be fitting? It is indeed unsightly. If an arrow misses its target, do not blame the bow, the arrow, or the target. If your calligraphy is poor, do not blame the brush, the ink, or the paper. Locks and keys each have their matching pairs. If they match, the lock opens. If they do not match, it stays closed. Sometimes even a correct match fails to open the lock. There must be a hidden cause. Sometimes it opens all day, but suddenly refuses for no apparent reason. Again, there must be a cause. In all things there is always a cause, and the wise always seek it. A single sheet of paper can block gusts strong enough to uproot trees if it is placed over the window. A small gourd hung at one's chest can save one from drowning in waves that seem to reach the heavens, depending on how one makes use of it. Someone brings a piece of wood as a gift. A servant says, "Keep it for a roof beam." I reply, "It's too small." He says, "Then keep it for a ridgepole." I reply, "It's too large." He laughs, "It's the same piece of wood. One moment it's called too big, another moment too small." I say, "Listen, boy, each object has its appropriate use. Each statement has its proper context. This applies not just to wood." Another day, he fills the brazier high with charcoal to warm the room. I say, "That's too much." He burns it all and is left with just 2 or 3 glowing embers on the verge of going out. I say, "That's too little." He complains, "It's the same fire. One time you say it's too big, another time it's too small." I say, "Listen, boy, every situation requires its own measure, every matter its proper balance. This applies not just to fire." The Sea accepts all refuse, whether filth or gravel, with nothing it cannot contain. It provides endless treasures and nurtures myriad creatures, holding nothing back. Its vastness allows it to tolerate offence without being disturbed, and its abundance lets it give without exhausting its bounty. A sage is like the sea for all things. A mirror is empty of any image of itself, so it reflects everything without error. Even a single scratch in its surface would show a scratch on the person reflected. Even a speck of blemish would reflect a speck, which is not the fault of the person looking in. When the mind is not empty, its responses to events are likewise restricted. Thus, in Chanzen teachings, one is urged to empty all attachments, whereas our Confucian tradition speaks of the equilibrium before feelings arise, so that once feelings do arise, they can be harmonious. No one washes their face with eyes wide open. No one plucks a red-hot coal without checking their hand. This is because they cherish their own bodies. No one walks leisurely under a dripping eave or steps in mud without lifting a foot. This is because they merely value their clothes and shoes. Is a body of 7 feet truly worth less than a single shoe? Yet people will drown themselves in the vast ocean of lust, or sacrifice themselves to a raging forest fire of anger, willingly destroying both body and spirit without regret. It is a tragic sight indeed. Harsh words are like the screech of an owl. Idle gossip is like the chatter of sparrows. Righteous words are like the roar of a lion. Compassionate words are like the song of phoenixes. Reflecting on this, how can one be careless with speech? It is possible to draw a circle with the left hand and a square with the right at the same time. But one cannot smell fragrance in one, nostril and stench in the other, nor hear string instruments in one ear and bamboo flutes in the other, nor see eastward with one eye and westward with the other. Even 2 separate limbs cannot be divided in this way. So how can a single thought be split and still remain pure? If you drop a hair on the ground, not even a mighty warrior like Wu He can make it sound when it hits. If you throw a seed on a d'oeuvre stone, even a child cannot silence its impact. Who can determine my weight or lightness? Only I can weigh myself. During a campaign in Zhe and Lü, I travelled with a colleague in a shoulder-carried sedan chair. At dusk, he asked the bearers, "How far until we arrive?" They said, 50 li. My colleague became dispirited. A short while later, he asked again, "How far now?" 45 li, they said. He asked repeatedly, his tone growing louder, his urgency mounting until he finally berated them in anger. I rested briefly in my carriage. When I got down, I joked with him, "You have spent so much effort on questions, yet we arrived at the same time." He laughed and said, "I have nearly dried up my saliva, and my throat feels on fire. Only now do I realize you had the greater ease." This is like those who ask after the progress of their new house every day, rushing the birth of a child before its time, or pulling at seedlings to make them grow. When one goes to burn incense, calling on the name of Buddha at the top of one's voice, some colleagues object. I say in regret, paths spread across the thorny wilderness only when the king's road is impassable. Though this may not be true good, it is still meant with sincere hopes of blessing. Why forbid it? It can deter them from doing evil. In a famine year, we do not forbid people from eating wild herbs. When years are prosperous, they naturally stop. This echoes what Mencius said. The gentleman merely returns things to their proper course, and that is all. Those final words, and that is all, hold infinite meaning. One who eats delicacies every day grows ever fonder of their taste and feels he cannot go a day without them. But someone who has eaten only vegetarian food for 3 months will find the smell of meat repulsive. If you then tell a meat-eater that meat is foul, of course he finds it puzzling. Poisons such as guan and arsenic can be used to treat illnesses, depending on the skill of the physician. There is a road to the capital from every home, though. You may not know east from west or north from south. A single stick of kindling cannot catch fire, but a bundle of 100 sticks can set the plains ablaze. A single spring cannot form a channel, but 10,000 springs together can fill the ocean. When a bell rings once, all the thousands of households and gates that possess ears hear it, yet the sound is not lacking. If that same bell were rung in a deserted plain 100 miles away, not a single person would hear, yet the sound is not in excess. The bell does not distribute its voice among the people, nor do the people take only what they need to fill their ears. All is one continuous resonance. No one who truly possesses virtue in the heart fails to govern accordingly. It is like soaking seeds that must sprout, or burning fragrant orchids that must emit fragrance. But no one lacking virtue in the heart can produce good governance, akin to clay figurines that cannot speak, or paintings of birds that cannot fly. Once I debated a certain matter with a friend. He said, "I have my own yardstick in my chest." I replied, "Even women and children have a yardstick. The only concern is whether that yardstick is crooked or the scale is off. A man may snore so loudly as to wake his neighbours, yet he does not hear it himself. He may have dirt covering his back, yet he cannot see it. If you indulge a venomous snake, stroking it gently, you will almost certainly be bitten. If you despise a tiger or leopard and attempt to wrestle it, you will almost certainly be mauled. Thus, when dealing with petty people, one must neither be too close nor too distant. For an illness that is deep and mysterious, the cure is often simple and straightforward. For an illness that is fierce and sudden, the cure often lies in profound stillness. For an illness that is wide-ranging, the cure lies in ample nourishment. It is better not to proceed thoughtlessly than to travel a path and then have to turn back. A child of great wealth does not become poor in one day. It happens through daily and monthly losses until all is gone at once. Blaming only that final day rather than the slow process is foolish. Hence, a gentleman dreads small losses and is mindful of small transgressions, preventing harm from its first subtle signs. Of the best ways to deal with a thief, the highest is to make use of the thief. The next is to catch the thief, and the next is to avoid the thief altogether. One who wears new shoes steps carefully to keep them clean. By always choosing clean ground, he can keep the shoes looking new. When a Polonia lute is strung with silk strings, both the wood and the silk lend their sounds to each other. The way is not achieved by solitude, and success is not achieved alone. When sitting before a bright lamp, you cannot see darkness, yet people in the dark can clearly see you lit by the lamp. Therefore, the gentleman prefers to dwell in humble places, unobserved. Without the cultivation of inner character, one's words and actions soon betray their true nature, no matter how incisive or profound one's knowledge may seem. Without genuine self-nurturing, external shocks and internal damages will prove you are still sickly, no matter how many secret transmissions or oral teachings you have received. From grinding ink, one can learn the way of self-restraint and self-cultivation. From moistening the brush with ink, one can learn how to employ people and handle affairs. From writing characters, one can learn how to govern the world and direct all things. One who does not observe heaven and earth should at least watch the 4 seasons. One who does not watch the 4 seasons should at least observe myriad things. The 4 seasons may appear as 4 separate blocks of time, but they are all part of one continuous cycle, like water in a pot that turns cold or warm, depending on the fire beneath. It is not 4 different waters. The myriad things may appear as countless varieties, yet they are all nurtured by one energy, like the blossoms on a single tree, large or small, blooming sooner or later, shaped by the rising or waning vitality. They are not truly different. Flowers. Young is movement, and from movement arises dryness. If one masters young, one can sleep on ice and snow with bare arms. Yin is stillness, and from stillness arises cold. If one masters stillness, one can wear heavy furs in the hottest summer. For a gentleman who has attained the way, does he ever seem lacking? Though outwardly he may appear yielding, inside he is fully possessed of what he needs. Those who seem easily shaken must still lack that inner mastery. Someone asked, "A scholar aspires to be virtuous. A virtuous person aspires to be a sage, and a sage aspires to be like heaven. What do you think?" I said, interpreted too literally, this idea can become flawed. Scholars, men of virtue, and sages all aspire to align with heaven. Their capacities, however, differ in breadth, and their attainments differ in depth. It is like various travellers all heading to the capital. They share the same destination, but their pace may vary, or they may stop along the way. To say that one, taking only a few steps, aspires to travel 100 miles, and one who has gone 100 miles aspires to travel 1,000 miles. That misses the point. The path to the way must pass through virtue before reaching sagehood. But one's aspiration right from the outset is to share the same goal as the sages. Instruction by words is less effective than instruction by personal example. Transformation through outward acts is less subtle than transformation by inner intention. When deeds transform, people trust it, and that trust yields effortless teaching. When intention transforms, it resonates with the spirit, and people change without knowing how. Some insects appear fully formed, born of the sounds around them. Some birds emerge from vapour. Some turtles spontaneously arise from pure thought. All are transformations, some more material, some more ethereal, some more mysterious. Heaven's way nurtures life gradually. To rush it is to kill. The play of yin and yang follows a gradual process, allowing all things to grow. If winter were suddenly hot, life's energy would scatter. If summer were suddenly cold, life's energy would contract. Both are abrupt disruptions. Thus, the sage conducts affairs so as not to shock people. When a single line of action is set and the critical pivot is tightened, the entire scene comes alive, and even spirits and gods respond. For every new law, a new abuse may arise. This is true, yet not creating any law out of fear of abuse is even less advisable. Setting up rules to prohibit wrongdoing is like building dikes to hold back water. If the dike is thin, or the earth loosely packed, water may break through, yet no one, faced with a breach, decides to abolish dikes altogether. No law is entirely without flaws, not even under the wise reigns of Yao and Shun. And laws that produce abuses are simply the work of inept lawmakers. The sage does not rashly establish laws. He does not craft laws for individual cases alone, nor for every possible situation. He does not abandon a good law because of small abuses, nor does he discard a law meant to last for all time on account of a single mishap. In the great hall of governance, one should keep things vast and level, preferring to leave a little surplus rather than pursue a final moment of triumph. Some might disagree, but I would ask, have you seen a pendulum swinging from a single string, with a weight at the end, swaying endlessly between two walls? If one hand pushes it against the east wall, it will surely rebound just as hard to the west wall. There is no blow without recoil, no strong push without a strong return. Only when it comes to rest, hanging in the middle, do we find stillness. If you delight in the impact against the east wall, have you not considered the force of the recoil to the west wall? If a nation rests in calm with no special ambition, when it can stop, it should stop. Then there is no trouble. Earth gives forth one continuous breath of life, nurturing all things. The plants receiving this energy do so at various times, so their natures differ. Yet the energy itself has no distinction of early or late. Some may grow tall, some remain stunted, some are sweet, some are bitter. Yet the energy itself has no such qualities. Some are red, some are white, some flourish, some wither. Yet the life force itself is free of colour or condition. Earth does its best to nurture, and each thing takes from it whatever it can. It proceeds in accordance with the way of growth, and each receives as much as it needs. That is all. So it is when the sage governs the world. When one's mouth is blocked, one breathes through the nose. When the nose is blocked, one breathes through the mouth. If both mouth and nose are blocked, one suffocates. Those who regulate rivers must understand this principle. If they wish the current to be stronger, they block the side streams, concentrating its force. If they wish the current to be gentler, they create more branches. If they wish to store the water for future use, they must tame the main flow. Governing the world and shaping the people's attitudes follows the same principle. A wooden bell makes a wooden sound when struck, and an harshest earthen drum makes an earthen sound when hit. Nothing can be moved without responding in some way. So why is there only resentment? Someone might say, yet at times we strike but get no response. I answer, if you strike a drum with a handful of chaff, or hit a bell with a feather, what response do you expect? The 4 seasons first stir all living things, and the living things respond in turn. Why do they respond? Because heaven, earth, and all beings share one breath. Thus, in spring, the manure in the fields warms first. In rain, the footings of the building become damp first. When a magnet moves, a needle turns. When a sun mirror faces the sun, fire appears. How much more, then, when people possess knowledge? To reach heaven and move all things is the same principle. A body long weakened is like a person with withered limbs who cannot stand. But if it has been weak for a long time, one must replenish and nourish it slowly, so it can stand again. If it is newly weakened, one must treat it swiftly with needles or strong measures to make it rise quickly. Better to have one fine tool than two lesser ones of mediocre quality. If you can refine both tools, that is even better, ensuring all possible contingencies are covered. I cherish my own child, and my neighbour cherishes his. But for a child not mine or his, merely surviving is already a kindness. Hence, a government office is less reliable than a private household. The postal horse is not as well fed as the family horse, because it is seen as belonging to no one in particular. But if one could expand that sense of no ownership into a universal empathy, then all living things could thrive. The only concern is the expense of time and resources. Must it be me who reigns there? So long as the common fodder and the livestock are sufficient, we need only lament that the Maker has so many fragile lives to protect. Must I be the only one to ride? Alas, the notion of mine has plagued the world for so long, not merely in one or two matters. A true seeker must break down such barriers to embrace a greater world. Wherever there is lavish meat and fish, you will see flies swarming around, but you will not see them near a pot of clear broth or mysterious wine. The more succulent the meats, the more flies they attract. If one removes all lavish dishes, then flies must go to the clear broth and mysterious wine. Where else can they go? Hence, to return to simplicity, nothing is better than promoting frugality and forbidding excess desires. A camel can bear 100 measures, and an ant can carry a single grain. Each does its utmost. An elephant can drink several gallons, and a mouse only a spoonful. Each is satisfied with its own capacity. When a gentleman employs people, he does not demand the same results from all, but merely that each person does his best. The ancients said, using music and entertainment to transform the people is but a lesser means. This lesser approach is quite easy, yet in modern times, if one approach fails, officials quickly escalate to an even bigger display of power, and if that fails, they apply harsh punishments. Punishments that may solve half the problem, but leave no room for genuine transformation. In ancient times, under the 3 dynasties, people were accustomed to courtesy and proper teaching. Only when there was clear wrongdoing did they resort to penalties, like occasional medicine for an upset stomach. In later ages, people grew, accustomed to punishment, rarely touched by virtue, year after year, generation after generation. It is like someone with a hardened belly who needs large doses of strong purgatives just to feel any effect. If you then give him a mild tonic of 4 ingredients, it might be good in principle, but it conflicts with his acute condition and ends up causing other complications. So, one must blend punishment with virtue, using punishment as a way to nurture virtue, attacking and supplementing simultaneously, attacking first and supplementing later, or supplementing first and attacking later. One must measure the people's capacity, neither oppressing them nor indulging them. Ah, if only this could be entrusted to a skilled physician. To invite a fine doctor and then thwart his methods is as bad as entrusting oneself to a quack. Both ways, the result is ruin. To place a prized sword in the hands of a child and ask him to repel invaders, or to give a weak bow to a blind man and expect him to strike a distant target, if they fail to fulfill the task, the fault lies with the one who entrusted them. If the roads are in disarray, do not blame the women of the household. If the home's internal affairs are in chaos, do not blame the servants. Everyone has their proper role. In the state of Qi, there was a stretch of official road running north to south, lying low for about a mile. After a heavy rain, water pooled there, making it difficult for travellers, who then trampled across the fields to the west, forming a new path. The farmers, suffering the loss, blocked it with walls every 10 paces, walls upon walls. Travellers merely skirted farther west, trampling even more fields, which soon became yet another path. The farmers were at their wits' end, so they stood by the fields, cursing and weeping, wanting to stop the travellers or sue them, but powerless against the crowd. Someone advised them, "The spot you walled off is already ruined. Why not tear the walls down and let that original path remain open? At least then no new path would be forced even farther west." I smiled and said, "But there's an even better way. Use the dirt from the walls to fill the low spots in the road. Then the road will be smooth and everyone will walk on it. There will be no need to keep people out with walls." A few days later, the road was repaired, and no footprints remained by the fields. Stones and rubble left on the road often go unnoticed. Wrap them in paper, though, and someone will pick them up. Wrap them in silk 10 times over and lock them in a precious box, and someone will steal them. The more they are hidden, the more people desire to take them. The more they are guarded, the more people want to pry. When all is in plain sight, there is no cause for suspicion. Thus, the gentleman lives openly in broad daylight, unashamed of his flaws, unconcerned with how others judge him. He neither embellishes nor conceals. Whether people love or hate him is their affair, not his. When a table's 4 legs are even, there is no need to prop it up with anything. One sees walls topple, but who ever sees the earth itself collapse? The extreme always reverses. This is the natural course. Thus, a rope pulled too tight will twist back on itself. A projectile thrown too hard will recoil. Even inanimate objects follow these patterns. The momentum makes it so. Having all the keys does not guarantee that every lock can be opened. One must see if the tongues align. The road to Shu need not be hard. For some, it is difficult only because they have not found their footing. Once you find your footing, travelling to Shu is no different than travelling on level ground. Without it, even walking around your own home can be as difficult as scaling a cliff. No one can run blindly along a path of sheer cliffs without stumbling. Zhang Jingbo once crossed many perilous mountain paths. He said to me, "In the beginning, the danger was terrifying. Later, I grew accustomed and walked as though on flat ground." I replied, "At first, you deemed it dangerous. Thus, it was not actually so dangerous. Now, you deem it harmless. Yet, in truth, it remains perilous. When a gentleman teaches, he skillfully tailors his approach to each student's capacity. Yet he cannot alter the innate potential each person possesses. Consider the earth. It naturally nurtures everything, making grass soft and wood strong. But it cannot make grass become wood, or wood become grass. Likewise, a gentleman rules people by considering who they are, not by forcing them to be like himself. A scale without markings may be fair in principle, but it is not clear in measurement. A scale without weights may be balanced, but it cannot adapt to variable loads. A gentleman follows neither of these extremes. On a narrow mountain road, if a cart flips over, the cart behind it must stop and help, not because it is especially kind, but because if the front cart blocks the way, the rear cart cannot pass. Sharing the same difficulties and benefits is, in truth, also self-interest. How sad if scholars working together fail to recognize another's plight, thus isolating themselves. All streams flow from their source into countless channels, sometimes refused until they finally reach the sea. Once merged with the ocean's vastness, there is no telling where the waters of this or that river come in. Little by little it all converges, and each is accepted. When petty insults, random gossip, or undeserved slander come at an ordinary person, he rejects them. They come at a virtuous man, he also rejects them. But to a sage they are as nothing. He neither receives nor refuses, and thus they all vanish. The sage is to insults and grievances what the great sea is to filth and grime. Whenever two hard objects meet, there will be sound. Whenever two people meet, there can be conflict. There is noise because both are rigid. If both are gentle, there is no sound. If one is soft and the other is hard, there is no sound either. There is conflict because both are greedy. If both yield, there is no conflict. If one yields and the other is greedy, there is still no conflict. What is more, a single yielding can tame hardness. A single act of concession can dissolve greed. A stone does not penetrate water because it is hard. A magnet does not penetrate water because it is dense. Human bodies, internally hard and externally dense. How can external evils invade? If there is the slightest gap, water seeps in. If one is empty by an inch, the water seeps in an inch. Two brothers quarrelled over who was older. One was born on the 25th day of the 8th month in a Jiazi year. The other on the 3rd day of the 2nd month in a Yihu year. One said, "I am older by a whole year." The other said, "I surpass you in months and days." They could not resolve it, so they brought the case to the authorities. The official could not judge and declared, "You two are equal, neither is the elder." Or you can just take turns calling each other brother. This parallels the ever-turning cycles of the Hetu and the Great Expansion. A rod is what one uses to beat someone, yet those beaten do not resent the rod. A blade is what one uses to kill someone, yet those killed do not resent the blade. Many children's measuring sticks are inaccurate. Somewhere out there is a correct measuring stick, but people do not recognize it. I myself have a proper stick, one that works like an official scale attuned to heaven's standards. One's own head weighs on one's neck for all of life. 7 feet of height are carried with no sense of burden, because it is naturally one's own. But if someone else's head rests on your shoulder, or someone else's body at your feet, how suddenly heavy it seems. We do not fear that the rice won't cook. We only fear the fire going out. As long as the fire keeps burning, one can refine gold or boil sand, turning it into water or mud. But if the stove is cold and the pot is empty, what is the point of labouring? There was a famous wine merchant named Wang in the capital. He advertised with tall signposts 100 feet high, embroidered curtains, jade vessels, and a vast 5-room pavilion. He unveiled a huge 10-stone jug and called his establishment 5 Delights. People flocked there, yet the wine was terrible. By the next day, the rumour of its awfulness spread throughout the city. The day after, no one came. I sighed. Alas, Wang declared 5 delights, thus amplifying a single defect. He brought about his own downfall. The capital has tens of thousands of wine cellars, many of them poor in quality, but people must first taste them to know. That requires time, often years, for the word to spread. Those who do not trumpet their names can still make a modest profit. Meanwhile, others might produce excellent wine yet never advertise, and they can profit 100-fold compared to Wang. Someone asked, should merchants then conceal their names to peddle lesser goods? I replied, I do neither of those two extremes. I prefer to be like Ju's wine shop. Good wine, no need for a name. Having no name does not stop the wine from being good. If a dish of sliced meat is set before several people, one may call it salty, another sour, another bland, another spicy, another refined, another coarse, another undercooked, another overcooked, and another just right. We do not know who is correct. Only when we consult a master like Yi Yai can we ascertain its true flavour. Yet even knowing Yi Ya's skill, people may not trust their own taste buds to him. Moreover, there might be no Yi Ya in the world at all, or if he exists, few can recognize him. And even if recognized, not all will heed him. Ah, the difficulty of settling what is right or wrong has long been with us. When I wore a court robe that was too long, I disliked it and ordered it shortened. Someone said, "What harm if it is a bit long?" I replied, "If a subordinate's garment exceeds its proper length, it would highlight the deficiency in his superior's attire. That would be a disaster for the one wearing it. What harm could be greater? Water so clear it does not conceal the tiniest fish eggs. Silk so white it cannot hide the smallest gnat. These are images of absolute purity. A gentleman may hold himself to such pure and flawless standards, but if he tries to apply them in worldly affairs, he will stir up trouble and invite disaster, thus being inclusive like muddy water that can hold anything, being dim like twilight that can hide anything. This is sometimes the wiser path. A man enters a pastry shop and asks, "How much is a pastry?" The shopkeeper says, "1 coin each." After eating several pastries, the man pays accordingly. Then the shopkeeper says, "But the pastries require flour, so you owe flour money." The man agrees and pays. Then the shopkeeper says, "They also require firewood and water, so you owe firewood and water money." The man agrees and pays again. Then they also require labour, so you owe labour money. The man agrees yet again. But on his way home, he thinks, "How foolish I was. I paid for these 3 things, flour, wood and water, labour. So why did I still pay for the pastries themselves?" Someone bought a bolt of cloth for 150 coins, then had it dyed blue at a price of 300 coins. After it was dyed, he did not retrieve it for over a year. At last, the dyer demanded payment, threatening a lawsuit if the fee was not paid. The buyer was frightened, knelt and begged. "The cloth itself cost me 150 coins. I will give you another 150. Will you let me go?" The dyer accepted the money and released him. It might still be acceptable for an ugly woman to wear cosmetics, but for a lovely beauty like Xixi to do so would be highly unbecoming. Yesterday, I saw a young woman weeping in the street, her voice filled with grief. It sounded like a cry of genuine devotion, and I felt compassion. A friend teased, "Are you gazing at a woman?" I replied, "I'm not intentionally looking at her. I simply see what is before me." In a public place, countless people of all sorts pass by in an endless stream, and my eyes take them in naturally. Why would this woman be any different from the others I glimpse? If one's awareness remains undistracted and one's heart unmoved, what harm is there in seeing? Should I enter the marketplace with eyes closed, or selectively open them only for certain sights? Even so, I do feel compassion in my heart. When I see something detestable, I feel revulsion. When I see something pitiful, I feel pity. When I see something admirable, I feel admiration. To respond with genuine emotion is the mark of a human. To remain completely unmoved is to be beyond the human. One who responds with pure intention is close to the sage. One who is easily swayed is among the common crowd. One who is stirred by evil impulses is a petty man. A gentleman cannot avoid feeling, but he must watch what stirs him. This is how we test our calm in movement and our order amidst chaos. All the work of self-cultivation is proved here. I once toured a garden with a friend and we praised the blossoms. He thought the best flowers were those with strong colours and intense fragrances. I said, "A gentle fragrance surpasses a strong one, and no fragrance at all can be better than a faint one. A light shade surpasses a bright hue, and pure white can be better than pale colours." My friend replied, "If it is a flower, why not let it be as bright and fragrant as possible?" I said, "True, but for a flower to remain simple and plain is an even rarer quality. Pine and cypress are plain all year, so their simplicity is a given not worthy of special praise. But a flower, when it embraces subtlety, becomes all the more remarkable. Taking arsenic or croton seeds might provide a momentary relief in the stomach, yet it leaves toxins in the 5 organs, depleting the vital energy. The patient suffers, often without realizing the harm. If you raise a tiger to rid yourself of wolves, what will the tiger eat once the wolves are gone? The owner should be alarmed. This is why removing Liangji led to the rise of the 5 favorites. Destroying the eunuchs led to Dongzhuo's tyranny. Exchanging one's fine child for a lame one. No parent would agree, not because they cannot tell which is better or worse, but because each parent loves their own child. A highly superstitious person once held a celebration at home, insisting that everything be red and rejecting all pale or white objects. He even forbade a visitor riding a white horse from entering the stable. There was a witty youth with a fair complexion who painted his face red and arrived. The host was startled and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The youth said, "I know you dislike pale things, so I dared not show my white face. The whole gathering roared with laughter, and the host felt embarrassed, then changed his ways. Someone once passed Pengze in high summer and saw towering waves. On the return journey, it was midwinter, the waters frozen solid. He asked the innkeeper, "What place is this? This is Pengze." The traveller grew angry. "You lie! When I first passed through, there were swirling currents, and now everything is frozen. Nothing looks the same, yet you claim this is Pengze. You deceive me." A husband and wife left home together, entrusting the servant to watch over their house. Their beloved child was asleep in bed. A fire broke out in the bedroom. Upon their return, the wife screamed in horror while the husband ran about the courtyard, chasing the servant to beat him. In that moment, if they had hurried to fetch water and douse the flames, perhaps the child could have been saved. A single piece of wood can be carved into a deity's shrine, a mirror stand, or a footbath. A 5-pound lump of tin can be fashioned into an incense burner, a wine jug, or a chamber pot. This is how the Creator works. That same piece of wood or lump of tin had no notion of noble or lowly use. Only when formed did each take on a different shape. The maker of things does not plan it. It simply happens. Those shaped into lowly objects might be likened to people born into hardship. They should remain at peace with their original existence. Those shaped into noble objects might be like those blessed with wealth and favour. They should not presume that these blessings are permanently theirs. I once visited a wealthy household and saw treasures from all over the world piled high. He boasted, "I acquired this from Shu, that from Yue. I've spent decades gathering rare objects from thousands of miles away, and only thus do I have what I own today. Do you have such things?" I answered, "I have no particular hobby, but if I did, 100 or 1,000 wonders would come to my door of their own accord." He asked, "How would you obtain them?" I replied, "I would just accumulate money. Surf the waves of 10,000 layers. Advance another step past the 100-foot pole. Other people's hands are no different from one's own. Yet I can scratch my armpit or the soles of my feet without feeling ticklish, whereas another person's touch in those spots might make me laugh. A tooth made by a dentist is no bigger than one's original tooth, but it feels crowded. When all 4 legs of a table are solid, there's no need for additional support. We have often seen walls collapse, but never the earth itself. The master Wugu washed his face and dried it with a cloth. Then he washed his feet and used the same cloth. A disciple exclaimed, "Defiled indeed! Master, if you do not distinguish between clean and dirty things, should you not at least distinguish between noble and lowly parts of the body?" Wugu said, "Ah, how attached you are to differences. Before washing, the feet are indeed dirtier than the face. But after washing, are they still any different from the face? If the face were never washed, it would be as dirty as the feet. Clean feet and a dirty face. Who is higher or lower?" I turned to the disciple and said, "This is the Chan teaching. The difference between distinguishing and not distinguishing is exactly what sets Confucians and Buddhists apart. And 2 families live next to each other. One's wall was crumbling, and the other neighbour took it upon himself to plaster it, smoothing and painting it. Yet the first neighbour never thanked him. Later, a fire broke out in the first neighbour's stake. home, and the second neighbour suffered burns trying to help, while the first neighbour never even expressed gratitude. In joy one bursts into laughter. In anger one may also laugh in scorn. In sorrow one weeps. In happiness one might also shed tears of joy. People sing both in times of pleasure and grief. One flees in escape, another chases in pursuit, yet both are running. How can we judge the heart by outward form? It is easy to hold a baby who does not cry from the start. It is hard to keep a baby from crying once it begins. An itch or a rash may be trivial, but as long as it is not on your own body, you remain as one without ailment. Once it is on you, you can no longer claim to be entirely healthy. A single drop of water can exceed the measure of a large goblet, and a single fraction of length can surpass an entire yard. Who says fine details can be overlooked? Life or death may hinge on a hair's breadth. 4 planks used to build a wall. What is on the bottom becomes the top. 2 poles used to push a mill. What is at the front becomes the back. A white-flowered vegetable, once pinched, only branches more. 1 stem can shoot forth 10 buds, each growing 3 inches overnight. When you drill a well and the rope slips, pull it quickly. Once the handle of the millstone starts turning, press the lever firmly. Who can feast on the 8 delicacies only halfway? I long to triumph in a single strike, and then withdraw my troops. Quicksilver cannot be stirred into waves. Do not teach a monkey to cook soup. A verse about silkworms. Once the silk thread is fully drawn, even the boiling cauldron they do not resist. A verse about porters. Pearl-laden trees droop behind their backs, while jasper peaks tower upon their shoulders. Poetry and prose. The writings of the 6 classics did not imitate one another, yet later generations never dared to belittle them. Those who compose essays in later times leave me perplexed. They try to imitate Han Yu, or follow Liu Zongyuan, copy Ma, or learn from Ban, one era after another merely upholding the same tradition and stealing scraps of their work. This is misguided. After all, writing is meant to convey the way. If a piece of writing can illuminate truth, then we may even call it a 6 classic, because it does not clash with the 6 classics. Otherwise, if someone merely expounds the teachings of Shen or Han Fei and decorates them with the literary style of the 6 classics, a person of true virtue would toss such a work aside as if it were worthless scrap. Poetry, lyrics, essays, and rhapsodies must all carry concern for one's ruler and love for the nation. A heart that helps humanity and benefits all living things. A delight like dancing in the spring breeze by the water's edge, and a spirit that connects with heaven and reveals one's true nature. They should never be empty chatter, nor cling to stale remains. They should not speak of crude or pedantic matters, nor dwell on obscure corners. They should not take pride in excessive polishing, nor cling stubbornly to biases. An elder scholar once showed me his writing and asked me to revise it. I modestly declined. He said, "I do not hide my flaws. If I allow you to laugh at me, then only one person laughs. But if you shield me, I invite the laughter of the whole world." I deeply admired his sincerity and his wisdom. Alas, who would fear the ridicule of a single person so much that he would choose to suffer the scorn of everyone else? This is not only about writing, nor is it limited to a handful of people. In such an example, one can find understanding. Those who like to debate, quote, all manner of sources, yet relying on commentaries, is not as good as relying on the classics. And relying on the classics is not as good as relying on reason itself. Across ancient and modern writings, we can broadly identify 7 types of speech. The first is the speech of innate heavenly endowment. Such a person is moulded by the way, with a mind formed by principle, acting without conscious effort. This is the sage who is born with knowledge and walks the path with ease. The second is the speech of fulfilling one's inborn nature, accepting what is inherently right, performing one's duties fully until death, learning and doing good for the sake of others. This is another kind of sage. The third is the speech of right and wrong. Good deeds belong to the gentleman, evil deeds belong to the petty man, in order to encourage the worthy. The fourth is the speech of benefit and harm. Those who do good receive 100 blessings. Those who do evil incur 100 misfortunes as a warning to the masses. The fifth is the speech of flexibility and adaptation, using words and strategies as needed for urgent tasks. The sixth is the speech of authority and command, employing the 5 punishments to guard against depravity. The seventh is the speech of helpless necessity, deploying the 5 armies to suppress chaos. Beyond these 7, all else is destructive, talk that disrupts the way, and scholars must be diligent in distinguishing it. Those who are unrestrained and wild often possess a bold spirit. Their poetry is forceful and grand. Reading it makes one feel carefree and bright, stirring courage even in the timid. Those who are pure and serene often harbour delicate inspirations. Their poetry is graceful and refined. Reading it inspires self-respect, shedding coarse habits. Those who are deep and still often savour hidden delights. Their poetry is subtle and subdued. Reading it leads to quiet reflection and distant thoughts. Those who are calm and detached often cultivate elegant sensibilities. Their poetry is seasoned and mature. Reading it brings an easy warmth, dispelling childish impulses. Lamenting red blossoms or green willows is the language of lovesick youths. Contrasting white with extracting yellow is the language of pretentious literati. Complaining of old age or bemoaning humble status is the language of the impoverished and miserable. Yearning for foul flavours and clinging to them is the language of beggars. Obscure words, convoluted phrases, perilous lines, and bizarre characters are monstrosities in writing and thieves of the way. They bring disaster to later learners and plague society like rot in a tree. The road was once smooth, but such writing carves gullies into it. The sun and moon were once bright, but they wrap them in clouds and fog. They introduce no new principle, only alien wording. They offer no profound feeling, only contrived profundities. If such people are not admonished, and such books are not cast aside, those tasked with guiding society bear the blame. Some may protest that these authors are broadly learned, keen of mind, deep of intention, and remarkable in their phrases. By that logic, would the words of Confucius and Mencius then seem shallow and crude? A sage never composes useless texts. When discussing the way, his words have virtue. When discussing affairs, his words have insight. When narrating or extolling, his words benefit the teachings of the world. In calligraphy, standard script should be like a sage sitting calmly, upright, yet filled with gentleness. Cursive script should be like that same sage responding to each situation, advancing or retreating, living or dying, accepting or refusing, ever-changing, without losing his centre. In all these, one must follow the natural flow and avoid forced artifice. When sages composed the classics, some references pointed to the things of their time, others to the issues they faced, still others to conditions of certain places or to matters of the heart. Their most refined insights departed with them. The words they left behind cannot convey even a tenth of what lay in their minds. Yet later scholars measure those texts by their own circumstances or personal opinions, and when they cannot align them, they force their interpretations upon the text. Alas, if it were not for the scholars of the Han and Song, later generations might not grasp even 1/10 of the ancient sages' intentions. Yet, in forcing connections and twisting interpretations, many lost the natural spirit of the originals. When sages speak for all ages, they offer balanced words, like holding the scales that can guide all peoples forever, pointing to the highest principle. But when they strive to save the world from crises, they sometimes speak with partial emphasis, aimed at specific circumstances and people to correct extreme wrongs. Those who do not read carefully often take these biased words as universal doctrine, thereby distorting the way and slandering the sages. Words themselves are but the dregs of the sages. Their profound wonder cannot be fully captured by speech. Since the Han and Song dynasties, many who explain the classics have clung to the literal text, fixated on single characters, twisting and piecing them together, losing the natural ease that the sages possessed. They obscure the way that lies in everything, stray from human emotion, and conflict with natural principle, leaving later scholars confused. Yet, because these commentators were highly esteemed, their works became authoritative for centuries. Is there no chance a later student could have an inspired idea among 1,000 thoughts, rediscovering the sage's true intent and mending the minor errors of earlier scholars? But the moment one writes or speaks such views, narrow-minded pedants, unable to tell truth from falsehood, bite their fingers in shock or hide their laughter, saying, "These are the revered teachings of the ancients. How dare you question them?" Alas, this may seem like sincere veneration for antiquity, yet clinging to the letter while forsaking the spirit is merely following earlier scholars' biases. Zhu Xi, just before his death, was still revising his commentary on the chapter about sincerity of intention. Had he died 1 year sooner, his explanation of sincerity might have remained imprecise. Had heaven granted him a few more years, surely he would have revised more than just that one chapter. The sage's words are simple, plain and direct, yet contain infinite savour, like a great broth or mystical wine. A worthy person's words, once read, become crystal clear, radiating reason and meaning, enlightening the reader like a feast of delicacies. A sage may speak freely all day, with endless words in response to various questions, yet not a single word is unfit for teaching. A worthy person thinks deeply, ponders before answering, speaks calmly, and settles his mind before uttering a word, thus avoiding mistakes. Beyond these two types, those who indulge in endless talk are but delirious or drunken dreamers, chattering from dawn to dusk without a single phrase close to the way. What use is all that talk? In poetry, the lower approach is searching for old stories and matching lines, while the higher approach is to express the personal joy found within one's own heart and describe the sights immediately before one's eyes. From Confucius's time onward, it was said, histories do not omit literary style. It was also said, when style overshadows substance, it becomes mere display. Over time, history came to be treated almost like a falsehood. Nowadays, when reading history, people focus only on matters of order and chaos, rise and fall, using them for lessons and warnings. As for right or wrong, truth or falsehood, they set them aside, like watching a play without caring whether the plot is real. As long as it stirs the heart or helps refine public morals, they deem it enough. Yet there is one dreadful outcome. Some treat fabrications as truth, while others dismiss truth as fabrication. Thus lowly men profit, and honourable men suffer unjustly. Poetic language should be like crying or laughing, stirred by feelings that can no longer be contained, so it is sincere and full of flavour. When it is genuine, there is no need to fuss over skill or awkwardness. Yet, in later ages, people focus only on learning the craft of poetry and lyrics. They may refine it until it is skillful, yet lose authenticity, contrary to the true purpose of poetry and song. Thus, the highest aim in poetry and lyrics is genuine emotion and natural language. People of old did not produce writings without benefit. When they needed to clarify the way, they could not help speaking. Once they spoke, the words naturally became writing. By means of writing they revealed the way, regardless of whether their works were ancient or modern, skillful or clumsy. From the Tang and Song onward, literary style became increasingly esteemed, yet people still adorned their writings with the way. So although their purpose was no longer entirely traditional, their works could still be passed down. But in later generations, people wrote only for the sake of writing, labouring over phrases, stirring grand waves, polishing each character, pursuing convoluted devices and ever deeper, more cryptic meanings. In doing so, they shattered the way, plunging it into darkness and obstruction. Such writing steals from the way, yet the ignorant still exalt it. How lamentable! There are 8 essentials in writing. It must be simple, precise, clear, thorough, correct, grand, warm, and elegant. Without simplicity, it grows bloated. Without precision, it becomes superficial. Without clarity, it becomes vague. Without thoroughness, it becomes incomplete. Without correctness, the reasoning cannot compel acceptance. Without grandeur, it loses the dignity of formal attire. Without warmth, it is harsh and biting. Without elegance, it becomes vulgar and shallow. Writings for the royal court should embrace heaven above and earth below. Writings of the mountains and forests should have the aura of immortals and the spirit of the way. Writings of conquest should devour elephants and swallow oxen. Memorials and petitions should display loyal hearts and righteous courage. By analogy, one can apply these principles to other forms of writing. Scholars nowadays read books only to explain what the ancients have said, without ever reflecting upon themselves. They are like young porters hauling goods for others, using all their strength to earn a few coins, never realizing they might be carrying precious treasures. As for the great mystery, one may go a lifetime without reading it and still remain unharmed. After the old system of local recommendation was abolished, later generations mostly prized literary composition. The Tang Dynasty selected true talent through poetry and rhapsodies, which is all the more regrettable. The Song Dynasty tested scholars on their understanding of the classics, and our current dynasty continued that practice. To choose scholars by their writing is to say that words are the voice of the heart. Through one's writing we know the heart, and through the heart we know the person. If someone's writing is bright and lively, his heart is likely clear and radiant, though one must watch for shallowness. If someone's writing is vigorous and direct, his character must be firm and upright, though one must watch for stubborn pride. If someone's writing is richly ornate, he surely has literary flair, though one must watch for excessive prettiness. If someone's writing is solemn, he must be strict and dignified, though one must watch for too much reserve. If someone's writing is airy and free, his character is likely fluid and ever-changing, though one must watch for frivolity. If someone's writing is classical and refined, his heart is likely honest, though one must watch for dullness. If someone's writing is bold and flowing, he likely has a grand bearing, though one must watch for recklessness. If someone's writing is warm and gentle, his nature is likely harmonious, though one must watch for weakness. If someone's writing is concise and neat, he is likely disciplined, though one must watch for rigidity. If someone's writing is deep and measured, he is likely meticulous, though one must watch for hidden deceit. If someone's writing is calm and clear, he must be tranquil and elegant, though one must watch for laziness. If someone's writing is varied and adaptable, he must be resourceful, though one must watch for craftiness. If someone's writing is clever and ingenious, he is surely bright, though one must watch for outlandishness. If someone's writing is robust and mature, he is likely above the commonplace, though one must watch for pedantry. Should a piece of writing show its strengths without falling into corresponding flaws, then one can discern a person's true worth. Even if the writing is not entirely perfect, it should not be dismissed. But in our time, examiners simply select works that appear to have depth, fresh style, unusual ideas, elaborately adorned phrasing, well-forged polish, a charming manner, extravagant ornamentation, and a certain brazen boldness. Thus, those preparing for these examinations set aside principle to focus on literary craftsmanship, forgetting themselves so as to please the world. They plagiarize and cobble their texts together, showing no personal spirit in speech or in writing, all to cater to the examiner's taste. Over time, this style settles in, hiding one's natural gifts. The examiners themselves, dazzled by fashion, look only at the writing and overlook the person behind it. Is this not like groping in darkness to tell colours apart, or judging beauty from behind a wall? How hard it is to find true talent! In the Wuchen year of the Longqing era, Mr. Hu Gecheng from Yongcheng passed the imperial examinations, though he had erased more than half of his essays in the 3 rounds. He was selected by Vice-Censor-in-Chief Zheng Dajing of Xi'an, and people laughed at him for it. Later, when I read his papers, I sighed. He tried to blot them out, yet I could not bring myself to discard them. Why? Although by examination standards his rough, wild and unconventional style should have failed, it nonetheless revealed a grand bearing and bright energy, like meeting a true hero face to face. His worth lies beyond mere writing. He possesses an untamed talent and a spirit impossible to break, able to swallow oxen and elephants, overturn seas and mountains, no ordinary man of the crowd. Yet because his writing did not match the prevailing style, he was left to sink into obscurity. I cite this to show that selecting a scholar cannot rely on a few compositions alone. One must look beyond conventional standards. After the Bingshu, year of the Wanli era, examination essays resembled a dark night sealed by thick clouds, or a person closing his eyes under a blanket after snuffing out the lamp. They are like tomb dwellers speaking ghostly words, or madmen raving in delirium, or reclusive scribes uttering celestial phrases, or peacocks in a sacred text reciting incantations. It is a monstrous trend in our times. Famous examiners even say, only when the writer himself cannot grasp his own meaning does he pass. Only when he truly cannot understand himself does he achieve the highest honours. They ignore proper method, and people's hearts drift further toward spectres and demons. Some ask, what do essays have to do with people's hearts or the order of society? Alas, this is the talk of those who drift through life in a drunken dream. Our nation tests men by their writing, not for the writing itself, but because through it we grasp the heart, and from the heart we discern the person. If someone speaks such words and calls himself righteous, I cannot believe him. Furthermore, once they list him as having passed, they display his essay as the successful candidate's piece. But where is the standard in that? The Hongwu emperor once said that writing should be balanced in reason and style, bright and orderly, classically grounded and sincere. Now people regard contrived obscurity, wild exaggerations and unrestrained language as the standard. This directly violates the classics. The officials who oversee examinations today must themselves hold high rank, and they did not gain their rank by writing with clarity and honesty. So how can they not dismiss those who write in a straightforward, classic style? Human hearts have become cunning and false, driven by these literary trends. Alas, to whom can one speak of this? I can only lift my eyes to the roof beams and sigh. If only the Ministry of Rights and the Censorate were filled with upright men of broad vision and firm resolve, unafraid of pressure and willing to enforce strong penalties, then after 1 or 2 rounds of examinations, all this flowery nonsense would vanish. The Zuo commentary, discourses of the states, and strategies of the warring states are writings from the spring and autumn period. We never saw people of that time study texts from the 3 dynasties. Records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han come from the Western Han. Yet Sima Qian and Ban Gu did not learn their craft from the Zuo commentary or the discourses of the states. How do we know that today's examination essays will not one day become ancient writings in some future age? And yet, if they do not imitate the discourses of the states or the Zuo commentary, they imitate records of the Grand Historian or the Book of Han. How shallow it is for a person to abandon his own nature just to copy someone else. The 6 classics and 4 books are all ancient writings from before the 3 dynasties, but no one emulates them. people have grown so used to them that they find them dull, always craving novelty. Such is the human tendency to dislike the ordinary and chase the strange. In my view, the chief value of writing is that it conveys principle. If one truly gains principle, what matter if the writing is ancient or modern? But if one's reasoning cannot surpass others, and one merely borrows their words and phrases in hopes of being praised for broad learning, discerning readers will find it shameful. Poets carry no stifling vulgarity, yet they can lead people toward indulgence. Lyricists lack violent fierceness, yet they can encourage wantonness. True learning of the way naturally embodies grandeur without pride and joy without excess. Even when it expresses itself through poetry or lyrics, weaving imagery and sentiment, it all flows from principle. This is what is meant by singing to the wind, playing with the moon, with the sense that I share in its essence. Thus concludes our journey through the wisdom of Groaning Words. Across the depths of human nature, morality, governance, and the eternal cycles of time, we have explored the insights of Lü Kun, his reflections on virtue, the trials of life, and the principles that shape both the individual and society. May these words serve not only as echoes of the past, but as guidance for the present. In an ever-changing world, the essence of wisdom remains: to cultivate the mind, uphold righteousness, and walk the path of sincerity. Thank you for listening. May you carry forward the light of knowledge, and may your thoughts and actions resonate with the wisdom of the sages.